Alright guys, we're back in it. So, Rick, I totally forgot that we were stuck here. Oh no, this is so stupid. Why does this make no sense? They say that there's a key in a small gap. Where's the gap? What do you mean? I don't see the keyhole. What do you mean? Love of God. Okay, I have to look this up. Okay, I looked it up. What the frick, dude? This makes no sense. So they literally want me to run off. I need to go do something else before I can actually open this. This is so unbelievably frustrating because the game doesn't tell you where to go. It also doesn't tell you what you have and what you don't have. So now I have to run all the way back. I don't think I opened one of the doors. Frick. Alright. Alright. So what? They want me to do something in one of these places. Let's do it. What do you want me to do? Game. What do they want me to do? What am I doing? Anyway, love of God. Rick. That's so frustrating. I'm gonna be honest, this is very frustrating. Figuring out how to utilize this system. This system is so annoying. What? I can't go back? Oh my gosh. There's no way. There's no way. Oh, I can't defeat that guy. Why can I not? Okay. So, what do they want me to do? What? But I explored it. What? What am I supposed to do? I literally looked it up too. What do they want me to do? What? What's going on here? Nothing is going on here. Southern block. What? They want me to go in the southern block. Okay, fine. I'll go in there. Alright, so by the way, Final Fantasy VII
We've reached our destination.
Rebirth has come out. And so far, the game, for one, is very slow. I mean, it starts off almost like you just... It feels like we continue off just where a story continues. But the issue is that where the story ended when we finished it, right, in the first part, it was a huge deal. It was a crazy ending. Zack, right, apparently is alive. Apparently Tifa, Barrett, Aerith, they're all hitching rides to get out of Midgar. The story really doesn't feel like it actually continues from where it was.
Bring him down!
You know, it's very strange where the story was in the first part, and then where we're continuing it. It doesn't. I'm gonna say it. It feels a little bit underwhelming where the story is right now. I've seen like the first 2 hours so far, or kind of the first 2 hours of the game. It's a really weird start, and it's fine if it's slow. I don't know what they're going for, you know? So I'm a little bit confused.
I'm ready for the next battle.
What am I supposed to do here, man? I don't get it. What am I supposed to do? It says explore the first floor. Well, I did that. Everything's locked. And I don't have the key to unlock everything. Anyway,
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
there's something that really pisses me off right now. What the who are you? Huh? I never saw this guy.
Yes!
Really? Really? Bro, I never saw this guy the first time. No, I went into this room. I swear I went into this room. No, I swear. I'm gonna have to look at the recording. There's no way. Because I did go into this room. I swear to you, up and down, left, right, crossways, sideways, every way, inside the freaking biatch. There's no way. What? I am so confused. Anyways, let me share what's pissing me off. What's got me angry? What am I mad about? What am I mad about? They apparently, and I've seen it, so it's, yeah, it's upsetting. And here's my issue. Wait, I have the collection room key. Well, why is the guy talking to me about a collection room key? I got the key. Huh? What the heck, man? Anyways, I've been watching the story of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and I'm really upset because literally
It's almost too strong. Then I'll split it open. Be my guest. Now you see what I can do. My
because literally the thing that pisses me off, what they've done, Tifa in her cowgirl outfit, right? Naturally, she had cleavage. Really nice cleavage too. But
I'm right behind
what they did with her character is they censored her and they put a black tank top shirt underneath to cover up the cleavage. I forget where it was that I was talking about this. I think it was in the Age of Empires 24th video, I believe, on Age of Empires. It's unnumbered, but it's the 24th video. I was mentioning this and I was like, I really don't like being a fan of a game that you realize, who the frick are these guys? I hate being a fan. So bro, so okay, there must have been something corrupted about the save that I was playing through last time, and it made the quest not activate properly. That's probably what it was. Oh, nice job, Shionne. I hate being a fan. Okay, I think the game's actually a little bit too loud. Yeah. I probably brought it up for a different game. Anyways. And honestly, I'm a little bit pissed right now. With some part of what I've been seeing at Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Specifically, I don't like... Hold on a minute. Can I open this? No. It makes me so mad. It makes me so mad that they covered up Tifa in her cowgirl outfit. It's just like, come on, bro. Apparently they said it's for continuity reasons. It's like, what? Come on, man. The thing I was saying in the Age of Empires video, though, was that I hate being a fan of a franchise when it suddenly becomes really massively popular, and now a lot of people are fans of that franchise. Because inadvertently what happens is the police state weirdos come in and they start pressuring the developers to coddle the players, for one, and to censor everything, right? Let's just say this before we continue. To censor everything. And so everything that you loved and everything that was raw and authentic, and like, here's the thing, good stories and good storytelling is offensive. It will put things in there that will make your jaw drop. It will put things in there that will make you disgusted. It will put things in there that you laugh at, right? Because of how offensive it is. They'll put things in there that is raw and gritty. And like, games that used to be rated for mature used to have really mature themes in there. Stuff that made you sit there and be like, whoa, right? Because it was mature. But nowadays, everything's so censored. And like, I'm not asking for everything to be like crazy, right? I have to be more specific in that. I'm not asking for everything to be super mature. But when a game is mature, you better put freaking mature stuff in there, into the game. And it used to be that so many mature games would come out and they had mature themes, and that sold the maturity of the story that much more. But now what happens is that we're coddled and we're babied in mature rated games. It's so crazy. Like, listen, you need to have really mature games that are out there, that have really mature content and subject matter. And you need to have the full range. Mature games that don't go too deep, and mature games that go the full, they go balls deep on the maturity. You need to have both. And it's disgusting to me that we have these games now where they just coddle you. I mean, mature games are like for edgy adults who are adult children, right? That's all it is. It sucks. And I'm pissed off and I'm angry because I hate being a fan of something and enjoying something that I know that's going to get hijacked, right? The second it becomes any bit popular or successful, like Final Fantasy VII Remake, popular and successful, people loved it. Why did people love it? Because it was traditional. It's as simple as that. Boy meets girl worlds, normal people doing normal things, no freaking gays, no freaking multiculturalism. It's just, right, you can tell that it's a very specific culture that is Final Fantasy VII. Largely Anglo-Saxon, and that's pretty much the ethics and the ideals that make up that game. It's not even really Japanese. I can't really even tell what Japanese culture is, because sometimes certain games are willing to go full Japanese, other games go very Western. Final Fantasy specifically goes very Western with everything it does. Nier Automata is a mixture of Western and Japanese. So they're very Anglofied, the Japs, but I appreciate most of anything that they make for the large part. And at this point, they do everything better than we do now, But it's like, listen, art cannot exist if you're not offensive. Art will not and never will and can never exist without being offensive. You have to be offensive. If you're not willing to be offensive, you're not willing to be real. and therefore there's nothing to be immersed into, and there's nothing that is worth even considering or getting invested into. So it's so weird. Apparently my CPU is high right now. Recording, that's weird. Sometimes it's high, sometimes it's low. It's weird. Anyways. I'm just so pissed because it's like we can't be offensive anymore in games, right? We can't have adult mindsets in gaming anymore. We have to treat everyone as adult children, and it's like, what are you guys doing, man? So I hate being a fan of something that suddenly becomes popular, because what happens is that thing immediately gets hijacked, and immediately what happens is that these censorship weirdos, they start sinking their teeth in, and really what it is it's the sensitivity police. I'm gonna have to make a video about this, but the sensitivity police come in, and now, right, because something's so successful and popular, there's too many people now who are picking up the product. And so now what happens is that now you have to include everybody, and you have to accommodate everybody. And now, because it's not just a specific audience, your audience, that loves what you're doing, but now it's a large, it's not even a global audience, but that's the idea, is that it's a global audience. Because when something becomes really successful, developers start to think that they have a global audience. So what they do is they start watering down what they're doing to appeal to a global group, a global demographic. Well, there's no such thing as that. And when you do that, you kill what even made people love the thing in the first place. When something is globalized, it is destroyed. When something is globalized, it is homogenized. When it is homogenized... No, actually, that's not even true. I mean, there's a sense of how it's homogenized, but I need to think more about that, because, right, it's a weird mixture of homogeneity, but also, it's like, because you perceive a heterogeneous audience, you homogenize the product and its outcome, its details, its execution. You homogenize all of its values. It's no longer complex, sophisticated, no longer has offensive elements, inoffensive elements. It's all watered down, generic nonsense. So that's what angers me, and that's what pisses me off, is that I realize that whenever something that becomes successful is successful, it gets hijacked by these sensitivity weirdos. It gets hijacked by the lowest common denominator. And what happens is that, right, they assume that they have a global audience now, so they have to appease a global audience, which means you have to be so inoffensive, you cannot piss off the random Indians, the random Russians and Chinese, and the random Black Americans and white Americans and Asian Americans, like all these freaking random demographics of people who don't matter. And now you have to give a huge crap because you assume you have a global audience, you have a global group of people. You now assume that you need to, what's the best word for it? You need to both coddle and pander to all of them. You cannot make a good story that panders. You need to be offensive. People need to say slurs to one another. Maybe not need, but you need to have a story where you're not afraid to have the characters say slurs, and that they say slurs to one another. You need to have people who legitimately talk down to one another. Legit. It's not every story, but like your story cannot be afraid of having gritty content, and this is the biggest thing, is being in the exclusion of others. You cannot be afraid of being within the exclusion of others. And when something becomes super popular, they start pandering so far and wide that they no longer have the concept of let's exclude this, exclude that, right? So there's no longer an in-group, and now it's the the omni group, the all group, the all-encompassing. It just becomes globalist slop is what happens. Pig trough slop is what it becomes. It just becomes a pig trough feeding, and I get so frustrated and so upset seeing something that was so good, that was meant for a very specific audience, and then because other people hitch their wagon to it, these developers, they give into the homogeneity of globalism. So we're gonna have to make a video on this. It's just very upsetting. And again, I haven't seen all the story, but it's just like there's a part of me that's just so pissed off, right? Because it's like, what happened? Ugly women became fans of Final Fantasy VII Remake. So when Rebirth comes around, what happens? Well, we have Tifa, and she's really hot. And Tifa is wearing a cowgirl outfit with really nice cleavage to look at. And we sexualize her, you know, we give you nice camera angles during cutscenes to look at her cleavage. Well, because a bunch of ugly women are somewhere in the audience, we don't even know how many of them there really are, but because they're somewhere in the audience now, right? Again, this is a part of the globalist pandering, because you have these random ugly women, or just women in general, who clutch their pearls at anything and everything all together. Well, now we have to censor Tifa and her cleavage. Now we have to water down what it is that you are seeing, and something that is of value that you want to see, which is a hot chick, you know, with a cleavage window towards her boobs. And within specific scenes, when there's these high up angles looking at her and she's bending over towards the character when she speaks, right? And you know, if you've spoken to women in real life, they do this thing where a girl, when you're talking to a girl and maybe she's interested in you or whatever, she has cleavage, they'll just naturally lean over towards you a little bit, right? Kind of like, it's almost, I would imagine it's just a subconscious interaction between men and women, but girls will lean over towards you to give you a momentary glance, and it's typically when they're trying to flirt with you. And so anyways, that's what Tifa does in the game. She's talking in that way, and they, of course, they had to nerf her by putting on the black undershirt and censoring her. So now we don't get to see Tifa's cleavage. Okay. That destroys the entire essence of her character, the development of her, and also, you know, the romantic development, and also just the fact that we, the player, are getting to see something that we want to see and something that we like, which is an attractive female who's showing off her body. You know, air quotes on showing off her body, right? Like, right? She's just sexually available. That's it, okay? Just simple that. It's so unbelievably frustrating for me how we dilute and we slowly censor these things. And this is what I was so afraid about. The first part, the remake, was successful for the game. But then what they do, because of their success, globalist pandering seeps in. And then they start thinking, well, there's going to be this specific audience that is really triggered or clutching their pearls about this random thing. So we have to censor that random thing. So now you can't see the thing that you want to see, right? You can't have the thing that's authentic, raw, and real, and valuable. You have to now see a watered down, diluted version of that thing. So they inherently kill the fullest intensity of what we want to see and what we're being given to see. They destroy the normality and the reality of the product. That's what happens. So now you get to see less of what you want to see, is what happens. Still frustrating, man. So I don't know. We'll see how much the rest of the game, right, is. But the second you start kneeling down for these freaking woke, ideological, weirdo warriors, you are inherently destroying whatever it is that you've made and whatever it is that has inherent beauty to it. And a part of what is so great about about Final Fantasy VII, right? Specifically remake, is Tifa's hot, and they make use of her being hot, right? And they give you cleavage windows and angles and views of Tifa to look at her and to appreciate her and her attractiveness, her body, everything. And now it's just like, here's the thing with this game, right? This game is not as popular. The game I'm playing now is not as popular. Obviously, it wants to be somewhat like a Final Fantasy-esque title, right? It's a Final Fantasy knockoff game series, the Tales of Arise. I think there's other games for this, but they're a Final Fantasy knockoff is what they are. And that's fine. But we have sexy women in this game. They have nice, attractive outfits, right? We have nice, attractive cleavage outfits. Awesome. Well, what's the issue with this? The second a game like this becomes more popular and it becomes more mainstream because, right, you get a larger and larger audience, eventually you start to believe that you must pander towards a globalist audience. And so what happens is, right, I love this game, I love its characters, I love that it has sexy, attractive females, and I love looking at sexy, attractive females. Why? Because I'm a dude. And what do, right? Because of globalism, because there's ugly women and there's gay dudes out there, now you have to be pissed off when a woman is attractive and appealing to the eye of men. So now the game can no longer be made in the respects of a man, in the desires of a man. Now we have to make it where basically we pussify and we cuck out the male player base. Listen, no one really likes women's fan fiction. No one likes women's stories. A lot of people trying to make exceptions for J.K. Rowling. I'm just gonna be honest, Harry Potter sucks, okay? And so, and come on, man, there's so many other male authors that have done fantasy better than J.K. Rowling. Why the frick? Listen, is it a passable story? Sure. But like, if we're actually looking at the competition of the market, there's so many men who just outcompete J.K. Rowling. I would rather spend time with so many other male authors than J.K. Rowling. Is it a passable story? Harry Potter, sure. If I'm super bored and there's literally nothing else in the universe to do, then fine. But J.K. Rowling has all these other men who are making better products than her. No, Harry Potter's not that good. Okay? It's not good. It sucks. It's boring and it sucks. And it's a little bit gay. Okay? Simple. Simple as that. Female writing and female authors, they suck. Simple as that. But when the audience, so anyways, but that's the issue. When these audiences get so big, we start almost homogenizing, right? We turn male-centric writing into male and female-centric writing, which is really just cucking yourself out to female sensibilities. It's not even all women. Whatever. It's not. We're acting like it's even unanimous, the sensibility. No, it's feminist sensibility is really what it is. It's not even female sensibility. Because normal women like sexualizing themselves. They like having cleavage. And, right, I'm not asking for anything crazy. I'm not asking for Las Vegas, for women to be sluts and whores. I'm not asking for that. But what I'm asking for. And, and by the way, I say that because it's literally what they are. not to be facetious about it, but right, I'm not love of God, I don't want to get so lost and mired into all these specifics, but anyways, just back down to the original point that's being made here. And this is what's so unbelievably frustrating, man, is they go out of their way to just tuck you out, the audience, to feminist sensibilities. We want to see women, we want to see them with their cleavage, and again, real life women, they like sexualizing themselves. And they like making themselves available for men to look at. And again, I'm not speaking for the women who are really immodest, right? There's a certain gap between modesty and immodesty, and it's somewhere in the middle. That's what I'm talking about here. There's a balancing act. So I wouldn't have too many issues with a female character with pasties on, but still, you get my point. Listen, I'm not asking for trailer park trash. That's what I'm getting at here. And trailer park trash sensibilities. How is this even in the conversation? Anyways, I'm trying to be like so painfully specific here. Anyways, let's just get back down to it. These feminists, they hijack these things towards their sensibilities. Real life women who are relatively modest or whatever you want to say, normal women, they like sexualizing themselves. They like dressing up in sexy outfits that men like looking at them in, right? Sexy sexy nurse outfits, right? Sexy witch, sexy this, sexy that. Just think of anything. A sexy firefighter, even, whatever. We don't care, right? Sexy cop. We like looking at women who dress up sexy. There's nothing wrong with it. It's how men and women interact. It's a part of the normal world. What I realize is that when these things become so popular, it's not just a globalist audience and also feminist sensibilities that we are pandering to. It's also losers. Let's just be honest, that's what it is. It's freaking losers that we are pandering to. It's losers who, there's something problematic in it for them, that there's an attractive female and everyone wants to look at and check out the attractive female. Oh look, Tifa has really nice boobs. Oh look, she has a really nice outfit. Oh look, she looks really good when she has cleavage. Yeah. And I guess that really offends, right? And we have to really pander to losers. And that's a double-sided coin that I loathe and I cannot stand. Is that when something becomes popular, it gets to the point that even the losers are now picking it up in full force, full mass. And then it's the losers who then they start coping. Well, why does Tifa have to look so sexualized? Why does Tifa have to be so attractive? I don't like Tifa. Tifa's bad. You know, they freaking go Smeagol crazy mode, right? And then they're like, it's so much bigotry. Women looking attractive. And it just starts. The whole cycle starts from there. Just insert that voice, and it's just everywhere that you go. Now it's, well, Aerith, you know, quite frankly, why are they making her, you know, why are they trying to leverage her cleavage? Why is it that Tifa has to wear a sexy dress? Why doesn't she just dress like, why does she just, why do we have to fetishize women? Why doesn't she just wear like a super fat, floofy dress? And honestly, it's so unrealistic that her waistline and her hips are way too large with that waist. And you know what? We really need to add a couple of extra pounds on Tifa, right? It's just freaking bullcrap. These are losers who, there's nothing great about them in real life. There's nothing excellent about them in real life. They can't even fathom thin people. They cannot fathom attractive women, thin people, whatever. They cannot fathom normality. So what do? Every way until Sunday, they come up with every excuse that you have to pander to them. that you have to make make women ugly, that you have to make women unattractive, that you have to put women in unattractive clothing, that you have to uglify, add another layer, oh look, this chick has huge boobs that men like looking at, okay, uglify her somehow, cover her up, make her look like a nun. Holy crap, and you can even make nuns sexy, for crying out loud. But they do everything they can for their wokeness, ideological religion, okay? They do everything in their power to nullify women's attractiveness. So Shionne in this game, right? We look at Shionne. Instead of wearing a sexy battle armor outfit like this, where I'm getting to see a little bit of her thighs, I like that. I get to see a little bit of her cleavage. I like that. I mean, honestly, the armor is a little bit too much. Let's just be honest. I would rather see a little bit more definition in the breastplates, but you get nice skin angles, though, and skin windows with her. She's, honestly, though, let's be honest. Where's outfits? She's hotter in this. And I see more breast definition here. It's not much, but it's more. Okay, but it doesn't matter. She's sexy nonetheless. Well, what would they do with her, right? What would they do with Shionne here? They would completely cover her up and you wouldn't see a single bit of, right? That would be full male iron armor on her, what are these, pantyhose or whatever? You wouldn't see that. I mean, listen, it's kind of sexy that she has ammo underneath her, on her thigh, right there, right? And there's psychological cues about that, by the way. It's drawing your eye near there, right? Closer to where her underwear would be, but obviously the dress is covering. But it's just simple, right? Like, the whole outfit is designed to be sexy. She is designed to be sexy. They would completely cover up, put a bunch of armor on her, dress her up basically like a man. They would make her arms a little bit bulkier through the armor too, and of course they would basically give her a turtleneck, right, all the way up to her frickin'. They would cover up her breasts and cover her all the way up to her frickin' neck. That's what they would do with her. The uglification of female characters pains me to no end, and I cannot stand this. Listen, we like women because they're not men. That's why we like women. We like women because they are not men. You know, how much do we have to really spell it out? We like women because they're not dudes. We like women because they don't dress up like men. They don't look like men. Men wear specific types of armor, okay? Women are not warriors in real life. So when you put a chick in a game that is, you know, air quotes, warrior-esque in any way, we give her sexy battle armor because that's the trade-off, right? And I don't even need to get into it. I've gotten into it in so many other playthroughs, so I'm just going to leave it there as I've spoken it and said it, right? Maybe I'll make a video on it. I don't know. I don't really, for now, I'm not, okay? That's the trade-off that we make for a woman being in a warrior-esque role, okay? We sexify her, right? We make her sexy. We make her appealing to look at, because no one cares about a woman doing man things. We will tolerate it when it's femme fatale or whatever. Air quotes on femme fatale. Anyways. Sexy, attractive female in sexy, attractive outfit. That's when we tolerate this. That's when we like it. It's an excuse during combative scenarios in a story to look at attractive chick. Okay? That's what it comes down to. We like it. She's wearing heels. The whole outfit is just sexy. Okay? This entire outfit. And, goodness, man. That's why we like women. That's why we like looking at women. We like looking at women when they look like this. We don't want to look at women who look like men, who are dressed up like men. So anyways, the whole point, let's just get back to the topic, and continue this game. I'm just so pissed because I've been seeing what they've been doing with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and they're doing a little bit of censoring on Tifa, and it's for all the reasons that I've addressed, and it's so that they can pander to the losers, specifically loser women, loser female women who are fat. They cannot stop stuffing their mouth with food. They make up every excuse. Oh, you know, it's my, you know, my body. It's the, what do they call it? Oh, God, I can't remember. Metabolism, this, No. You're in a calorie overabundance. Stop it. Stop eating so much. Stop it. When you're full, stop eating. Stop drinking Starbucks every day. That's a bunch of added sugars. You know, like, how much Starbucks do women drink? And again, like, I'm not going to get into it. There's so many other things, but it's just stop making excuses for being fat. You're ugly, you're fat, no one likes you. End of story. All right. That does not mean that sexy, fit, attractive women do not exist, that they should not exist, and that they're not normal. No, you are not. You know, new normal is not normal. I hate this stupid crap where they try to say new normal bull crap. No, it's not new normal. You're weirdo. You're gluttonous. You're a part of the 7 deadly sins. Okay? You are a part of the 7 deadly sins. You are a part of it. You are a part of gluttony. You eat too much. Stop. And if you don't stop, okay, live with being fat. And you're not going to live long being fat, but at least live with it. And stop forcing your tardation on everybody else. It's not normal. Women are normally, what is regular and normal about women? That they're thin. And if they work out, a little bit toned. And because there's so many women now who are, women lead men, by the way, on obesity. So because there's so many loser women who are fat, and because we have to pander to these made up groups, when we have a, air quotes, global audience, what do? Well, now we have to start covering up Tifa because we're pissing off these triggered females who for some reason they just keep on pudging the frick out. They're jealous, they're angry, and they get upset looking at a woman like Tifa and seeing a chick that's hotter than them, and every guy gets a hard-on looking at Tifa. They're upset about that, so what do? They get pissed off, and they're like, okay, screw you. I'm gonna rage, I'm gonna seethe. We need you to censor this character, censor that, censor the other thing. How dare you? Why is this woman being fetishized, right? They always use that word, fetishize. No, you're just not attractive. No man wants you. Yes, it's true. It's not a fetish to be attracted to females. Screw yourself. Literally. Go grab your dildo and go vibrate it and go have your own little fun with your bloated body. No one wants you. No one's interested in you. Stop hijacking legit women. See, and this is what pisses me off, is that now we have to make these products for losers. We have to make these products for losers. We don't listen to loser men when they say, oh, I don't like that this guy's really jacked. No man even says that. But what loser men do is that they follow the same train of thought as loser women. That's what they do. Loser men are male feminists. Loser men are the men who sit there and they don't think for themselves. They think from the mindset and the frame of mind of a woman. Those are loser men, and those are the men who are inferior and less than normal men because they've cucked themselves into oblivion for feminism. Loser feminists is what they've done. That is the issue. This is what I loathe, and this is what I like. Listen, I am mourning right now, is what's going on here. I am so sick and tired of seeing the things that we love destroyed, killed, and ruined, or being nullified in any manner whatsoever. Okay, I paid money to see the full product. I pay money to see a game where the attractive chick is a hot, attractive chick, and you're not afraid of sexualizing her because, right, the writers and the character designers, they're also straight, right? I paid because I trusted you guys to give me what I expect. To engage in normality with me, the customer. And what I mourn whenever this happens, I mourn the fact that they are now pandering to and appeasing a loser audience that's not the audience, and they are now, for loser sensibilities, they are destroying what we love, and they're destroying the value in which is implicit of the things that we love. What happens is that now these games are being made within the spite, in spite of me, the customer, in spite of men in general, the customer, right? Male sensibilities are now the spite. Once something becomes mainstream and we have this idea that there's a globalist audience that we have to pander to, and we have to pander to these losers, and we have to pander to fat women, or loser women in general, that's what happens here. And that's what occurs. Is that now your product is being destroyed, and now things are being nullified in spite of you. I'm not going to go too long on this, but here's the thing. Some guys will gaslight themselves and act like that these things are not in spite of yourself, right? That their sensibilities being really their desires, right? Their normalities, their realities, right? You see attractive female, you get a hard on. Simple as that. The fact that you are having your reality subverted in real time so actively and so spitefully, okay? Some dudes will gaslight themselves saying that, oh, they're not doing this thing in spite of me, right? They'll say that. And then later, by the way, these things always end up being proven. Yes, feminist writer, or feminist this, feminist that, feminist character designer, feminist or ESG company this or ESG that, right? It happened with Diablo 4. It happened with, oh man, there's so many examples. Happened with Sui Squad. It happened with, I'm trying to think, Final Fantasy 16. It happened with that. It happened with, there's like one specific game. It happened with God of War Ragnarok. Oh, frick. It happened with, I believe, Remnant 2. Remnant somewhat in general, though, let's be honest. Yeah. Oh, there's another game that, Pal World. Pal World. It was for feminist reasons that they have female, what are they called? Trainers or whatever? Warriors. They have female hunters. And they did it for literally strong female reasons and sensibilities. When you see these things that are blatantly woke, and people have gaslit themselves to say, it's not woke. It's like, yeah, okay, just you wait. Just you wait. It literally is going to reveal itself over time that everything you see that is woke, yes, all the sentiment and all of the intentions were woke. It's crazy how much people now, because of all this inundation of wokeness, they have gaslit themselves extensively to justify the subversion of their reality. Oh, you see attractive girl with nice breasts and you get hard on? There's something wrong with that. We have to censor you and censor it, her. Anyways, let's continue. You gotta love it, dude. I love that this didn't work for me within the last video. Love of God.
Did this open the door?
We still don't know how to activate the elevator. We'll just have to see what we can figure out.
That bastard, giving us the runaround.
What I hate, and this is what I loathe more than anything, I realize that the thing that I love, the very thing that I love, right, something that I appreciate and I enjoy, something that was done well and had decent writing and decent characters, I realize that now it has become a political grounds of war.
Dispose of the trash.
Yo, Shionne, go easy talking like that. You're gonna give me a freaking stiffy. Talking down to the enemy like that. Got anger. Oh, that's cool. That's a good chain right there.
Astral energy.
Say no more.
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shionne.
Oh yeah, we're both right behind her. Alright, let's do this. This is where the video told me to go.
They keep a Zoogle locked up down here? Why? I've heard rumors that they feed prisoners to one instead of executing them. Do you think...
Stop it!
Why are you telling him stop it? He's right. Yo, we know that these statues are going to attack me. Oh my gosh. Oh dear God, that is not going to go well for me.
Should we really take this?
What am I getting at? I have realized that the property Final Fantasy, specifically Final Fantasy VII, has been hijacked. That's what I've realized. The fact that they're pandering to these losers, these weirdos, has shown to me that it is now hijacked. And it is only going to continue. It only progressively gets worse. And I knew this was going to happen, man. This is what I was so afraid about seeing happen. And so I don't know the third part, right? The third game. I don't know how good it's going to be. And I don't know how far they're going to go. With, it already has a climate change storyline, right? Which had nothing to do with the first game, by the way. So, it kind of, right, it was like snuck in there, here and there. But they treated it more like a joke. But now they're getting a lot more serious with it in the, in part 2. They're having more rhetoric, more climate change oriented rhetoric around it, right? Like how, you know, Mother Nature is basically
Only one way to find out. Let's go.
how they're extracting with Mako, basically Mother Nature and coal power for electricity, right? They're making that whole analogy, and it's like, well, there's unlimited energy, right? We can have unlimited coal as something that Zack says in the game. Zack, who looks like Cloud, right? Because the whole thing about the story. But, right, it's like they're getting a little bit more heavier handed with the rhetoric of their ideological presuppositions, right? Around climate change. And so, like, dude, all this wokeness that's seeping in, that's bound to seep in progressively more and more and more.
Now you see what I can do.
It's becoming a growing issue, and the infiltration has started with the second product, and I knew that this was probably going to happen to some extent. So now the third game, how much more woke is the third game going to get? That's the question you have to ask. And how much more are they going to nerf Tifa, right? or in some way just step in the way of her character. You have no clue how angry I am about it. Because anytime we get something good that we like, that we love, something that's normal, it has to be subverted. And it has to be dragged away from us. The implicit value of whatever that thing is.
Are you still thinking about that armory with all the Dahnan equipment?
Yeah, especially that black armor. I don't think I've ever seen anything from Dahna that looked so nice.
I can tell you that it was definitely Dahnan. It was made using techniques found only here. That's how I know. But
You're annoying.
ever since the Renans came, our civilization's been scrubbed out, bit by bit. Hardly
Good.
anything's left now, which is why most people don't remember.
But
Now
what
you had a
would
crappy
cause
culture.
something like that? Unless it was the spoils of war. It must be a token of the Dahnans who fought and lost in the past. Or rather, that the Renans were able to beat them.
Armor that
Better
nice
culture, they
must
won.
have been worn by a commander of some sort. They might have even been a Dahnan hero.
A hero, huh? A fallen hero, maybe.
I hate to see all that stuff fall into Renan hands, but it's amazing to see that so much of it has survived.
You into this kind of stuff then, Rinwell?
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Are we done here? We don't want to keep Ganabelt waiting any longer.
Yo, Shionne, shut up and get on your knees. Anyways. Honestly, I like listening to her talk. I'm just saying that she needs to do the deed, you know? It's about time. So anyways, yeah, so frick, what was there was another point I was gonna make. I saw someone criticize this game. I saw someone say this, and I can say, you know, I think this is, I don't want to get too carried away when I say something like this, but I happen to agree quite a bit. This story and its writing is a little bit as if it is written for children. Now, it's not, right? That's the thing. That's really weird about it. But it's written as if it is for children. There's certain elements to the writing that's just a little bit juvenile, right? The way that they're constantly like teaching you, they're trying to educate you as if it's like we're on a school trip, right? It's like, did you know? Shut up, you know, I'm annoyed. But why do you keep talking to me like I'm a child? What, and why are you acting like you're teaching me like science 101, like we're going through biology class or something, and not the nice kind of biology where I'm staring at my my science partner's boobs, right? Some hot chick that I'm sitting next to. No, it's not that. For some reason, oh my gosh, that honestly, that reminds me of a funny joke. Should I say it? Oh gosh, should I say it? Frick, okay, I might say it. Okay, listen. For the love of God. Okay, we're gonna say it. It's a short story. Okay, we're not gonna drag this out. I had a friend. He was taking an astrology. What was it? It was some kind of science class. I forget what kind of science class. I don't know if it was physics or whatever. But anyways, the whole point is he was taking a science class, and he was taking the class with one of the girls, right, from our grade. And I think it was, or whatever, but whatever. It was some chick that we knew. I think it was. Okay, love of God. You know what? Let me simplify this. Because I forget exactly who it was he was talking about, but let's just, okay. Anyways, I don't know if we knew her or not, but it's funny though. Anyways, oh my God. Now I'm making the story too long because I'm trying to be really quick and concise about this, and now I'm like, I'm getting super specific about details. So let's just re-simplify this. Okay, listen, my friend, he was in a science class, and he sat next to a girl that I think we met her before or something like that, but yeah, she was right. And they sat with each other in that science class, right, for a whole semester. It was a 1 semester class, and he talked about how she would, right, she would be in that class, and he would just, it's so funny. Oh my God. Right, and week in and week out, you would just keep on noticing how nice her boobs looked in her shirt, right? And you would always be making mental note, like, dang, she looks good. Like, she's got a nice rack. She's got some heavies. And I remember him sharing that with me. It was just so funny, man. So freaking funny. Right? Like, that was one of the #1 things, week in and week out, that he would pay attention to and notice, was just that this girl that I think we met before, how him sitting next to her and basically being acquaintances week in and week out, he just kept on, he could not avoid eye contact or attention or notice, whatever, with her boobs, and the fact that he really noticed, right, her boob size. Freaking funny. It's a fact that is a specific note to be made about it. Like, he would be bored in his class, and then he'd just be like, right, sideways glance and be like, dang, those are big. And him sharing that with me, it's just the funniest crap. But yeah, that is definitely when science class is most rewarding, is when you can just stare at the hot chick's breasts right next to you. Saying, thank God. I was about to freaking fall asleep or off myself, and then I looked next to myself and was like, oh look, some hot chick with boobs. Thank God. Thank God that exists. Freaking saving me over here from boredom. You know, that is such a crime, by the way. How boring. Oh dear God, I think I need to sneeze. Oh frick. Frick, that wrecked me. Okay. Anyway, it is such a crime how boring school is, though. Schooling, getting an education, because learning stuff is great, but it's just professors are boring. Sitting through and being lectured to for so long is boring. The way that they make you digest the information is terrible. It's so boring. Everything that they do, it just destroys the process of learning, because I love picking up information and learning it. It's just the fact that it's so dry, it's so ham-fisted and forced. And I'm gonna be honest, like, the biggest issue with education is how slow it is. That's what I mean when it's boring. Like, do you understand? This is how crazy it is. education, especially in America, but in general. Wait. Oh, yeah. Never mind. I was confused for a second there. But education, though, in America is bloated. And it is intentionally bloated. The reason that they bloat it, right, is to keep you in a university for longer. I'll never forget, man. I took this one course. And the course, right, it takes a full semester, 5 to 6 months to go through the whole thing. Why is education so boring, right? Why is it that everybody forgets everything they learn? Why is it that everybody sits there and both men, women, doesn't matter? Like, everyone, for their own separate reasons, are bored. Everyone's checking out all the time in education. Why does that happen? Right? And the reason is, of course, because they bloat up education. Because your time is being wasted in education. That's why you're bored. That's why you're fed up. Not everybody likes to learn, but like, you know, there are people, including myself, I love learning new information. I love, I love the process of education, grabbing information and processing it and coming to new enlightening understandings of the world, or, you know, information, right? And I'm about to go down a separate rabbit trail. Let's not do that. So I'm just gonna stay on topic here. But what they do is they bloat up the education system. And what they do is that they will pad out the time that it takes to finish a class, right? An entire course, let's say on genetics. They will drag that crap out for about 4 to 5 times longer than it ever needs to be. Okay? To write the information, you only really need to spend, let's say, a month with the information, and instead they make you spend an entire freaking 5 to 6 months. Well, what the frick are you guys doing? It's not that difficult to study the information, but they drag it out. And there's a lot of university professors and courses and classes where literally the professors, they have nothing that they're doing. There's nothing to talk about. You're showing up to your lecture for no good reason. There's a bunch of busy work also involved in education, a bunch of busy work that you don't need to do, a bunch of assignments covering topics and doing research papers on things you don't need to be doing research papers on. It has nothing to do with the course content material. But they're wasting your time is what they're doing. It's all busy work. And again, the thing that they'll do though, and by the way, the things that they make you do, all this information, right? All these assignments that they give to you, it doesn't help you learn. You don't understand the information anymore. And by the way, here's something they don't tell you. You're not meant to understand information. Okay. The assignments are not made for you to understand information or to learn. Assignments are made completely and entirely for busy work. One of the number one ways that you will learn that this is the case. Let's say you have an assignment, you have a deadline. You spend a couple of hours with the assignment, learning it, learning the content information, and you realize, oh my gosh, there's more information for me to come to grasps with, and there's more that I can perfect about my assignment. Let me spend more time than the bare minimum like most people do, by the way, with the assignment, because I want to cover every bit of the course material, right? You want to go above and beyond with the useless assignment. That's a waste of your time, right? Because you want to engage that much more with the information. And when you do this, what do you think they will do? And what do you think happens? If you sit there and tell whoever you're turning the assignment into, hey there, I have more information that I'm trying to unpack and digest, right? And I'm talking, you could have done the bare minimum, like most people do. I'm talking, you're going the full mile. with your education. You're like, there's more. I doing the assignment, I learned and I realized, holy crap, there's more information for me to share through this assignment. So, right, can I get an extension on the deadline to bring in the assignment, right, with more content from the course material to unpack and divulge upon, right? What do you think they do? What do you think they do? Guess what they do? Guess what they do? Just wild guess. Guess how much they care that you want to deliver 110% on the course content material. Which, by the way, is not something that should be required to do. It's just, do you think they reward that kind of behavior? Or do you think they do what? Punish that behavior. You wanting to go above and beyond on an assignment. What do you think they do? What do you think they do? Yeah, they punish you. And they say, no, you're going to get marked down now for the assignment because it's not finished, because it's not complete. It's not the fact that you did the baseline assignment, right? But then you wanted to do more. You wanted to go extra. You wanted to cover more bases of the assignment. By the way, it's pertinent information. You're just going in further detail. By the way, this is what should be and is supposed to be rewarded in academia, right? A field of endeavor, a field of study. You're studying something and you realize, holy crap, I was just touching the iceberg, the tip of the iceberg. And there's all this extra iceberg that's underneath. Holy crap. Let me spend more time with this, understand more of this information, right? Breakthrough. I have this, I just reached a breakthrough. I have all this new information that I need to come to terms with, study, analyze, understand, because there's more going on here, right? So obviously, right? That is literally what academia is. That is what the entire field of endeavor is. All the men that built up academia, all the men that it took. Like, if you study stories of men who go through studies of endeavor, right? Who go through breakthroughs, they always think there's an iceberg, a tip of the iceberg. And then when they realize there's more to the information that they're studying than what is directly there on the tip, they start putting in more time. They start, right? Basically, what they'll do, some of them will do this, or, okay, some of them will put in extra time, like, oh my gosh, I need to extend my time with the project, or they'll literally lose sleep pursuing further information regarding the topic. And this is literally, these are stories that universities will teach you on, by the way. They will teach you on this information, on these stories of men who will wait out in blizzards because they're trying to, I forget what it is now. It had something to do with, I think it was one guy that was doing something, it was something, I think, having to do with chemistry, something connected between chemistry and psychology. He was waiting out in a blizzard though, trying to get test results. Something, I think, having to do with, I don't think it had anything to do with the cold. I think it was, he found a specific type of metal or compound in the blizzard. And so he literally was waiting out in a blizzard for like 4 to 5 hours because he was dedicated to uncovering the fullest extent of newfound information and knowledge, right? It's just little stories like that. Obviously, there's a bunch of others with all their different discrepancies, but the whole point is that is always what that's always what has predicated education. That's why we have universities. That's why we have all the technology that we have today. It's because, right, men discover that there's more to the information and there's more to subject material than what they previously or originally assumed or thought there was. And so they go the extra mile is what happens, right? Shoot.
I felt fine not too long ago.
Well, that's the issue, though. In these universities now, they don't want. Sorry, today universities, but like my head's in way too many places. Let me restart. Because I have 2 points I'm trying to make here, and I only have one mouth, so love of God. Dear God, which one do I go with first? Anyways, but that's the entire issue with universities now, is that they're not made for the sake of education. They're made for the sake of busy work and keeping you there for as many semesters as is reasonable. And they just reason in their head, okay, so you're going to stay at university for 4 years. And by the way, typically people end up staying longer. Because why? They drag it the frick out. It's not even 4 years anymore. Like, there's so many people who will stay at university for 5 and 6 years now. That's literally what happens now. Because they bloat it up so much. You are paying to be in that town, right? Whatever college area you're in. Either for a dorm or somewhere else. You're paying to live somewhere. Rather expensive, by the way. Typically. Most college areas are pretty expensive. So you're paying, though, astronomical numbers in cash and whatnot. You know, for living expenses, to be at that, to be studying at the university, right? You're paying a lot more money. I mean, it's just, you're going broke, right? Just trying to get an education now. It's freaking ridiculous. And it used to be like tuitions now, it costs anywhere between $2,000 to $5,000 a semester. A semester. Not even a year. It's ridiculous, man. And then you add on top of that the living expenses. The living expenses are either half of that, or maybe a third, or maybe 3/4. It really depends. And there's a bunch of elements to that as well, but
You think the elevator's activated
it's so
now?
unbelievably expensive.
Let's check and find out.
We're coming for you, Jannabelt.
Trying to afford things in university is crazy, and finding the time to do all the things available in university is insane. But where the frick is this biatch? I don't get it. Okay, I don't see it. Alright, well, I'm out of here. See ya. Yeah, this is not working. I imagine it's sitting on a chandelier.
What's this thing?
Yeah, my head is all over the place now with so many conversation strands, but the whole point of everything I'm talking about, though, is that universities, you know, education is not made anymore for learning, it's made for busy work. It's made to waste your time so that you spend more money staying at the college for longer, right? Wherever you're at. It's to keep you there for the longest amount of time possible. I took this one course. It takes 5 to 6 months to finish. Who are you? You freaking weirdo. I am so annoyed. Anyway,
Looks
yeah.
like we spotted one of Hoodle's friends.
The course that takes 5 to 6 months, though, I literally just picked up all the information that is relevant to the course that you need to study. Sorry, all the information that was available to learn from the course, right? What we were paying for to learn. And what did I do? I finished the course. All of its information from beginning to end. You go through this whole class, and what do you learn? And by the way, this is the one time I ever learned the most in a course. There's many things I still remember from studying it. Much time after, of course, now I would have to catch up on it. You know, I would have to pick up the information, but I could quickly memorize myself on all this information because I learned it the first time, I understood it the first time. So just getting a refresher the second time wouldn't really be that difficult. But the whole thing is that I picked up the course information of everything that we had to learn, what the whole course was about, right? What I'm paying money to learn, what they give you grueling tests to get through for. I finished, right? How long do you think it took? Actually, let's do this first. How long do you think it took? A course. It was about what was it? Neurobiology, but that's not what the course was called. That's just like the general topic that was kind of about. But what do you think it was? How long do you think it took me? And by the way, I was spending very modest amounts of time studying every day all the course material that they gave us. It was like around 1 to 2 hours each day. 1 to 2 hours each day, me picking up all the information that was available in that course. How long do you think it took me to study everything? Everything that was available in the course. Everything that they would test you on, everything. It doesn't even matter what they test you on, by the way. Tests are bullcrap, but right, everything that they would, air quotes, test you. What you are paying money to learn. Let's just put it like that, because again, the tests are bullcrap. So again, what you are paying money to learn. How long do you think it took me to get through all that information? A 5 to 6 month course. How long do you think it took me to get through all that information and to learn it the best I've ever learned information? Than doing it the slow way, the boring way. How long do you, by the way, 1 hour to 2 hours every day. Typically it was only 1 hour. How long do you think it was? Super long, right? Super long. I mean, obviously there's a great reason why. Obviously there's a great reason why though, right? Why they extend everything for so long. Right? And by the way, let's just cover this one thing too. It's not just how long it takes to get through a course. They also make you take a bunch of courses you don't need to be taking in university, right? If I'm studying how to do engineering, I do not need to be taking a language course. I need to be taking a physics course, right? Electrodynamics course. I need to be taking a course about the content and the course material. And when I go get a job, right, in engineering, what should happen? If I end up working for the Chinese government for some random reason, or Russians, or someone random, and I start working with them, then I can take a little 1-month course learning their language while I have my job, right? Let's say I'm getting a promotion, and on the spot, I then educate myself in that language. Why am I spending useless time at a university learning a language that has nothing to do with what I'm trying to get a job into? How does that make any sense? Why am I learning about Jewish history, for instance, or Korean history, or feudal Japan history? And like, listen, I would love to learn about some of these things, absolutely. But why am I spending $2,000 to $5,000? I think now it's even higher, but anyways, why am I spending anywhere between $2,000 to $5,000 a semester to learn these simple things? Why is it so dang expensive? And it's not even what I want to get a job in. I don't care about Jewish history. I want to work in engineering. Why are you doing this to me? Why am I spending ludicrous money so that I can learn more about the Jews and their culture from 1,000 years ago? Okay, I want to learn how to build a bridge today, you know? Why am I not going through a course that gets me prepared for that job? This is what angers me so much, is how much of a waste of time universities are. And they do not respect your time. They don't respect you. They don't care about you. Again, they give you all this busy work assignments. Do this, do that. Do this random assignment that you won't learn anything through. It's literally just busy work. It's literally a waste of your time. It doesn't matter. My gosh, dude. And here's the other thing. Let's get right back to what I was talking about. How long do you think it took me to finish that course? 5 to 6 months. Sincerely. Tell me what you guess it is. Tell me what you guess it is. How long do you think it took me to pick up all that information, learn it the best I've ever learned information in any course I've ever taken? How long do you think it took me? The answer is it took me 2 weeks and a half. I believe it was 2 weeks and 5 days or something like that. Or it's 2 weeks and 4 days. That's how long it took me. That's how long it took me. I am paying $2,000 to $5,000, somewhere between there, a semester, so that I can learn information as slow as 5 to 6 months, taking useless tests. And by the way, the tests and the quizzes, they don't even cover the content that you study in the course. But the course that you study in the course is what they give to you, that you're paying for. I want to learn about, physics, okay? Well, here's the information, and the test is not going to be about that information. I'm sorry? There's so many issues with, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's also professors who give you outdated courses. They literally give you outdated courses. Or they will give you outdated courses, and they will also give you, if it's not outdated courses, they will literally copy information from their other courses that you are spending this ludicrous amounts of money for. They will copy that information. So if I'm taking, let's say I'm taking let's say this, right? I'm taking a course on, what's a good example? Behavioral psychology. But then there's also a course on cognitive psychology. And you can take both courses, and they're supposed to be separate from each other. And guess what happens? You can take both courses and just insert maybe a history course. It'll do the same thing, right? I take a Japanese history course. I take a Korean history course. What you will actually find is that they will overlap information between the two. And yet you're taking these two courses as if they're separate from one another. To the point that you will literally have weeks where the information is almost identical. So they're overlapping information. This is what I'm talking about with academia. So much bloat rests within academia. And they waste your time in so many ways. It is unbelievable. It's so ridiculous. You will learn the same information in different courses throughout all these weeks across the 4 years. You know, air quotes on 4 years, could be 5, could be 6, doesn't matter. Throughout all the time that you spend, they will drag this stuff out so far as to be redundant on the information that they are sharing with you. That they are dragging out across 5 to 6 months that really should be 2.5 weeks. Again, you're telling me that I'm spending $2,000 to $5,000 to learn information that you are doing a crap job, by the way, teaching me on your own. Because the best I've ever learned in university was by me teaching myself. And that's basically what they do, because professors, they don't even care about you, and they don't care about your questions. They don't care about what you want to talk about. They don't care about how you're trying to grapple with the information. They just want you to pay up and get the frick out. That's it. They have no respect for you. Unless you're a hot chick. Then they will listen to you talk. I wonder why. And I've seen that happen. I've seen myself get shooed away trying to talk about, literally, I go to a lecture and I walk up to my professor and I'm like, hey, you know, so like what you were talking about, you know, you were super energetic and lively. I didn't say this, but you know, they were super energetic and lively talking about this certain part of the course material. And hey, you know, I'm really interested about that, and it gets me thinking about this, gets me thinking about that. And you know, and by the way, right, I'm not sharing these useless thoughts and ideas. I'm like, you know, you started making me think about this, and like, oh, I was studying this one thing from this one course, it makes me think about that and all this stuff. And then they sit there and they shoo you away. They treat you flippantly, your professor, and it's just like, okay, kid, get out of my face, right? Guess what happens? Some dumb bimbo walks up and she's like, oh, hey there, did you really mean this when you said that? Oh my gosh, I didn't understand. I can't believe, like, were you really thinking that? And like, I was like, I can't believe he's saying that. And they'll start rambling their stupid bullcrap, and you'll be sitting there and you're like, are you kidding me? Like, I'm paying to be here. My professor literally doesn't give two craps about me trying to go in depth on the material and the content that they're sharing, and then a dumb bimbo shows up right behind me, and then he gives her all the world. And it doesn't just happen with one professor, it happens with many. Okay? It happens with many in different ways. It's not the same story every time, right? But it happens in its own minutiae. What professors really like is if you start reinforcing their political stances that they start sharing through class as well. If you're like, oh yeah, you're right, you know, men and women really are the same, or, you know, oh you're right, like women really were oppressed and blah blah. If you start reinforcing their stupid bullcrap, then they'll listen to you longer. But again, these people are adult children, the professors and the students both, and the entire system is bloated. It's all a waste of time. You're spending asinine amounts of money to waste your time. You're going through a university system to do what? Really, let's just be honest, to be indoctrinated to, and then as you're being indoctrinated to, they just skim over the real content that you paid money for. And they bloat it up to the point that you are spending months instead of weeks on information that only takes, realistically, weeks to comprehend and to fully utilize and fully learn. The amount of time that you are wasting going to university, and this is what I will tell you right now. Throughout your time taking university, right? Let's say you take let's say you take, I don't know. How many courses would you take? Really, it's up in the air. But like, I don't know. Let's say you take, you know what? It doesn't matter. Just forget what I'm saying there. It doesn't matter about the number of courses. I'm just going to say it right now. University should only take somewhere between a year and 2 years, depending on the field you're in. Certain fields are going to take longer than others. But depending on how much information is within that field, you should only be at university for 1 to 2 years. Because there's only that much information. And there should be no breaks. There should be no summer break. There should be nothing. Just take your classes and finish it. 1 to 2 years. I could see with certain sciences, maybe 3. But I doubt it with that. Again, it should never take 4 years. The fact that you are ever at university for 4 years means they are scamming you. You should only be at university for most degrees 2 years. Learning information as quickly as I told you, you're learning it, right? I'm taking a course on something psychology, let's say. Should only take me 2, maybe a half weeks to get through that course. Let's say maybe I'm taking a course on astrophysics. That should take me a month. Alright? And that is it. It does not take that long to do these courses, and it doesn't take that long to learn this information.
Hey, hold up a sec, guys.
What's up?
We need to talk about Ganabelt. This guy can control both light and lightning. And I've heard his swordsmanship is unrivaled.
I'm not surprised. He is one of the top lords after all.
That's not all. He also has these weird little gadgets that he likes to use.
Gadgets? You mean like some kind of a Renan weapon?
Probably. He's got a bunch of these things that hover all around him. They're supposed to protect him from attacks coming in at any angle.
I take it there aren't any blind spots then.
Nope. Which is why I plan to bust down his defenses from the front.
What? Why? Isn't that where his defense will be the toughest?
That's why it's worth attacking. Once I poke a hole in that bastard's defenses, the rest of you can tear it wide open and give him hell.
All right, we go with your plan, Law. Now let's get going. It's about time we got revenge for Zephyr.
Okay, I don't remember Shionne being this, like, withdrawn, and I don't know why she's being so moody all of a sudden in this second act of the game. Because in the first area, she wasn't this moody. So I don't know, maybe she just doesn't like a lot of people, right? Maybe she likes the main character, but she doesn't like all these extra people. I guess that's what it is. Yes, anyways, as I was talking about, that's the issue with university, though. That's why everybody's bored, because you're not learning. That's why everybody's bored. You're not learning, and they're wasting your time. When someone wastes your time, what do you think happens? People get bored. It's literally what happens. When people know that their time's being wasted, they get bored. When it's obvious to someone that the value to which they're being presented by is not equal to the investment of their attention, then they check out. And that's what university is. You go there, they take an arm and a leg and, you know, all of your organs to just share with you simple information. They make a whole freaking circus out of being a freaking student. And people wonder why they're bored at university, why they're bored learning. It's because these people are wasting your time. It's because you're going to a circus and the clown has stopped juggling. Or, you know, he keeps on juggling for longer than 3 minutes and you're bored. It's like, okay, we get it. You're juggling, bro. You're juggling. It's either the clown stops juggling, or they just keep on juggling, and it's like, okay, the act is over, bro. Like, we get it, you can juggle, right? Okay, we get it. You got eaten out by the freaking tiger. Good for you. Okay, what's your other trick, bro? The tiger ate you, and you're somehow not dead. Okay, what else? And they just reuse, or they drag out, right, a 10-minute show into a 3-hour show. That's university. It is so boring. It is such a waste of time. And this is what's terrible, is that think about the men who have made the most impact throughout history. And this is really, like, this right here is the hook and sinker. This is the freaking death blow to everything I'm talking about. The most innovative men, the most ingenious men all throughout history, guess what they did? They were bored and they were impatient. So they went out there and they found the information. They went out there and they made the information expedient. That's what they did. They went out there and they got interactive with the information and they made it fast. You can learn information quickly, right? You can pick up information, go to where the information is. If you want to learn information quickly, you have to go where the information is. So if there's a book, right, that shares with you the raw information that you're looking for to learn, then you can pick up the book and probably read it in like 20 minutes and be like, okay, there we go. I can now make time travel. And I mean it, literally time travel. You can go make it. You just need to find the book that has the freaking information in it. But like, what's the issue with a lot of everything in civilization? We blow everything up, right? In order to feel like you're getting a good book, a fictional book that you're reading, a lot of authors, what they do is they will bloat up their stories so that they can fill out 100,000 words, so that they can charge you $10, so that they can justify it. No, just give me a good story and I'll pay for it, right? I don't care how long it is. And that's what modern games do now too. They bloat up their content. They bloat up how long it takes to get from place A to place B. They bloat up all the side quests. They bloat up how long it takes to finish the main quest lines by making it take forever to get everywhere. There's so many games that bloat up their content so that they can justify the price tag. Just give me a good experience. I don't care how long it is. Just do not bloat up the experience is all. Make your game have sizable content, right? But don't bloat it up. There's a balancing act to all that. And I get it. Sometimes it's difficult within certain games to make a bunch of content for certain developers. So again, there's a certain balancing act, there's a median that you can, or some sort of waypoint that you can reach. But the problem is, everything is about bloat now, right? Let me go on, let me add fluff, right? And that's what university is about too. It's like you do a lot of assignments in university or any higher learning of any kind, and it's all bloat. It's how long can I just spin my wheels in this assignment until I fill out the pages that they want me to fill out, rather than being as compendious as possible as I share the information, right? So it's like, as I'm sharing the information with you about, let's say, astrophysics, I should be as compendious as possible. I should do everything in my power to make information that's 5 pages 4 pages, right? I should make it as effective and efficient as possible for you to learn the information and give to you all the vital information and remove all the bloat and remove all the fluff. That's my job as someone learning information, is to make it as digestible as possible. But everything we do now in modern civilization is made for bloat. In some weird way, it's like functional obsolescence is what it is. So, That's why. That's why education sucks. And that's why no one likes education. That's why everybody can't wait to just get out of education. You have no clue how many people are like, oh, thank God I'm out of it. But it's like, well, there's nothing. I love learning, right? And I think a lot of people do love to learn. It's just that what you realize is that education nowadays, universities, are just, it's first class prison is what it is. It is a first class prison. Yeah, you know, there's that whole element to university that's about, basically it's an over-glorified party for 4 years. But let's just be honest. It depends on who you are, whether or not university is a party or not. And because some people, right, going through university is not a party for them. They can't afford university very well. So like they're groveling through the courses. The courses are boring and difficult to get through. And then once they get through the courses, right, they can barely make out much of a social life for themselves on top of staying in shape, right? Or not staying in shape. It's not that difficult, but like the point is, right? It's like, say that you give a crap about going to the gym, which, right, you should. But it's like, okay, then you're fitting a social life into that. And then you're also having to fit into it all a freaking job so that you can afford things. It's too many things to stay on top of. University is built to waste your time and makes everything that much more astronomically difficult. Again, a course that takes 5 to 6 months where you spend hours doing assignments that you don't learn anything from. You spend hours in lectures where there's nothing that you're learning in it. And you're spending hours then going home and reading the content or studying the content, right? Rewatching or experiencing the information that you studied, that you didn't learn, going to lecture, doing your assignments, whatever, right? You're spending all this time taking a course exactly like that, wasting all your time doing all this busy work, listening to a professor share their political thoughts or going through their life stories with you instead of teaching you information. And for some reason, you're sitting there for 2 to 3 hours, right? Depending on the course. You're getting bored out of your mind. It can literally just take you studying 1 to 2 hours a day on provided course content and material information for 2.5 weeks. Same thing. That is how much they're bloating it. You do not need to go to lecture. You don't need to be doing assignments. They don't even give a crap about the assignments. Again, it's busy work. If you told them, hey, can I get an extension on the deadline? I can't meet it. I cannot meet this deadline. I need more time because I'm having that much more information that I'm packing into the assignment. They tell you no, now you're punished, and now you're going to get a huge markdown. We will literally penalize your assignment by 50% because you wanted to spend more time with the information, which, by the way, what does that do? That is training you. That is conditioning you to realize, oh, I shouldn't give two craps about putting more effort into my assignments because literally they will punish me for it. Because it doesn't suit them that a student wants to go above and beyond. As if, right, receiving that assignment, let's say 6 hours later than the deadline, right? As if they even give a crap about it because they grade this stuff like a week later. You know? It's so ridiculous. Like literally, they'll grade it a week later. It's like you could literally, it's so ridiculous. Like again, it just shows to you in all the ways that they don't care. They don't want you to learn. They don't care how much you're learning. They don't want you to go above and beyond. They will punish you for it. And all of it's busy work, right? Studying for a test is busy work. You don't need to be doing tests. You don't need to be doing quizzes. Although I think if we revamped the education system, tests and quizzes could still be fine, but the way that tests and quizzes are now is completely broken. In all of education, it's not just university, but it's just like, I realized through all that, it's like, oh wow, okay, this is really making sense now how broken all of education is. Again, they waste so much of your time, and that's the entire point that they have, is to waste your time. The thing you realize is that you're paying. Okay, let me just make this point instead. You don't need to be doing the tests, you don't need to be doing the quizzes, you don't need to be doing the assignments, none of this stuff teaches you, and you don't need to be attending the lectures or the group projects. All this stuff is a waste of your time. It's like what? There's nothing you're learning by doing this. What, do a group project so that you learn how to work with other people? Hello, I went to freaking kindergarten, okay? I've done team sports. I know how to work with people, you freaking moron, okay? You literal high education retard. I've done simple things in my life to already understand how to work with other people. It's very easy, actually. I can teach you. If you think it's so difficult that I have to do a useless assignment or group project in university to learn how to work with people, if that's what you think needs to do it, then I should be teaching you. Not you, me, you. I should be teaching you how to work with other people, because clearly, for some reason, you don't understand simple crap. That's the issue though. It's so many layers of wasting your time. There are things that you fully understand how to do, and they make up excuses of why you need to do that thing, right? Group projects waste of time. All this stuff wastes of time. None of it is for a good reason, and none of it is so that you learn. All of it is so that you stay, you keep your butt in your high education, or let's say your high class prison that much longer, right? It's high class prison, right? Because you're spending a bunch of money to be in prison. That's what it is. And that is why everyone is bored in university. You are basically in a Mad Max cell. Going to university is equivocal to living your life in a Mad Max cell. You're in there with the inmates, you're in there with the craziest of the crazies, wasting your time, you're bored, you're staring at a room that is complete, full on white, and you're going crazy. You're like, oh my gosh, what the frick am I doing here? Oh my gosh, everywhere I look, it's the same thing. It just drives you up a freaking wall. And that's higher education. It is a high-class prison. That's all it is. It's not even that fun either. Let's just be honest. Let's be honest about it for a second here, right? Everyone's spending all their time being miserable. How many college students are basically getting a degree in alcoholism, right? In weed, in all these freaking substances that take away your faculties is what they do. Everyone's trying to nullify themselves in university. No one actually wants to be there to learn and engage their mind with information. This is the other thing too that will happen when you're in university, and just shows how much of a freaking bullcrap experience it is. You expect that when you go to university, you're there with some of the brightest people in the country, right? Wherever you're at, in whatever country, you are with the brightest people. The studying and considering information, right? You are the soon-to-be intellectuals of the next generation, right? So what's happening? You try to talk to people about course material and content, and you get blown off. Everyone's bored. Everyone would rather talk about the trip that they're going to go on, or whatever random excursion that they're going to embark on, right, for fall break or spring break or winter break or summer break, whatever break it is, everyone only wants to talk about, oh, you know, I'm going to go to this party. Oh, you know, I'm going to go on this vacation. Oh, you know, I'm going to go do this other thing that isn't learning or studying. Oh, you know, I'm going to go, or what? Or it could be, oh, you know, bro, I was looking at this meme, or, oh, you know, haha, look at this little joke on, you know, the internet, or, oh, you know, Chelsea really sucked my, penis off really well, or something like that, right? And like everyone's talking about banging this person, banging that person. Like no one's talking about, and it's fine that people are banging and all that crap, but it's like no one wants to talk, like literally, nobody wants to talk about the information that you're studying and that you're learning. And people are super cold about it. And by the way, nobody knows what they're talking about either. You'll be going through a group activity, right, in a class, and 90% of the time you'll be talking to people and be like, you know, you're grasping with the information that you're learning. You're like, oh, do you know what that one thing is that we're talking about here on this thing? And they're all like, no clue. Nobody has a clue on any group project or any group assignment that they're doing either. That's the other thing. Nobody wants to talk about the information that you're learning. Nobody wants to grapple with the information that you're learning. They'll just blow you off, both the professors and the students. By the way, again, this is at expensive universities that people are doing this. And then, nobody, when we're all assigned to do something together, nobody has a clue what they're doing. Education is a circus, is a freak show. And no one has a clue what they're doing. No one has a clue what's going on. Nobody cares. The people being paid and the people paying. Nobody cares. It's a high-class prison. Really what it is, it's a high-class socialism taxation prison. You're getting taxed for information that really is only worth $100, and you're spending what? Thousands of dollars to waste your time and for people to treat you like crap. That's all a university is. And also to get your bachelor in alcoholism and weed. That's it. That's all it is. Literally all. Oh, and I'm sorry. And also debt. Getting your bachelor in debt as well. It's all it is. And all of that is just going to cost you money down the road. You know, you being on weed and being some weed addict, that's going to cost you money. Alcoholism is going to cost you maybe your life, also money. Debt is going to cost you a ton of money down the road. This is the question you have to ask. What the frick does university even do for you? Literally, what's the point of it? And that's the issue. Modern education is broken. It's not about education anymore. It's about the social experience that really is, it means nothing, it's worth nothing. It's an over-glorified prison experience. It's all it is. It's prison if it looked pretty and the people that you're around were largely prettier than your average prison. That's it. That's all it is. It's a pretty, okay, that's what it is. It's a pretty prison for pretty people. It's, again, okay, there's a lot of ugly people at universities. But again, it is, though, a pretty prison for pretty people. That is what universities are. If we're going to really reduce it down to what it is. And then you include in there some of the weirdos and the idiots and the degenerate freaks, right? All the woke tards and all that nonsense. Because there's enough of that on campuses, so. So silly. And that's why everyone's bored. That's why everyone's bored in education. It's a waste of time. That's why.
Cannibal!
It's about time. I was beginning to worry you jumped ship like the rats you are.
You're not so fortunate. We're here to end you.
Whoa, the lip syncing, bro.
To avenge Zephyr.
You talk big, but don't you think you're forgetting something? Of your precious resistance groups, whether the Silver Swords or any others, none have ever
Why is
dealt
this
the
guy
blow
so
of
gay?
domination. In each and every realm, the story is the same. Until you, who wields the blazing sword of Calaglia, are different.
News of Balsef's defeat really took the wind out of your
Balsef.
sails.
That brute? A bad case of brawn over brain. Certainly no loss to me. Still, even the smallest of sparks can grow into an inferno. I must give precedence to the task at hand, extinguishing you. Snuffing out your fire before it spreads across the 5 realms.
The 9 realms.
He can't be.
Rinwell?
Nothing.
He's turning into Ganondorf.
I, Ganondorf Valkyris,
Ganondorf.
Lord of Cislodia, accept your challenge. Come and meet your
Gandalf and
death.
Ganondorf combined into one.
Pay for what you did to my...
He's going Super Saiyan. He's fusing like a Pokemon. Ganondorf. He's turning into Ganondorf. Ganondorf the Bleak.
Father!
The feisty mouth wishes to
What did I...
find the
Oh?
teeth, does he?
I never...
I'm gonna do this myself now.
wanted to serve you. I had no choice.
Your mom had no choice. On these nuts.
And you.
Get lost.
Not in your dreams.
Rust on my blade. And where are you going?
Watch it.
Water, hear my call!
Get lost. Blink and you'll miss it. Get
In
lost.
here. Here's a healing arm. More for the stockpile. I never miss.
And this guy just moves all over the place, doesn't he?
This to me. I'll take him down.
First
I
aid.
really owe you
Sealed.
one.
Hear my call.
You've done it. Blink and you'll miss it.
I think I need to level up more. Oh dear God.
Air craft. Hear me. Glacial sphere. Go pierce evil.
First strike.
Freeze light.
Alright, you know what? Just do it. Game. I don't care. Okay, I do have to mention this, by the way.
I owe you one. Shut him down.
Take this.
Raging
Harder.
into the shadows.
Blink and you'll miss it.
There's not really that much special about this story, if I'm being completely honest. This story does feel very cobbled together, right? It feels like random things happen. The way that we work up towards each of these bosses in the game, it's way too expedient. Everything happens way too quickly.
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
It's one contrivance to the next, is what the story is.
Now you see what I can do.
Where are you going?
I'll be saving. Not on my watch.
And where are you going? I think not.
Ganondorf!
The barrier's been broken.
Everyone, focus your attack!
Passed out.
Pay for what you did. Dragon Shout. That's the spot.
Gale Force. More where that came from.
Blink and you'll miss it.
I can carve through armor.
Get lost.
Water, hear my call!
Rising Wyvern.
I'm on it.
Yo, this is a difficult fight.
Here's a healing arm. Can't heal you forever. You all right?
Yeah, I'll be okay.
Goodness gracious.
You'll be rust on my blade. Get lost.
Here I come. You picked the wrong fight.
Lightning orb.
Holy crap.
Astral energy. Full throttle. Raging cascades. Lunar blast.
the
He's
despair.
channeling astral energy.
Damn it! Can't get any closer!
If this keeps up,
Demon Fang!
Gemini Aqua.
Big blast!
Searing Flame.
Watch the depths of despair consume thee. Double Demon Fang!
Lightning
To command
Blade.
all the astral plane.
So it's a double demon fang.
To expire into nothing.
Pretty cool.
Demon Fang! He stands bathed in heavenly light. Demon Fang!
back into the fray.
Demon Fang!
But we have to attack each one?
For the gates of hell.
Oh my gosh.
Divine lightning! Double Demon Fang! Eat dirt!
In here, take it.
The end is imminent! Indignation! Insignificant worm! Now return to dust!
Light astral energy.
If we take another assault from that arc, we're done for.
That mirage he creates, it can channel all of its energy.
Then I guess we gotta get in quick and hit him hard!
This can't be happening.
Back to the dirt where you belong!
I don't know if we've got this. This is looking a little bit... What could I have done to further grind? It feels like we're not doing enough damage. I need to change up my abilities because they suck.
You'll pay for what you did to my father!
The feisty mouth wishes to
Alright, there we go.
bite the hand that feeds, does he?
I never wanted to serve you! I had no choice!
Dance in the wind. I'll be saving this one.
Destruction!
Light astral
I owe you
energy.
one.
More where that
Thunder!
came from. I'll fix you up.
I owe you one.
Here's a healing arc. First
I
aid.
really owe you one.
Double Demon Fang!
Light astral energy. Raging
Storm!
Searing
And where are you
Flame.
going?
Here's a healing arc. In here. First
I
aid.
owe you one.
The AI is so stupid.
Attack!
Leave this to me. I'll take him down. Watch it!
Ow.
Mirage!
Here's a healing arc.
Eat dirt!
More where that
I
came
can
from.
carve through
First
armor!
aid.
I really owe you one.
Double Demon Fang!
I'll crush you!
For real.
Like this! Tenebrous Claw!
My gosh. You really went in on him. Direct, son.
Air thrust. Double toss. Lightning.
Where are you going? Lightning
Thunder.
Falcon!
Here's a healing arc.
Blink and you'll...
Alright, that is terrible. Oh shoot, no, that's... Wait, what? That is way better. Okay. I'm happy with that.
You're mine!
Lightning condemns. Hear me. Flame of fury.
I'm on Sword Rain Alpha!
Hear my call.
Not now, not ever!
First aid.
Can't move!
That's abyss. Thunderblade.
Blink and you'll miss it!
Here, let me help you. First aid. Lightning orb.
Swallow Blade!
In the wind. Air thrust. Light
Where are you going?
Air thrust. Dragon shell.
Dude, this guy is so difficult.
It's mine. Dance in the wind. Into the shadow. Seal.
Blow away!
You know, I kind of have to say it. So, right, I think the story is a little bit convoluted. I think it's cobbled together. I think they force a lot of things to happen that do not need to happen. I don't think this is a very... What the heck is that? Wait, it's not letting me do anything. What? And I think they force a lot of things in that are very convoluted. Okay, now it works. I think they force a lot of things in though that are very convoluted. And again, it doesn't need to happen in the story, but they make it happen in the story.
He's channeling astral energy.
Damn it! I can't get any closer.
If this keeps up,
What is going on? The camera's all over the place.
Of despair consume thee. It's over. I, who commands all the astral planes. Whilst thou art cursed to expire into nothing.
Whilst thou...
Who stand bathed in heavenly light. Whilst thou cowers before the gates of hell. Come forth, defying lightning. Rising wyvern. The end is imminent. Indignation.
Yep.
Let you all down.
Insignificant worm. Now return to dust.
if we take another assault from that art, we're done for.
That mirage he creates. It can channel all.
How do we fight him on that? I might lower it. Oh my gosh. It's not worth doing.
To the dirt where you...
You'll pay for what you did to my father!
The feisty mouth wishes to bite the hand that feeds, does he?
I never wanted to serve you! I had no choice!
In here.
So, I think a lot of elements of this game's story is largely unnecessary, wherever they've pushed it so far. The thing that keeps me in it is that this game has a traditionalist frame. So, the women are women, the men are men. The gender roles are largely understood and presented authentically. This doesn't overwhelmingly feel like degenerate trash, so I like it for that reason. And by the way, modernity is so bad right now that a game with as many plot contrivances and plot conveniences as this game, I'm able to put up with it because of how bad everything is nowadays, right? But if this game came out back in like 2013 or 2011 or even 2009, this game's story I would say is like a 6 out of 10, if not like maybe a 4 or 5 out of 10. Like the reason that, like, here's the main thing that's keeping me in this story. It's the fact that Shionne is a hot chick. Literally the only reason I'm interested in the story. I'm also gonna say it, I don't think the combat is that fun to interact with. I think it's way too limiting. There's so many skills for you to use, but they only allow you to use basically 3. And they're not rewarding enough. The damage I do because of my skills is not high enough to reward me, the player, for using them. In a lot of ways, that's why I'm really frustrated when playing with the combat in this game. It's just not good enough. Using your skills doesn't do enough damage.
if this keeps up,
Whilst the depths of despair consume thee. I, who commands all the astral planes. Whilst thou art cursed
How are we supposed to destroy these things, man?
who stands bathed in heavenly light. I felt fine not too long ago. Whilst thou cowers before the gates of hell. Come forth, defying lightning. Take this! The end is imminent!
Really, dude? How do we deal with this?
Worm, now return to dust.
Searing flame!
If we take another assault from that art, we're done for.
That mirage he creates, it can channel all of his energy.
Then I guess we got get in quick and hit him hard.
Lightning down!
Laser!
Double season bang!
AI is not being careful enough.
Here's a healing art. Take care. First aid.
You paid for that! This should do it! Slash! My steel! Double this one's up!
A new lease on life.
The perfect blink and you'll miss it! Can't move!
Here, let me help.
I still got some fire left in me.
The perfect antidote
I'll bring you
Here
down.
goes! Raging caffeine! Seal!
You've done it! Not done blink and you'll miss it!
Really?
Try harder!
Ready to go.
Rage laser!
I'm out of ammo.
That's much better.
My steel!
Anything in armor is all mine.
Anyways, the damage that they offer to you by utilizing
An astral art?
That's my cue.
see, the issue is that, right, it takes a while to charge up being able to use these skills, but then the skills, they don't do enough damage when I do use them.
Where are you going?
I can carve through armor.
More where that came from.
By the power of water.
Is this it?
Downfall!
Dear God.
Water. Hear my call.
This should do it!
Glacial spear. Here's the evil.
Scurry about!
Breathe,
Destruction!
Lantern! Dance in the wind! Seal! I'll be saving this for the shadows!
So anyways, the combat's just not rewarding enough. Using these skills is an occasional usage option, but if I can only use these skills occasionally, it's limited to me. Then they need to do more damage, and they don't do a lot of damage. Honestly, it feels like they do barely as much damage as my basic attacks.
Destruction!
Oh, come on.
Dance in the wind!
Watch and weep.
Now,
You'll
I'll
be
be
rocked
this
by
way.
my blade!
In here!
Enough!
I'll bring you
make
back from
ash
depths
of
of
you.
this.
Here goes! More where that came from!
And you'll miss it!
Here's a healing art.
Get lost!
Here, let me help.
Take this!
First aid.
I will make ash
Seal.
of
Water.
you!
Hear my call.
Saving
The
this
blazing sword will be mine!
Let the marksman handle this.
I'm on a roll now.
Severing wind!
Here's a healing art.
Deep the despair!
Air first aid. Photon.
Now you see what I can do.
He's still going?
I'll finish him first.
You picked the wrong fight! Whilst the depths of despair consume you! Alpha!
I'll end you.
I, who commands all the astral plane, whilst thou art cursed to
How do you use your flame sword?
stand bathed in heaven,
I have not been able to figure it out.
whilst thou cowers before the gates of death!
I'll run you through.
Of course. Of course it is.
Insignificant worm! Now return to dust! You're mine!
Sweet cow.
Drink deep the despair!
If it's in the sky, I'm mine. Eat this. This one's mine.
Here I come! You're fair!
Back into the
Dear God. That was difficult. I had to really pump and dump my frickin' healing items. How am I gonna get them back?
Have you learned your lesson? No, not yet.
Oof, the lip syncing is off.
And my fellow brethren on Dahna, I will not.
Okay, this was definitely made for Japanese dub instead.
I've heard enough. Shut your stupid mouth and die!
Wow. That's funny. Those faces, man. That's funny. Soy boy moment. Bro, this guy's got the freaking fist of
Believe this
fisting.
cannot end this way. If I die, my subjects will.
It's like materia from Final Fantasy. Literally. That little ball. Who the F is this guy? Who cares about him? Oh great. The incompetent rebels win yet again in another story where people really, they like the enemy more. The enemy dresses better. Okay, can we just admit it? They're cooler.
It's over.
They're quicker to the point.
Still gone.
Focus on the positive. We defeated a lord, and under difficult circumstances too.
Focus on the positive.
I mean, yeah, you're looking at her.
Shionne.
And
Pretty
the Renans
positive to
ruled
me.
This world unimpeded for 3 centuries. Did you think there wouldn't be any sacrifices?
So Zephyr's life just doesn't matter? He's
Why
dead,
is this guy
Shionne.
such a,
Our friend
a soy
is
boy,
dead.
man?
We're fighting this damn war to keep people alive.
Come on now.
Yeah, you're right. This is a war.
So
Did you
stupid.
just realize that? Zephyr wasn't the first to die, and he sure won't be the last. If you can't handle that, Alphen, then you should run back to Calaglia. And when you do, just remember to leave the blazing sword here, in safer hands.
What's that supposed to mean?
The lip syncing so off. I don't think it was this big of an issue in the previous scenes.
Damn it. She just thinks she can say whatever she likes.
Why does he
Bickering among
think like
ourselves at a
and
time like
behave
this
like a
isn't gonna
woman,
get
bro?
us Anywhere.
And she behaves and thinks like a man. Literally.
Especially at a time like this.
And what's with the melodrama?
Right. Fine.
It was kind of a weird execution on the scene.
So much for Ganabelt. Good riddance.
You said it.
So, was the Lord of Calaglia like Ganabelt too?
No. Balsef was huge, a real tough guy act. Now that I think of it, His crest was different too. His was a flaming cross.
The Antichrist.
I see. Anyway, what do you guys plan on doing from here?
We keep moving. 3 Renan lords remain, and we won't rest until their thrones are empty as well. That work for you, Shionne?
Bro, she's still soaking. You know
That was
it.
my end game from the beginning.
She wants it so bad.
If it's not too much trouble, could I maybe come along?
Isn't Cyslodia your home?
I mean, yes, but it's just, now that everyone knows what I've been hiding, well, it might be best to get as far away as I
Okay,
can
honestly,
until it all
you weren't
quiets down.
really hiding it that well. You hang out with a
Is that
freaking
okay?
owl. You're kind of
I
weird.
promise I'll pull my own weight.
You're wearing overfitted, oversized clothing
Sure.
like a wizard
You're welcome
kind of
to join
does.
us.
Taking off, huh?
And look how big
Yeah,
the hoodie
Thanks
is.
for everything.
It's too bad. I wish there was more we could do to pay you back for all you've done. I'll see to it personally that Zephyr's remains reach Calaglia safely.
What's next for Cyslodia?
I honestly couldn't tell you. The enemy infiltrated its way right to our core as a people. Only time will tell if we can rise above our suspicions and come together.
Zephyr once told me that so long as you don't give up, there's no wall that can't be torn down.
Sounds about right. And thanks to you, the greatest obstacle that was in our way is now gone. I suppose the rest of it will be up to us.
I look forward to seeing how far you'll go.
Oh, I almost forgot. Before you head off, there's something I wanted to give you.
Wow, look at you. You scrub up real nice.
It was a parting gift.
It's like speaking to one of the old Dahnan heroes from legend.
Where to next?
Yeah, that's
then?
right. Now get on your knees.
Yeah. You're really going to travel in that thing?
Why not? It's not as heavy as it looks. Actually, there's someone I was hoping we could invite along with us.
Your mom? Shionne's mom?
You can't be serious.
Yo, could we double team Shionne and her mom? I'm down. Typically, hot chicks have hot moms.
Got someplace to be?
Not really. I mean, I can't stay here, of course. And again, there's no one waiting for me back in Calaglia either. Plenty of ditches along the road. Maybe I'll find one to die in.
True.
How
Good
about a
luck.
fresh start?
Why is he
After
dressed?
the kinds of things I've
What
done,
is going?
I don't know where I'd even begin.
What is going on with his outfit, bro?
Your father said that as long as you
Why are you
face the
showing
past,
skin?
there's hope.
You're a weirdo.
I
Weirdo.
think it might be a little late for that.
He also said he'd fought and lost all his life, but didn't regret it in the slightest. It's only over when you
Yeah.
give up.
Anime.
Keep
Yeah.
fighting, and even that wall inside you can be brought down.
Yeah, that's why I keep telling my girlfriend.
Don't you want to see what your dad saw on the other side of that wall? What he was fighting for?
We can break down Shionne's mom's walls.
Do you think I'm even worthy to?
Who am I kidding? We're gonna go clap Shionne's
That's
cheeks.
for you to decide.
Yo, get over here, Shionne. What are you waiting for?
I'm sick of losing everything I love. Of running from life. Maybe all that's left is to just turn around and face it. Count me in.
thought you'd never finish. We've still got a ways to go.
Here we go, Hoodle.
Oh gosh, the crazy chick is talking to her freaking owl again. Don't do math, kids. We befriended him? Well, of course we have. We befriend everybody that we speak to.
This armor was a gift from Bregan. What if it really did belong to a Dahnan hero once upon a time?
What, is it from a previous
Challenged
game?
an overwhelmingly powerful Renan foe and perished for it. I wonder how he felt having the hopes of the people riding on him.
I know, he's probably as much filled with soy as you are. You can't say that. My feelings are hurt. Don't you get it? That guy died. No.
Hey, did you make off with that armor while none of us were looking? Because I've gotta admit, you look pretty snazzy in it.
He didn't steal it, if that's what you mean. Bregan gave it to him as a parting gift.
Ah, right. Although it makes sense, I guess. It's like a symbol of rebellion in its own way.
Which is why it should have been your father.
It's like a
with this,
feminist
not me.
armor set,
I don't
isn't
know.
it?
I don't think he could have pulled it off like you, man.
I wonder what the last wearer of this armor was dreaming of for Cyslodia when they decided to rise up and fight.
Who knows? Anyone who could have answered that is long gone. Truth is
Uh.
always lost with the departed.
Shionne? Hello? Shionne? Oh dear God. Oh my gosh. I'm just gonna take a freaking nap real quick. BRB. Okay, so actually though, what do I do? Is it just broken? Oh my gosh, I hope it's saved. Alright. So you want to know though what other game I was talking about earlier? That I have a huge issue. The more successful
I think it's safe to rest here
and the
now.
more popular that it's become, that game has also been hijacked. You have these loser weirdos who demand to be pandered to, and they will make up every reason until Sunday as to why attractive, sexualized women are unacceptable. And what it comes from is Persona 5 is another example with Catherine. You have these weirdo losers who sit there and they're like, oh my gosh, why is she in a latex outfit? Like, why are they fetishizing her and her attractiveness? Oh my gosh, like, right? Her whole story about being like sexually abused by the gym teacher, and then they just go out of their way sexualizing Anne. I keep calling her Catherine. Whatever. Oh my gosh, what is wrong with these developers? It's 2020. This is unacceptable. How dare this ever happen? Don't they know that this is just so outdated? Oh my gosh. Freaking losers, dude. These freaking little punk weasels. I cannot stand these freaking... These losers who want to turn everything that we love into dog water horse crap. And there's already elements of wokeness. Tons of underlying wokeness in Persona 5 not Tactica. Persona 5 though, in Persona 5. But, you know, at the very least, the thing that's really good, and also layers and layers upon layers of weak writing, but still, regardless of the fact, Persona 5, one of the best elements about that game is the fact that Anne is hot. right? It's this chick with a busty rack, and she's in this sexy little like demon stripper's outfit, right? It's freaking hot, bro. She's amazing to look at. Like, frick. She is just a walking hard-on, you know? And, these weirdos, they literally think there's something wrong with a woman being sexualized and looking attractive and hot. But again, these are losers. These are fat losers who sit there in real life. They're ugly and they're fat in real life. So when they see an attractive female in a video game, they start clutching their pearls, right? Because they eat so many freaking chicken nuggets. You know, they're having a hard time breathing, looking at Anne, and they're like, I can't believe this. It's so unacceptable. Oh my God. And then they die, but then they wake up just in time before they die for real to type in on Reddit, I can't believe Anne is a character. This is so unacceptable. Oh my God, I'm so offended. I'm clutching my pearls right now. Oh, shut up. Freaking losers. If you want everyone to be fat, lame, and gay, go make your own freaking game. Go make your own characters, alright? But leave us normal people. Leave us alone. Leave us alone. Hate him with a seething passion, bro. Goodness. What they want to do, they want everybody to be gay. They want everybody to be lame. They want everybody to be fat. And again, they want everybody to be freaking gay. And they want women to be ugly. As ugly as the people complaining.
Hey, did you make off with that armor while none of us were looking? Because I've gotta admit, you look pretty snazzy in it.
He didn't.
Right.
Which is why it should have been.
I don't know. I don't think he could have pulled it off like
Are
you
these
did.
like
I
recap
wonder what the last wearer of this armor was dreaming of for Cyslodia when they decided
comic
to rise
pages or
up and
something?
fight.
Who knows? Anyone who could have...
Are you saying there's no point in trying to understand why they gave up their lives?
No. Only that it's impossible to know for sure.
That's true.
Look, I can tell
Why
you're
is she the
concerned
most
about Cecilia's
practical
future,
individual? She's a
but we
woman.
do have other things to take care of.
And is she single?
You
Like
can't
right now,
shoulder
on the
all of
spot.
The world's problems, Alpha.
I want her.
If you try
I
to,
claim this one.
you'll only
I'll
find
marry
yourself
this one.
buried by the weight of it all.
My property.
Yeah, I know. My path is forward, and I'll do what I can, here and now.
If she starts talking down to me, bro, I'm gonna have a raging hard on.
You were born in Calaglia, right?
Sorry, not
Mom?
to me. She starts speaking down on other
Yeah,
people.
It's scalding
Not me.
hot all the time there. So I was shocked when I learned Cyslodia is the exact opposite. Not to mention dark.
Not anymore, thankfully.
How did you even manage to cross the border between realms?
Oh yeah, she's
All
an
5
illegal.
realms are
It
supposed
just
to be
comes in the
closed off
DNA.
Due to the nature of the crown contest.
What? Is this an interrogation now?
I didn't mean it like that. I just figured if a Dahnan like you was able to slip between realms, it could come in handy later.
What, jumping over the wall?
I don't think I really did anything all that creative, though.
What? Don't tell me you climbed over the walls of fire.
Oh, hell no. Not even Zoogles could do something that crazy. Nah, I stowed away.
In what?
Oh, you'll like this. The realms don't maintain much contact with each other, but there are resources each is looking to trade for.
So you're a paddle
There are
boat.
cargo convoys from each of the lords
Illegal
that go
then.
around a few times a year to lend those
You
resources to
paddle
each other.
boated your freaking way over
I remember
here.
hearing about that. That was the only time the gates of Calaglia would ever open up.
Right. Obviously, they don't let Dahnans ride with them, so I snuck on board inside some cargo instead.
So you were carried out of the realm? You did great not getting caught. Way to go.
Way to go being an illegal. Good
Let's
job,
just
you
say
committed
I've
a
always had
crime.
knack for sneaking around since I was little.
Good thing you're one
I
of the
was
good
also
ones,
really
right?
Desperate to get the hell out of Calaglia at the time. I had more guts than brains that day. If I had to guess, I
Like most
probably wasn't the
illegals?
first
Okay,
one to
got
ever
it.
Do something like that, Dahnan or Renan.
I wonder if that's how Ganabelt, was able to hear about what happened in Calaglia so quickly.
So in other words, we should always assume that the enemy is informed about whatever it is that we may be up to, wherever we go.
True. Now get on your knees, Shionne. Frick, I've been waiting all game for this. Why doesn't she just cut to the frickin' chase? Bro, she's soaking wet in every frickin' scene. Even when she's upset, she wants me.
Always good to be back in familiar territory. Oh! I guess.
All right.
How's this?
Oh. How's this?
Wow. Thanks. I was wondering why she'd gone quiet. She's still eating.
She's a fatso, bro. It's gonna balloon up in like 3 years. You're gonna marry a fine piece of and then she's gonna balloon up. She's gonna turn into a land whale. You're gonna be like, what happened to my fine piece of and then when you look in the mirror, you're gonna be like, oh my gosh, she turned me fat too. Oh no. And then that's when you load up all of her pictures from when she was thin, and then you just beat off to those.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, this guy has been thinking about his clothing for like 17 moons and 19 days. Go make sense of that one. Called the time paradox. Get with it, biatch. Alright, we're out of here. I don't want to talk to these people. I don't want to hang out with these people. I don't want to know what their mothers are up to. I mean, unless they're single. Then we can talk.
We finally made it.
Your mom finally made it. After she suffered on these nuts. A lot of biatches around
All we
here.
have to do is get rid of that thing,
Quite a
right?
few.
Ow!
You got
How about this?
You made quick work of them.
Want me to pick up your
Oh, that's cool.
Just pointing it out.
These little ones are hardly worth our
Are
time.
those rocks
Let's
and
talk
skin?
more pummeling.
Cut them apart here.
He'll smash you.
A lot of it's buried, but some of it could still be usable.
Only if we drive off the Zoogles, though. Is the area worth the trouble? I suppose we won't be running out of work anytime soon. We've reached our destination.
Yeah. Sorry. Damn it. Hey.
Who is this made for?
Gotcha.
Right.
I mean, is this supposed to be enlightening stuff? Is this supposed to be like, wow, I'm getting smarter as I listen to them speak?
Someone who just went on a wild goose chase.
Hey, when you're free, there's no need to sweat the small stuff.
Oh, it's no skin off my nose. But if we're done
What?
here already, can we get back to our mission?
Getting off your nose. Can I see it?
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Oh, by the way, that is exactly what I was talking about, though. It's games like Persona 5, right? Where the games got big, more and more people started liking it, became more and more mainstream, and, you know, they do the thing that they do the horrible sin for loserdom, or sorry, they committed the horrible sin that for those of loserdom loathe, and that they see that, which is they put attractive women in their games. So you can probably expect Persona 6, if that comes out ever, to have ugly women. Let's just be honest, ugly or desexualized women where we can barely see any breast size. And if we do see breast size, they're completely zipped up, right?
Right.
Well?
Well, let's just be honest.
Got it.
Right.
Girls start sexualizing themselves the second they hit puberty, which is like typically somewhere within their tween years, right? From the very moment it starts, they're sexualizing themselves. And the thing to understand, right, is that it's always these loser females who never either hit their sexual peak, they hate their own sexual peak, or they're jealous of other girls and their sexual peaks that either came sooner or they just have a better sexual peak than the ugly ones. Those are the ones who are the most offended of attractive women in games. The sexualization starts soon, it starts fast. And for the girls that can't keep up, they're the ones who end up becoming the most embittered, and if they see an attractive woman in any game, they freak out. Because their prepubescent mind is freaking out that they never, throughout puberty, achieved anything that their competition did, right? And so then they start demanding that everybody else lives in their crappy reality.
We've reached our destination.
Is that the Zoogle we're looking for?
Out of our way!
Ready!
Here I come!
Water!
Do it! Just the jump!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
See you continue on in that
Whatever you
game.
do, just stay away from
Yes,
the
my
force.
lady?
Something you wanted to say?
You made quick work of them.
Want me to pick up your...
Just pointing it out.
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Well, we're on the home stretch now.
Don't take your eyes off the prize.
I'm quite aware without you reminding me.
On Shionne? You mean?
Luna Rondo!
Luna Rondo. Cool.
All we have to do is get rid of that thing, right?
Little help!
Burn in hell!
Flame! Reload! Confiscated!
Big blast!
Water! Raging cascade! Now, it's like trying to keep up with the
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Whoa.
Right.
Oh, that's
next
cool.
One.
Already on it.
Fred, this one's mine.
Pierce through!
Up in it now. Here, let's go. This ends
You know, I don't really know how I think about it. I notice a lot of games nowadays are going for cinematic gameplay rather than gameplay. Right? Gaming gameplay. Instead of that, they do cinematic gameplay. It's a thing I notice all the time.
I think it's safe to rest here now.
And I don't know what I think about a game that basically relies on you watching it like it's a movie to play the game. You know? It's cool. It's cool when you do that, but it's like, you know, it used to be like in Final Fantasy 15, Noctis would summon in these giant Goliathans, and then they would do this awesome cinematic where the Goliathan does this giant attack, right? And it's so awesome, it's so cinematic, it's so cool. But that's every once in a while. It takes forever to charge it up to summon the power of the Goliathan, whatever it is, whichever, I forget what they're called in Final Fantasy 15 because they change the name of it all the time. Were they called primordials in that game? I forget. But anyway, basically to summon the gods of that world. But anyway, but now you've got games like Final Fantasy 16 in this game where I have like 5 different buttons to press that activate a little cutscene, right? A cutscene attack. And sure, it looks cool. And it looks cool every so often. I mean, you look at a game like Final Fantasy 16 and the abilities look really cool to pop off. But the problem is that it's like, okay, I'm not playing an actual game now. The combat in the game now just looks like an everlasting cutscene of me just watching a fireworks show the entire time. This game does that a little bit as well. It gives me so many buttons to press. They're like little mini combat cutscenes, and it's not me actually playing the game. So that's the thing I notice so often. I have a low-key problem with it. And you know, in full, I don't really know what I think about it. You can make me my mother. Scratch that, actually. Don't do that. Thank you very much. There's different ranks. So then that means that having a rank 3, why would I level this one up when it's not even good? What happens when I level it up? Oh, it just levels up the skills. It doesn't level up the emblem. That's terrible. Why would I bother with that?
I always loved the sound of hammers banging away.
You know what I love more than hammers banging away? Shionne on these nuts banging away. Okay, interesting still shot right there. A still shot photo.
We finally made it.
I'm gonna be honest, the world of this game really is not that interesting. It's just the hot chicks. That's like all I can really think of.
Hmm? Right.
Damn.
I guess.
Nice. We did it.
I wonder if something happened.
I'm waiting for him to pick out his clothes, and he won't do it. What the frick?
Oh, hey.
Right.
All right.
Cool story. Alright. Oh, yeah. So doing this quest is how we can get the key to unlock that door to fight that giant Zoogle, that giant dog. So, in that dungeon, that is what the video showed me. Alright, how the mother F do we get to where I want to be? How do we do it? Up here? Let's see. This chick's fat.
Yeah.
Hey.
Alright, that's another issue right here. We are assuming that the hero of this game is a good guy. And we're assuming because he has a pro-freedom position that he is the good guy of the world and of the story. Here's the thing, assuming that freedom is a good thing, there are many elements to a lack of freedom that builds strength of character and also resilience, right? I mean, that guy is just choosing to be a loser, being all like, you know, the bad things happened to my parents, and so because of that, right, I'm gonna be bad thing. And it's like, okay, well, you're just choosing to be a loser, right? There's plenty of people who think that way on other topics. Like, that's the entire purpose of like who Batman is. Batman lost his freaking parents, and so he became Batman, right? So you can choose to be weak or you can choose to be strong. It really is down to choice. But even if we don't want to look at it through that lens, it's like there can be all sorts of terrible things that happen, and it actually creates someone of greater character and worth and value than who they were starting out. And that's the truth of strife and struggle, is that, you know, outside of certain strifes and struggles, but let's just be honest, a lot of strife and struggle is what molds the greatness of men. The men who oftentimes they have to suffer through, or just they have to fight over more hurdles in life. It creates a much more complex and deeper character out of themselves. So to assume yourself to be a good man because you make the world safer or more coddled for other people, no, you're actually, what you're doing is you're creating weaker men. You're fighting, for one, their battles for them. That's number one. But number two, and so it's not that there's no battles to fight, by the way, or that there shouldn't be, or whatever. You know, it's not that there's anything wrong with this character having his battles, his journey that he's going on, right? But the problem is assuming that he's the hero because he wants to rid the world of harshness and severity. And the truth of the matter is like, as long as these characters have another day to live, and as long as they're, okay, that's not even what it is about, but in reference to this world, right? These characters have another day to live, but let's forget that point. Going through your struggles and your tribulations are part of what makes you a great man, and also it's what forces you to be a great man. Otherwise, you will choose complacency. There is nothing greater, no greater an impulse for a man to overcome and become something great when he fears by death the alternative, right? Or his own mundanity. So to assume that this character is a good guy just because of his stance of pro-freedom or whatever, and it's not even from like a all it really is for him is a pretty, it doesn't seem to be much of a conservative lens, more of a liberal, which is just anti-slavery. So that just shows the hubris and the blindness, though, of the main character. Because he's assuming that any strife or struggle or tribulations of this world that we see for these characters, we're acting like all of that, right, isn't the severe heat or the severe tension that will shape out a diamond. And ultimately, though, that's what the newer generations, that's what we've forgotten about. Yeah, hold on. I freaking needed water. Holy crap. But these newer generations, we have completely forgotten the value of strife and struggle and the value that comes behind how much growth there is and how much opportunity, right? That through the tension and through the rigorous difficulty of challenge, how much you overcome, how much more and how much greater you will overcome your odds. And I'll be completely honest, when you're completely complacent, you won't strive to overcome as greatly as when you have more hurdles and burdens set before you. And obviously there's a point where it's all too much. But again, there's no point in twisting the words I'm saying. You have to, though. You have to understand that when you are placed before a severe discomfort, you have nothing but a choice to make. The choice to make. When you as a man you're given no other option than to fight, that's when you will put your greatest efforts towards fighting. Is your only option, which is to fight. So to act like these characters and their struggles are such a bad thing, it's like, well, no. Because that could actually be what makes that individual become the height of who they could ever become. To prove to themselves the most of who they could be. And you won't do it otherwise. You won't do it when things are easy, and you won't do it when things are calm and comfortable. Now, of course, what I'm talking about also applies to different personality types. Certain types of personalities will make greater or less use of the things I'm speaking about. You know, some men, they have drive despite their struggles in life and in the world. And they will achieve great things despite how difficult things are made for them. And typically because they'll make their own difficulty through their productivity. They'll make their own difficulty through their productivity. Typically those are innovators, inventors. They don't need someone else, kind of putting, burning coal underneath their butt because they do that for themselves. But you have plenty of men who need, right? They need a villain in order to become the hero. Or there's plenty of men, they have to be persecuted for their weakness or for their inexcellence, or they need to be persecuted some way, some manner, somehow, in order for them to shape themselves up to become a hero or to become simply a strong and valiant man. It's only then that it can ever happen. Otherwise, you will be lost and you will be wanderless. Depends on the kind of man that you are, and most men let's just be frank, most men need to be dealt a stern hand, and they need to be forced to become. Put it more specifically, most men deserve slavery. And in that process of their deserved slavery, will they ever have the chance or the hopes of becoming anything better than their own mundanity? Because if they were left with their own mundanity, they would choose to enslave themselves to their complacency and their own inadequacy. Their best hope and their best chance of becoming anything greater than who they are now is by being forced to go through some kind of great tribulation. I realize that the modern era, we are so afraid of the idea of strife and struggle. We're so afraid of what it means to have to learn to become resilient. We are afraid of pain. And because of that, you have a lot of weak people, and you have a lot of weak-minded writers, audiences, people on every rung of civilization and society. You have a lot of weak people, and that's because they are afraid of pain, rather than being brave and courageous enough to welcome pain. You have to learn how to embrace and to confront pain if you ever wish to become greater than pain. And more specifically, you must learn how to harness pain if you ever wish to master pain. It is much more difficult, it's much more difficult performed, done, or mastered than it is said. But it has to be done. And it's always funny because it's always easier spoken and said than done, yes. But here's a funny thing. The second you achieve that thing that is easier spoken and said, the sooner, let's put it like this instead, actually. Once you achieve that very thing, which is easier spoken and said rather than done, you will realize how simple it is to do the thing that must be done, or to do the thing that is to be doing. There's a lot of people who have their own little tribulations in life, a lot of people who have their own little struggles. They can't really seem to master themselves, or they can't really seem to figure themselves out. It's so funny because the second that you do figure things out, you realize, oh my gosh, that was the answer the entire time. And you look back in hindsight and you're like, that was so silly. I was making such a big deal. I was having such a hard time coming to grips with something. And really all it comes down to is hubris and ignorance. That's the reason why most people suffer in their own life, is because of their own ignorance and their hubris. They can never really see, right? They always see the forest for the trees, and they're always the ones instead. Most people are the ones staying or stepping in front of their own way. And they don't realize how easy it is to fix most of your problems, most of your issues. It just really comes down to dedication. It also comes down to clarity of mind and also simplicity. Sincerity, a better word. The sincerity of information. That's the biggest one right there. Sincerity of information. There are plenty of people who will sell you a novel on a solution to a problem. But that novel, right, is going to waste more time for you and muddle up the message of the solution that you need, rather than just coming to quick acquisition of a paragraph for the solution you need, and it happens to encapsulate absolutely everything and every level, every element of exactly the world-changing information that will give you the solutions you're looking for. And a lot of the time too, it's people who have broken mindsets. You've been told to think away. You've been conditioned to think away within the world, within life. And it happens to not be true. And once you come down to the truest method available to yourself, or that there ever will be, then suddenly your problems disappear. And suddenly, once your problems disappear, you realize how artificial those problems really are. And that's ultimately really what I mean, is that a lot of people's problems are entirely artificial. Very few problems for people in their life are legitimate or even real. It just happens to be that a lot of people stand in their own ways. Or they are their own hurdle, or they are their own setback, whatever it is. They're ignorant towards something and it's keeping themselves back. Largely, that's the way it is. And once you overcome that ignorance, that's when clarity settles in. And obviously there are things that are larger issues that do not have to pertain to individuals, but when we talk about individuals and individualistic problems, that is the case with these situations here. Is that most people, right, they're so ignorant of themselves and of reality and of the world and the lies that other people tell them, that they do not realize how much that the other people's voices inside their head, or they themselves are the issue. And in that sense, a lot of people are not masters of their own home, largely because they're never willing to admit the truth to themselves of whatever it is that they are in absolute and persistent defiance, or I suppose denial over it. But whatever it is, they are decommissioning themselves of the solution in the end.
Thanks for letting me stick around, you guys.
Sure, we're happy to have you. But are you sure you don't want to head back to
Shut up, biatch.
Calaglia?
Yeah.
Whoops, I was muted. Alright, anyways, let's get right into it.
Where does that drawbridge connect to?
No idea, but I've seen it get lowered. It can't be lowered from this side anyway, so it's useless to us.
I totally forget what we were talking about, but whatever it was, anyways, right, the entire process of pursuing greatness is to engage with strife. And so assuming that you're a hero as a character because you're trying to alleviate other people's strife, well, you're robbing from them the maturity and the growing that comes with the I want to say the word indecision, but what comes with the indecision, I suppose, or the lack of options you have, right? The
This could be useful.
simplicity, or the shoot, what is the right word for it? I suppose the word would be expedience. The expedience that comes with being forced to make a decision rather than being forced
It'll be a breeze.
upon a decision.
Dragon swarm! Burn in hell!
We turned the tables on him.
There are still more left.
Right. No time to hold back.
Being forced to make a decision rather than taking your time on making a decision. That's the fundamental difference.
I think we might be getting too strong.
Isn't that good?
Play along, would you?
Phew. What a rush.
I won't forgive you.
Burn in hell! Swallow blade! I can carve through Rising Wyvern! Start up!
Whoops.
Mirage strike!
This one's mine.
Double demon fang! Demon fang! I'll run you through!
Glacial spear.
In
Here now.
Ridwell, astral energy, full throttle!
Certainly not bad.
No complaints here.
Oh, this looks nice and tough.
Your mom looked nice and tough. And then I broke through her. Lovingly, of course. And gently, of course. Okay, mostly gently. Okay, maybe not so much gentle, but you get the point. Anyways, though, the whole point of what I was getting to earlier is that this is the kind of character that creates weak men. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. And really, in some way, for being honest, there's a complete difference between two characters, right? The hero and the man that makes other men weak. By basically thinking and acting like a woman and trying to coddle the world. There is no benefit or good that comes out of coddling
Fish swimming around in this pond, huh?
Are they edible?
men.
Sure, they're edible, but we've got no way to catch any.
I hear a voice. Somebody's asking for help.
Hopefully it's nothing that'll be too hard to deal with.
Yeah, I see him. Yeah, yeah, I see you, bro. I see you. Oh my gosh, please. Such a... So silly,
Maybe
bro.
something's going on in the forest.
Oh, good. Oh.
What's wrong?
Really?
Ah!
Sure.
Hey,
Ah!
Right.
right. Nice work. What?
Hey!
Well? What? Shionne.
This feels like Yakuza humor right here.
What?
Very nice.
Boy, talk about a spry old man.
I can't wait to see him again.
You really liked that apple pie, didn't you?
I hate camping out.
And I love you,
Gotta break through.
biatch.
I'm on.
Light astral energy!
Eat dirt.
Dance in the wind! Reload! Seal! You
We are
I think I've started to realize that I have a lot of criticisms of this game. Like a butt ton of criticisms.
Leave the enemy's hearts to me!
no complaints here.
The writing is, as someone once said, and I agree with this criticism, I was thinking it was true at one point myself, and I think hearing someone else say it
I still got a ways to go.
kind of reconfirmed for me what I've been thinking. But it really does feel like they wrote this game for children, right? Either adult children or literal children or in the middle. But I don't know, right? Like, this game is clearly not made for kids, but it's clearly not made really for adults exactly. I mean, I'm just gonna be honest. I think this game was just basically made for people who never grew up. Because if the things that we see so far in this game seems deep to anyone, right? Then they clearly lack a whole lot of maturity. I mean, seriously, I always ask myself, like, how stupid is collective civilization becoming over time? Because just look at what older generations thought about. Look at what for them was the access to higher thinking and knowledge. Bro, this is child's play. A game like this and the things that it's talking about. This is you're trying to intellectualize common sense. That's what this game is. I'm really starting to question the maturity of these writers and also
as fashionable as you wouldn't know a whole lot about Dahnan armor, right?
whoever their
Not
audience
really,
is.
No. Like, what's with that scarf? I don't remember that being with any of the armor we found back there.
Oh, well, remember how you told me you thought I'd look good wearing some blue? I took your advice to heart and decided to give it a go.
Oh, I see. Well, it suits you.
Would you say I've learned to spruce things up like you suggested?
I wouldn't go that far.
Okay, biatch. You can get on your knees now. Get on your knees. My voice is freaking going, bro. It is totality right now. Totality, fatality. Oh my gosh. Yeah, my voice is... It's going. It's reached its totality. Seriously though, I'm at the point of where my voice really can't go much longer.
Good.
I've reached my fullest extent of use. Oh, of course we're gonna talk to Shionne.
Could we talk a moment?
What's up, girl? How you
Shouldn't you be
doing?
resting?
I wanted to talk with you for a bit.
Of course.
I don't really want to talk
Yo,
right now.
nice camera angle.
Right. I'll, stop bothering you then.
I didn't say you were bothering me.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Sorry. Don't take it personally. I'm just not used to being around other people, so I don't really know how to chit-chat.
Well, for a start, you
So she's autistic.
Hey, here's a thought. What if you tell me about your childhood?
What with my thorns and all, I didn't really have one. Not to speak of, anyway. Although, I guess I did have one friend.
These nuts.
Who was it?
A really old doll.
Oh.
When I was a little girl, the doll was the only thing I could touch and hold without worrying about my thorns hurting it. I would do things like dress it up or sit it on my lap when I was eating. The two of us were practically inseparable.
And then you killed it.
Can I ask something?
And that's what I would have done.
That I played with dolls?
No, it isn't. I only wanted to ask who gave you the doll in the first place.
I don't remember. It was a long time ago.
Where is it now?
I had to leave it behind when I left Lenegus. I didn't have a choice. Most likely it's long gone at this point.
It takes forever to get my freaking nuts sucked over here.
I think it's time we go to
Jeez. What does it take?
Morning. Ready to head out?
What are you waiting for, biatch? How many times do we have to have a conversation? Gosh.
Law?
Yeah, sorry. Just a little travel weary is all. Looking forward to finally getting out of here, you know?
Still beating yourself up about your dad, aren't you?
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't.
My dad used to beat me
That's not
up.
what I was just thinking about.
Oh?
I never did tell you how I ended up hanging around with the Snake Eyes, did I?
This is because of a
Properly.
busty chick, right?
All I know is you had a falling out with your dad and ran away from home.
Getting to Cislodia almost killed me. Once there, though,
You did it all
I
for a
actually
woman.
ended up joining a resistance organization, believe it or not. Of course, before long, someone ratted us out. And we were ambushed by the Snake Eyes. I'd never seen such brutality. If I hadn't surrendered...
Law?
I don't know why. They let me live. They made me watch as they butchered my friends right in front of my eyes.
They tickled them.
I still
to
have
death.
nightmares. I hear roars of Zeugles as my friends scream. The snow stained red with blood. And all the while, those bastards laughing. I thought that with Ganabelt defeated, I'd be able to put it all behind me. Turns out that was a little optimistic. I was terrified they would kill me too. So I wound up betraying the memory of my friends and getting my old man killed in the process. I wonder if I'm any braver now. What if one day I panic again and end up running away like always?
And leave us behind?
Then you can flagellate yourself, always.
I hope not.
Always a choice.
Who's to say what I'm really capable of?
Ah! I found you.
Something wrong, Rinwell?
How very perceptive of you. When I turned around, you were gone, so we came back to look for you.
Maybe tell us next time you decide to stop? We need all our manpower to face these Zeugles.
Men.
Hey, I can't help it when nature calls, can I?
Nature? Ew, gross! Here?
Let's make tracks, shall we?
I hope he makes it through this.
You invited him along. He's your liability.
He's Zephyr's son, Shionne. What was I supposed to do? Just leave him?
Fine. Just don't come crying to me about it, all right? I've got enough deadbeats slowing me down as it is.
Wow, okay, jeez. No freaking chill, huh?
Why did people dig this path so far underground?
Maybe it was too dangerous on the mountains for them to traverse over them.
So you're saying that before Dahna was conquered, Dahnans made this so that they'd have a way to get through the mountains?
Yes, that's what she's saying.
Yes, they might have even lived inside of these once upon a time.
Not like there's
So
any
they're
way of
dwarves.
knowing now. Not after all our history was lost.
No, it wasn't lost. It was stolen from us by the
Stolen.
Renans, because they thought slaves didn't need it.
No, they don't.
And because keeping it around would have made it harder to control us.
Kind of.
It's not all gone. Look at that over there.
Yo, I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of into the
It looks like a
supremacist
broken
chick.
piece from a dish or
The
something.
more she goes supremacist, I'm like, dang.
It's true the Renans
That's
erased
my
a lot of
wife.
our history. But if we look hard enough, I think we'll find there's still plenty of it left. But first, we have to win the freedom to even look for it.
We'll win it all right. Then we'll reclaim
Who
our
is this?
history.
Who is this made for? Dude, does this have something to do with the Japanese? Like, do they have some big deal where it's like someone took their history? Or is this literally black rights, absolutionist bullcrap? Where it's like, hey, Americans, you know, your whole thing about civil rights and how, like, you're always obsessed about it every freaking year, and you just won't shut up about this really boring, annoying freaking thing about race this, race that. Yeah, here, we're gonna make a game where we basically try to play off of your whole freaking racial politics and how you beat each other and yourselves over the head with it. Holy crap! Who asked? Who is this for? What is the analogy for? What is it for? The allegory, whatever. Metaphor. Balinka Linka Durgan. I'm gonna tell you this right now, bro, that the game's really not that good. Okay? Like, it's so weird to say this. I like this game because it's largely normal-ish. The storyline is woke. Alright, let's just freaking mother effing say it. The storyline is woke.
I guess Messia is the first place we met. Hala.
Yeah, I was a snake eye and you were a silver sword. Who would have thought we'd end up on the same team?
You make an odd pair, it's true.
You guys are the odd ones, running with a Renan.
Well, okay. Alright, Rick. I was actually about to stop it right there, but yeah, let's do this. Let's do this first. And then we can save it and we can continue this later. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know about this whole game is wokeness light. It's not even really light either. Like, again, I don't know in what mindset are they coming from.
Really bad feeling about this.
How woke is this? How non-woke is this? I mean, that makes no sense given the landscape of today. But the point is, and what I'm saying is, what parts are woke, which parts are not woke. I can't tell how woke they're trying to be with the whole slavery, not really argument, but position that these characters keep on speaking through or about. But I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, they just will not shut up about how our history's been taken. Oh my gosh, the bigots took everything. Oh my gosh, the bigots just won't stop. Why should we care? I'm gonna be honest. Why do I need to care about these liberal talking points?
I won't forgive you.
I kind of like the enemy designs in this game.
You got something?
Bet that shell's hiding something tasty.
Where are you going?
Oh, that's really weird to say. This game really oddly reminds me of Final Fantasy 16, like with some of the attack abilities. This is so Final Fantasy, very Final Fantasy 16. The way that the gameplay is cinematic combat. I almost wonder if there's like a breakaway group of people that were working. Maybe they had a temp job with Square Enix, so they worked on Final Fantasy 16 for a temporary point of time, and then once they were done with their jobs, they were like, well, we still want to make like a Final Fantasy game, our closest idea of it, so we're gonna go make it our own game, you know? So then they just went off and they literally made their own Final Fantasy 16, and that's what this game is. Because there's just so many similarities between Final Fantasy 16 and this game. The whole slavery storyline.
Water's not going to hurt it.
Or not really story. Well, yeah, it is a storyline, but the whole talking point around slavery is pretty much reminds me entirely of Final Fantasy 16. So I would almost argue that these, I don't know, it really feels like these developers are really possessed by whatever Final Fantasy. Holy crap.
No sooner said than done. Here, let me help. Do it.
This is crazy.
There are still more left.
Yeah, it just looks like to me either they were, with this game they're trying to either copy Final Fantasy 16 and ride on its coattails, or it just happened to be that these Japanese developers, they have very similar ideas.
Really built for close quarters combat. Nor am I.
Like there's something about their culture, something going on that they keep on wanting to make stories about this, you know? I don't know. Again, like, why do they keep on talking about slavery? These Japanese developers, what's the point? Did they used to be enslaved like 20 years ago, and now they're like, we're gonna make games, we're gonna keep on talking about it for some reason? I just don't understand what's going on. Why?
I've got a really bad feeling about
Or is it because they're like, black people in America can't shut up about it, so we're gonna make a game about it so that we can write on. And you know, there's enough self-hating white people that
this one's mine.
everyone's gonna want to just eat it up, right?
Look sharp. Lightning tiger blade.
This kind of a storyline, this kind of a talking point from a developer. It's the only way I can make sense of it. I don't understand what it is that they're doing.
Here's a healing lightning orb. First aid. I think I'm getting stronger.
I'm getting stronger when I look at Shionne. He makes me think of the man I could be, and that when I look down, I currently am. Bro, that reminds me of freaking Final Fantasy 16 so much. There's an exact attack that looks exactly like that, and I think it's called something like, I think it's called something Phoenix. Bro, that's like a direct ripoff.
I just do what I have to.
If you're ever in a pinch, just say the word.
So those are Dahnan after
It's,
all.
and it's as if I really care, you know?
Not so long as you...
I'll crush you!
Why is this guy always getting the Star Show executions? What's his deal?
Shionne,
This ends now!
consider yourself finished.
I'm so confused.
With your flames and my technique,
Oh,
Stronger together than we are apart.
that's right. Now get on these nuts. Seriously, when do I sex this chick? When does the time come where I unbuckle? I've been waiting how long? How many moons? Literally. She's been soaking wet this entire game. Bro, she's dehydrated all the time because of it. Because of me. But I'm not allowed to do anything about this. She's in agony. She's crying for help.
I won't
She
forgive
needs a
you.
man. And of course, I'm being selfish.
You picked the wrong fight. I'm on it.
I won't help her for anything.
This one's mine. Do it. Lightning.
Immoral behavior.
Get toasty.
Burn strike.
Right. Next one.
Dude, that is so cool.
I'm on it. Dragon swarm.
Bro, the combat literally plays itself. I don't think I like the combat for me to play it. It looks cool. The more abilities you get. It's like, is this really meant to be like a movie combat? Is that what this is? I feel like they made the combat to be watched, right? To be looked at rather than for you to play it, because they also limit your options so much. Like, when I leave the game on auto, my character has so many more abilities that he uses. He has way better movement sets that he's engaged with at all times. But if I play it myself, I'm limited in how I can even use my movement set. I mean, seriously, it's like the player playing the game was an afterthought for them. I swear it was an afterthought. They just want you to watch the combat. Literally, they want you to watch it.
Consider yourself finished.
See you continue on in that vein.
my lady?
Something you wanted to say?
You're mine.
Ready.
Sword Rain Alpha.
Steering.
Dragon Shell. Dragon Swarm. Sonic Thrust.
See, I mean, watching the combat's so cool. It really is.
Air thrust.
But I
Well
just,
then, let's keep moving.
when I play the combat myself, I'm like, ugh. Honest, I hate it. I don't like the combat. I don't. It feels so limiting. It feels so stiff. It feels so awkward. Using my normal 3-hit chain attack, light attacks. It feels weird. It feels lame. Literally, there's a cooldown on when you can use your light attacks again. You can use it 3 times, and then you literally have to wait to use it again. Why would they set it up like that? Why would they do it? I just don't get it.
Here I go. Sword Rain Alpha.
Where are you going?
Yo, these guys are tanky.
Demon Fang. Double Demon Fang.
I'm
Demon
out back into
Fang.
the fray.
Double Demon Fang. Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Here's a healing
Demon
orb.
Fang. Now I can let loose. Rising Wyvern.
Here's the evil. Get on in there with the other. Freeze laser. Cloak blast.
We're thinning them out.
We? More like me.
I'll admit I'm impressed. Very slightly.
Rising Phoenix.
Art expert coming through. Lightning.
Be still. Rising
Here, let
Falcon.
me help.
It's time.
Wind astrolatus. Up and at 'em. Let's
Triple
go.
Side. Infernal.
Thunderblade.
That's what I like to hear.
You know what's really upsetting too? These stories have become soy boys in Chad's clothing. You look like a Chad. You act like a Chad. Everything works for you like a Chad. That's pretty much what this is supposed to be for these guys. But then everything's about your leftist soy boy politics. I don't like slavery. Slavery's wrong. I'm gonna free the people. I mean, seriously, it's like, I think these developers, they either want to be or they think they themselves are Martin Luther King Jr. Like, they legit think that they are the new age philosophers that are going to lead us out of our ignorance. And it's hilarious because it's all of this modernity that has ever led us into ignorance. They are the ignorance. And they're playing themselves as if they're not the ignorance.
Oh, like hell you will.
Let me see what I can do. Where are you going? I'm on it. Watch this.
Who's hiring these writers? I really do have to ask.
Great.
Golly, dude. Go look at older writing. It's just nothing like this freaking crap. I don't get what's happened to writing. But everybody thinks like a child now. Everybody used to think like adults. Something happened. I don't know what it is. It's like some kind of weird amnesia took place in our culture.
Consider yourself finished.
See you continue on in that vein.
It's so weird, dude. Like, I have so much to criticize this game for, but if I'm being completely honest, every time I say it, this is the best, though, that there is to offer in the modern age. If I pick any other game, Dead Island 2, Remnant 2, just list off the modern game, I will get a crappier story than this. Crazy.
That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
And see, and the thing I like about this game, and the reason I'm still here, and the reason why I'm saying it's not completely modernity, is because the character interactions between Shionne and Alphen is such boy meet girl world.
Say no more.
Well done.
Felt fine not too long ago.
It's just a normal exchange between a developing romance between a guy and a girl. A man and a woman.
Limit, you guys.
Damn. Guess we better be extra careful.
I think Hoodle's hungry.
Funny. I could have sworn that was your stomach making all the racket.
See ya.
All this walking up and down is a pain.
Yeah, I wish we could just go straight through without all this hassle.
On the other hand, the collapsed parts let you reach some places you wouldn't be able to otherwise.
Now that you mention it, the ceiling's not gonna come down on us, is it?
Not yet.
Go no further!
Here, let me help.
Let's get you up!
Mind barrage, what's that?
Can't heal you forever.
Art expert, come through! Whoa, hey! Let it touch!
I'll crush you!
Why does he always do this?
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! I'm on a roll now!
But see, like, the men and the women in this game are largely normal. Even though the storyline is woke, the characters are not woke. Necessarily. I mean, right, there's elements of low-key wokeness, right? Making the girl think and behave like a man. Why does Shionne think like a dude? I don't know. and making the guy think like a woman and act at times like a woman. Right? Like, think about that. Alphen is the one, he's in the position of thinking so unclearly that he gets slapped by Shionne. Because that's somehow the way that she's going to put sense into his mind is by hitting him. Now understand how much that it used to make sense that a man does that towards a woman, and now imagine in this story, it was Alphen who hit Shionne because she wasn't making sense and she was thinking like a woman, right? How many people would be clutching their freaking pearls over that? The answer is everyone. So again, it's just inherent politics is what it is.
Now you see what I can do.
Dance in the wind. Resuscitation.
So for the most part though, it's a non-woke story, non-woke characters.
It must take guts to fight without a weapon.
I'm not brave. I just do what I have to.
If you're ever in a pinch, just say the word.
You're most comfortable at a range.
What am I doing? Why am I not playing as Alphen? Biatch.
Nor am I.
Oh,
Don't worry.
now I'm
I'll help
real
you keep
mad.
a wide berth.
Oh wait, is it that the melee characters get that overdrive, like temporary ability or whatever?
You sure showed them.
All in a day's work.
Interesting, interesting, interesting.
Hey, Law. Back when we left Cisleden, you remember how you said so long as you don't give up, there's nothing to stop someone starting over?
Yeah?
Well, I think you did just that. You've set out on a new path despite what happened in your past. Besides, you're not the only one fumbling your way through things.
You too?
It was your dad who taught me to fight. Back at the start of all this.
Not really.
So long as I followed him, I wouldn't end up straying. But it was also your dad who told me the importance of becoming my own master. Of searching out the answers within me. I always figured I would one day. But at the same time, I had so much more to learn. When he died, I suddenly found myself rudderless.
Oh, you're not rudderless. We're going off on the next adventure.
But then what comes after that? There's no one left to point me in the right direction. It was then that I realized.
Bro, he barely ever led you.
How much I fret about it. The only thing I can do is fight. Renan brutality isn't
Police brutality.
So that's what I'm doing.
Oh, this is freaking woke.
And in the meantime, I'll try to figure out my next move.
And you really believe you got what it takes to win this? Against all the odds?
Yes, I do. Or at least I want to. If I'm being completely honest, sometimes I'm not really sure whether I can or not. So what if we're still figuring stuff out? If we do it together, then we can support one another along the way. Is there anything so wrong with that?
No, I don't think there is. I think I get it now. We may not know what we're capable of, but we have to try all the same.
Having another one of your secret meetings? Don't tell me you were taking yet another bathroom break?
Oh, we were just engaging in a bit of brotherly bonding. Isn't that right, Alphen?
And that's gay.
That's right.
Fine then.
The way they
So-
say that, man.
Hey, I think I can feel a breeze up ahead. I bet the exit is real close.
Finally!
Man, it's been too long since I felt the sun on my face.
Bro, they're basically having a black guy's story with white dude characters. That's what they're doing here. Hey, brother, we ain't slaves no more. We free, brother. We're gonna be free forever. Free forever, brother. Like Wakanda forever. Those evil, highly technological white mans, they ain't going for us no more. We take out those bigots, brother. Those bigots are going down, brother. And, God dang, brother, have you seen that Shionne girl? God dang. I remember when Martin Luther King Jr. said, I have a dream to smash all the freaking hoes. Have all my fair share of that white melanination. Melantination? I was like stuck between melantination or melanation. Oh god, man. Seriously, this is like basically just... It's white dudes having a black guy's journey. Come on. Oh my gosh, bro. Seriously, I think they actually made this for black people. I'm actually starting to think that because it's like, what? Did they make this for freaking woke white people who are just... What, they clutch their pearls at everything and they're like, I need to feel like a victim in something? Oh, thank God Tales of Arise came out. Thank God. I can sit here and I can channel and I can simulate my sensations of being an oppressed slave. I'm not even gonna go into that, but it's just, holy crap, bro. I mean... I want to know what kind of ESG company worked on this. I want to know. Because it's not always the ESG making these games woke, by the way. It's actually... It's a confluence, right? It's like, well, if the studio's woke, they're going to hire a woke consultation company to help sustain the wokeness accuracy of the product, right? It's like, are we staying on track, guys? Can you keep track for us? Like, is everything woke enough for you, for us, for all of us, for all of our politics? And they're like, don't worry, we got you. Thank you for all this money that we don't deserve. I'm gonna go live in my rich condo that I didn't work for anything to live in, while we destroy gaming and the entire industry with our crappy ideological religious beliefs in wokeness, materialism, nihilism, and atheism. Alright, here we go. Forever on offense. Yeah, like slaves, huh?
When I get in a tussle, I go full force right at him. Whoever makes the first move wins.
I do have to admit, it's quite the spectacle to watch you charge in and go to town.
I was the most soy boy character,
Yeah, it was actually
the
my old
toughest
men taught me to
character.
fight that way. The more I lay the beat down on some baddies,
I just don't know why he's so effeminate.
Zephyr taught you? Wow. I guess you really are following in his footsteps.
There's nothing wrong with being so focused on offense, but the enemy always fights back at some point.
As long as I don't get hit, it's not a problem, right?
Same as my
So
wife.
What you're saying is you're too weak to take a hit.
You're not exactly one to talk.
What were you two talking about earlier?
Banging hoes.
Earlier? Oh, it was just serious guy talk. You know, the kind that girls don't get to hear.
Really?
Don't mind him, Rinwell. It's just... well, maybe it is a little difficult to talk about in front of women.
Yeah, I was talking about ragdolling
Okay, now I
Shionne.
really want to hear it. Unless... it's not the creepy sort of guy talk, right?
Not.
No,
It's,
okay? It's not creepy.
Okay,
it's not
okay.
creepy when you're
As
in
long as you're
it.
fighting fit, you can talk about whatever you like.
Oh, oh god, bro. Oh god. Ay ay ay. What the frick? Bro, that word creepy is such a forced term. Oh my gosh. I cannot stand anyone that uses it. Oh, that's creepy. Oh, that's creepy. It's like, you want to know what creepy is? Oh my gosh. You want to know what creepy is? Jeez Louise. If you're around creepy, you don't know if you're gonna, live for the next day, okay? That's creepy. Men just behaving as men is what has nowadays been called creepy in this feminist era that we live in. So, that line by Rinwell is just basically her being a feminist. Oh my gosh. Are you men talking about women and their bodies and their butts and their boobs? Oh my gosh, you're so creepy. Ugh. Well, Rinwell, I know. You wish you had a nice body like Shionne. I get it.
Menancia, the land of green. The place certainly lives up to its name, doesn't it?
Yeah, just feel that breeze. It's like night and day compared to Calaglia and Cislodia.
Unsullied, fertile land, as far as the eye can see. That's beautiful.
Unsullied. Like your mother.
What?
Oh, nothing. Just... I was thinking the very same thing.
That's right. She's your property, brother. Thinking about that unsullied land. My virgin, pink-haired bride.
Before we continue.
Exactly.
Menancia has produced more sovereigns over the years than any other.
Shionne.
What? Is she having a woman moment, bro?
Guess we should probably follow after her, shouldn't we? Hey, you alright, Law?
Yeah, he's just...
Yeah, fine.
He's just autistically staring at the terrain.
All this green in one place is incredible. Anyway, let's get moving before we start looking tasty to monsters.
Is he going to be okay?
Are you going to be okay?
Eventually. That's a wall he'll have to overcome on his own.
Manuncia. Wakanda forever. I am the Batmobile now. I am the Batmobile now. Look at me. Look at me. I am the Batmobile now. I am the 1DP now.
So if I remember right, there are 6 elements of astral energy.
Oh, here we go again.
And
Yes, we
darkness is
know.
only
We
on
know,
Rena,
bro.
And light can only be found on Dahna, right?
Right. I only remember because my parents drilled it all into my head when I was little.
Like ideological warriors of the wokeness agenda.
Not on Dahna, though.
Beats me. I couldn't tell you how or when we figured out that sort of stuff. I'm sure there's other stuff we forgot.
When we figured out bigotry.
Yeah, I bet. And then we forget that knowledge was even forgotten at all, and it's back to square one.
Exactly. That's why we need to
Because
take
the
good care of
bigots
what
took
knowledge
our
and artifacts
history
we
from
still
us.
have left.
So now we must tear
You
down
really
the
have a
bigot
thing for old
statues.
stuff, don't you?
Well, I don't know that I'd call it just a thing. It's also something that helps me feel connected to our world.
Connected?
It's nothing. Forget I even mentioned it. I should have guessed that there'd be no way he'd understand. How could he?
I'll smash you!
You're
Dragon
mine.
Shell! Lightning thrust! Rising Falcon!
Water, hear my call.
Quiver Dragon! Take this!
Glacial spear. Fierce evil.
This one's all mine!
Freeze Lancer.
Burn in hell! It got flyers!
I've got this. Just let him march through hell.
All yours!
Glacial spear.
Rising
Fierce
Wyvern!
evil. This way.
Rising Phoenix!
Lightning condemned!
Dragon Take this!
I own this all day!
We've turned the tables on him.
There are still more left.
Right. No time to hold back.
Where are you going?
Dragon Shell! Take it!
Look at me, look at me. I am the biggest now.
It must take guts to fight without a weapon.
I'm not brave.
If you're ever in a pinch, just say the word.
1 DP.
I've used a bit too much healing.
Oh, frick, some random dude. Shoot, another freaking conversation. As if I needed more conversations.
What's wrong?
Huh? Yes!
Injured man and boy. Boy. Frick. Wait, hold on a minute. I can't. Oh my gosh, this is homosexual, dog.
I guess we can take this?
I hate camping out.
I hate that you won't get on your knees for me. For this long.
Out of our way!
Dance in the wind!
Dragon Shell! Be still!
Water,
Rising
hear my
Falcon!
call!
Blah, blah, blah!
Eat this! Talon Hurricane! Rising Wyvern! Eagle Dive!
You're mine.
Cyclone!
Ready and rare!
Blue
Flying
Rumble!
free!
We've turned the tables on him.
There are still more left.
Can you? Right. No time to hold back.
You're mine! Here goes lightning condemned!
Watch this!
Sword Ring out! Eagle Dive!
Where are you going?
You're mine! Great! Next!
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
Raging
Law,
Hurricane!
get toasty!
Burn strike!
Looks like we won.
Unlike your mother. She never won against these nuts. Oh my god. You know, I kind of like the graphics of this game. It's really simplistic. It's not really that high resolution or that impressive, but there's something about it that looks nice. So anyways, I just started going to town.
Why do you keep staring at me, Shionne?
Just, what is that wolf on your shoulder?
Autistic.
Oh, this thing?
That's why.
I love it. I got it off a street vendor for just 10 gold.
I don't know if that's something to brag about.
Hey, 10 gold's a bargain if you ask me.
Yeah.
Because it wouldn't sell otherwise. It serves no practical purpose. Honestly, I'm surprised
What do you know,
paid 10 whole
biatch?
gold for it.
Shut up!
But the detail is so lifelike. I think you made a good choice, Law.
Really?
I have no idea why you wear it over your shoulder, though.
I think it looks pretty cool.
I think his outfit's pretty gay.
87! 88! 89! Oh, shoot!
What the? Is the enemy attacking?
Sorry about that. You're not hurt, are you?
Law? What on Dahna are you doing?
What am I doing? Training, obviously. I found these nice and heavy rocks that I decided to strap onto my arms, but I guess I didn't tie them down good enough because they went flying.
So you were doing improvised weight training. You and your crazy ideas.
I can't help it. If I'm not training, it's easy for me to get anxious.
Well, that's fair. Actually, I remember seeing you practicing your forms for some time when we were camping the other day.
Yep. No amount of muscle will do you any good if you don't stay on top of your fighting forms. It always feels good when I know I'm still sharp.
Sounds to me like you have too much pent-up energy.
Don't train so hard that you wind up hurting yourself, Law. I promise you, you're already perfectly strong as it is.
No, I'm not. You never know what we'll run into out there. You can never go into a fight too prepared. And that's the truth. Besides, I won't rest until I know that I'm stronger than you, Alphen.
Oh, I see how it is. Well, I don't plan on letting you beat me. Maybe I'll add some weights to my sword and practice swinging it. That should help out.
Alphen, are you crazy?
You're right. This does make for decent training. Good call with the extra weight, Law.
Right? Now you get it?
Since we've already come this far, what do you say we have a little one-on-one with our rocks strapped on?
Hell yeah! I'm down for that! Just give me a second, I'll be all ready to roll. Okay, I'm all set. Let's do this! Take this!
I'm just getting started.
Ah! Our camp is completely wrecked!
Go. You two are cleaning it up.
Yes, Shionne.
Oh, love of God. Come on, bro. Trying to treat her like a freaking mother figure, like she knows better than the men, like she's wiser and smarter than them, that they're little boys who don't know how to behave any better, any differently than a bunch of little hooligans. Silly, man. Absolutely silly. That's feminist bullcrap right there. Treating men like they're idiots, acting like the women have a better sense of maturity than they do. Because they do silly little man things. My gosh. Gotta love it. Gotta freaking love it.
This is great. The taste and aroma will blow everyone away.
Oh, I'm gonna keep on talking to Shionne.
Could we talk a moment?
Hey, what's up? That's it?
I
Oh,
think
wow.
it's time we go to sleep.
Wow, that was awkward and lame. Holy crap. She should have just gotten on her knees. What's she waiting
Come on,
for?
guys. We've got lots to do.
All game, I'm sitting here begging. Look at what look at what you've degraded me to, Shionne. Wow, playtime is 19 hours. I've spent like a good 5 or 6 of those 7 of those hours maybe talking. This is the same thing that happened when I was playing Final Fantasy Strangers of Paradise. I spent so much time talking. I turned these into like gaming podcasts. What the frick am I doing? So anyways, this week on UFOs. What the frick am I talking about? What the mother F?
Mm-hmm.
Hey!
Mm-hmm.
Just great.
That can't be.
Nice.
Very well.
Yeah, this guy does dress up like a creep. Let's be honest. Cute. Alright, I'm out of here, biatch. I keep dragging this out. Healing circle. Don't mind if I do. Whoa. That's a lot of stuff right there.
Maybe we should have left them alone.
Thanks, Shionne.
Why are you thanking me?
Why was he? It's a good question. Alright, well anyways, I think we're good. After all of that nonsense. Beyond the dawn? Was that my son? I finally clapped those cheeks? Is that what you're telling me? So anyways, we're gonna just look at this for 2 hot seconds. Oh, what the heck is this? It's kind of hot. God dang, girl. Actually, it is hot. What the heck? I don't remember these outfits. What the? Oh my gosh, bro. It looks like they've added a couple of other outfits. Because I don't remember these. Unless... maybe I just wasn't looking. Oh, that's kind of cool. Alright, well, I guess we're gonna call it there then. Well, yeah, because we've looked at the outfits, checked out a couple of these, got a good reminder as to why we play these games. But anyways, I think I've pretty much shared all my thoughts up until this point. Pretty much all the criticisms and whatnot that I have, and all the ways that they don't really land or nail everything that they're trying to do here, but and also all the kind of writing deficiencies. But for the overall part, I still can't help but enjoy this game's story more than everything that we're getting nowadays. Jeez, right? Like all the freaking woke bullcrap pales in comparison to this. So it is crazy. I am settling for slightly woke in preference over completely woke. Jeez Louise. Literally, this is like 2011 wokeness, right? Treating women like they're more mature, smarter than men, like Shionne, making the men behave like women. Oh my gosh, the weird level of somewhat androgyny there. But anyways, thank you for joining me on this, and I will catch you on the next video. You know, I realized it's something about
camping out.
Yeah. You know, I realize it's something about the way that this game,
Out of our way.
that the story is written, that the story is made. I'm realizing that honestly, there's not a very impressive story with this game, with the story. And I notice, right, I'm not impressed with it. I notice that they're not really offering a whole lot here. If I were to stay here because of the story, it would not happen. I'm literally here in the story for basically a bunch of hot chick cameos. That's literally what it comes down to.
I won't rest until I...
Right? Let's just look in here. As was the case last time, this is why I'm in the game. Right here. Right here. This is why I'm in the game. Right here. Yeah, last time I didn't recognize this outfit for some reason. Right? I'm here in the game for this reason right here. Right now, I'm in the game because of right here. For real. Oh my gosh. Holy. Dear God. See, I'm in the game for this right here. What the frick, bro? This is totally a destruction of my hard-on. What the frick? Anyway, I'm just not impressed.
I'm the best I can be.
Still striving to be on par with the Lord?
You simply can't be too strong when battle is a part of your everyday.
Yeah, I'm just not, I'm not that impressed with the story.
I think
overall.
Whoever senses something.
It's a decent game. It's okay, right? The world is okay, but it's just... Again, when you have a competitive market, a product like this is not impressive. The story is not impressive. This is very one-dimensional and flat.
Just great.
I guess...
Yeah! Great.
I do enjoy that they add more mechanics as you play the game. That's a really good thing that they do. There's plenty of games where they don't add enough as you're playing. So you've got to give them that.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
See you continue on in that vein.
Yes, my lady?
Something you wanted to say? Do it. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
Little help.
Oh, what? There's another enemy. Weird. How do we lose that strike attack? I don't get it. Why is she being so mean? Why are these women so mad? Ugh.
We did it!
My goodness.
Wish they were all that easy.
Yeah, I think we might be getting too strong.
Isn't that good?
Play along, would you?
So much dialogue in this game, holy crap.
You okay? You made a weird sound.
Sorry. I was just thinking how amazing this view is.
What's the matter? Haven't you ever seen mountains and fields before?
Actually, now that I think about it, it's not every day we get to enjoy views like this.
You too?
Yeah. Calaglia has rocky landscapes, but the terrain here is completely different. Like, you see that mountain over there? Doesn't it look like a big wave that somebody turned into stone?
Right? And those ones look like the horns or claws of some giant monster. I'm surprised they managed to stay up.
Yeah. Just be thankful we don't have to pass under them.
Actually,
They won't come tumbling down that easily.
You sure about that?
Menancia harvests earth energy, which explains why the topography is so varied here. It's also why those rocks are bound to be sturdy.
So all that astral energy is also what makes this realm look so lush then? Does astral energy really have that much of an impact on the land?
Yeah. Is that why even that mountain looks the way that it does?
The stronger the energy is, the greater impact it has on lots of things. So yes, like a great big fire.
but these imbalances are too pronounced to be nature's work. It's not how Dahna would otherwise naturally look.
If it's not natural, then you mean all of this is the Renans doing?
When you put it like that, even something as nice looking as this starts to feel wrong.
That is bigotry. They're so racist against the Dahnans. What is wrong with these bigots?
Let's dispose of the trash.
I'm on rising shattering pieces!
Air thrust!
Dragon shell! Flaming thrust! Rising focus!
Pierce evil! Field!
Dragon shell!
Freeze
Dragon shell! I'm on! It's over!
I'm just
Ready
getting
to
started!
Up and at 'em! Let's go!
You're mine!
I'm on it!
I'm gonna be so honest right now. The combat is low-key
Try this!
repetitive.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I know fine weapon material when I see it. I won't forgive you!
Now I can
Me neither.
Talon Hurricane! Alpha! Glimmer Dragon!
What the heck?
Eat this!
Flying freaks! Why can't they just sit still?
Shionne, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than
No
done!
place here!
The music is almost exact to Final Fantasy VII. Okay, maybe not that game, just Final Fantasy in general. It's so Final Fantasy-esque. It's crazy. It's just that Final Fantasy VII has been the most recent example in my mind.
You're quite the gunslinger.
I have to be, in this world.
Don't worry, I've got your back.
That's right. We do have her back. Right behind her. Dragon Swarm? What's this? Okay, so I do not like lightning thrust, sucks. And then there's I just don't like lightning thrust. I actually think it's super weak. What is it? Which one is it? Rising Falcon? Maybe we can keep that one.
Hey, would you look at that? Green as far as the eye can see. I think...
Whoops.
Oh man, I hope I live long enough to regret this.
Dance in the wind!
Dragon
Sleep now.
No escape! Phoenix!
What the? How's it going, random dragon?
We're doomed.
Pull it together, Law.
Sorry, Rice. I'm calm.
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
See you continue on in that thing.
Yes, my lady?
Something you wanted to say?
Is this it?
Good job, biatch.
If only I'd been more careful.
I'll bring you back from
Oh, I see. We're not supposed to win. This guy's just one-shotting us.
I owe you one.
Glacial Spear.
Can we run?
Pierce evil.
Yeah, there's no way we're supposed to win this. What level is he?
Can't end here.
Wind Astrolator! Lightning condemned! Thunderblade! They're attacking from behind!
We are so boned.
You're mine. Water, hear my call. Here, let me help. I can't heal you forever. This one's mine. I never miss. Water, hear my call. Spread. It's time to finish this.
Huh?
Die. Consuming wildfire.
What the heck?
Power of water.
This biatch is going crazy. Crazy.
Glacial spear. Pierce evil.
Oh, she's really going at it. She's girl bossing it, bro. Look at her go. What a woman. That's my kind of woman right there.
Lightning. Downfall. Think again. Burning strike. Glacial spear. Pierce evil. Think
So difficult to kill her. What the heck?
over. Searing flame. Reload. Searing tempest. Magna ray.
Nice job.
Annihilation. What the?
Wow, she was really going at it. I have no idea how to switch my characters, I'm gonna be honest with you.
I'm not done yet.
Well, well, well. That was sucky. Sucky ducky. We're out of here. We're going back. Oh wait, we can just go right there. Never mind.
I hate camping out.
Zoogles aside, the ground here is pretty nice and comfy to sit on.
You can tell even without a sense of pain?
Thankfully, yeah.
What would you do if you couldn't even feel that much?
You mean if I had to only rely on sight and sound? And couldn't even taste or smell anything? I don't even want to think about it.
I guess it'd be like looking at a picture in a way, if that makes sense.
A world I couldn't touch. I wonder if that's what it's like for Shionne.
It's a world of people that she cannot touch. Except for me. She can touch me.
Good. This came out just the way I hoped. Shionne,
Oh,
can we talk a moment?
shoot. That's not what I meant. There's nothing for us to talk about.
You go ahead and sleep. I'm going to grab another bite to eat first. Morning. Ready to head out?
A happy bottle? Is that about, what? Turns the frogs gay? I think it doth. I think it doth. Doth it not? Yes. Give it all to me. I want it all. I spent way too much, but that's okay. I did it for Shionne, I think. Well, I could keep on attacking these guys if I really wanted to. But I think we're just gonna loot everything that we can here. And then we're going to explore around.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Raging Flame! Burning Courage! Water! Hear my call! Eat this!
I'm not done!
Into the dragon!
Renans slash!
More for the stop right!
We are freaking invincible!
Alvin and the others truly are strong.
What about me?
Take this!
Hey, one at a time!
Eat this!
Lightning and death!
Sword right alpha!
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Right, next one.
Already up!
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this!
Deus roar!
Wow. Holy crap. That biatch went in.
Do it, Glacier!
Went into him.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
EXP.
Stronger than before.
Thank you very much.
What's this thing?
Not today!
Glacial Spear! Pierce Evil! Where are you going?
Get on in there with me.
Hollow
Let
Blade!
me help.
Red Metal!
Astral energy.
Say no more! Got it!
Well done.
Here I come! Dragon
Now you
form!
see what I can
Astral
do.
art?
That's my cue.
Tis an astral art. Dear God.
Feel like me again. There you go. Fantastic. Great. Amazing.
Shut up, Law. I'm trying to focus.
I was only trying to be nice.
So those are Dahnan astral arts.
Something you want to say?
Not so long as you keep them pointed towards...
She's a bigot. What a bigot.
Looks like it could be worth something.
How dare you, Shionne? Why am I underwater? Question mark, question mark. Exclamation point, exclamation point. Sup, child? Jumping off bridges? Wow.
Is the blazing sword okay?
A little water's not going to hurt it.
Mwahaha. I knew there was something behind this waterfall. There always is. Always is.
I see a village over there.
The people working in it look Dahnan.
Look at these fields and all this livestock. Am I crazy for thinking these people seem to have it pretty easy?
What the hell is going on here?
Have it easy. You sound jealous, sir. Are you jealous? Or are you a bigot? Are you a bigot? See ya.
Maybe something's going on in the forest.
Yo, hold up. Wait a minute. Yo, how you doing? Yo, this chick's stacked. How's it going?
Ah!
All right. Yeah. Good grief.
Very nice.
I guess...
Yes!
I don't believe this!
Huh? Really?
A cot? So last video, I was pretty...
Who would have thought we'd be raising animals in a place like this?
Since we've decided to stop, we should make use of the opportunity.
Do you mean me?
It doesn't matter who.
Last video, I was pretty miffed off about the fact that I screwed up the story. So I'm saying it again. Simplifying it a little bit, right? So anyways, it's just funny, right? So one of my friends, he shared with me this, he was taking a science class, right? And although, right, some weeks in and weeks out, it may have been boring, he would talk about how every freaking week, though, that he would show up in class, he couldn't stop paying attention to one of the girls that we've, you know, like I met her once or twice, but he would just keep on talking about, or well, he specifically mentioned, right, that every week he couldn't help but notice that she had a huge rack, well, and you know, partially also just that the shirts that she was wearing, it was almost impossible not to just constantly pay attention during class. So whenever, right, it gets boring, he's just he's losing his focus. Oh my gosh. And it was just so funny hearing about that. It's like, it totally makes sense. It's like, of course. Every class you're sitting next to a girl with a nice rack, and also she's wearing shirts. That gives a lot of definition and detail. You're just sitting there like, God, hey, how am I supposed to get through this class? But that's what makes it worth it. Absolutely.
We should think about eating.
Losing your train of thought? You just look to your right and you're like, dang.
Make me say it again.
Yeah, good idea.
Okay, if you're hungry, I mean, I can help you out with that. cool. I guess. Well, that's how you make anything unbearable. Bearable. You just throw in freaking boobs. Just throw it in everywhere. Right? You're having a hard time getting through a class? Just hire a decently attractive teacher with big breasts and it's over. I can't lose my attention anymore. She keeps saying things and I don't know, I hear words. So I guess I'm paying attention now. I, for one, believe that strippers should make up all of our professors and teaching staff. What do they teach? Nobody knows. Okay, here's the trade-off, right? Oh, frick. Wait, we're gonna get into a cutscene. Love of God. Dahnan girl. That's a hot chick. Jeez. Why is that guy in full iron armor like that? So what, this is, I guess this is supposed to be a caste system, unlike the other locations?
Look, Renan soldiers.
Do the Renans control this city? I've never seen so many of them in one place before.
No. Look at the cores on them. These people are all Dahnans. They're slaves.
If they are, they're awfully well dressed.
And they're smiling too. Something weird's going on here.
Forgive the intrusion, but if I'm not mistaken, you're newcomers to Elda Menancia, yes? Please, you have no reason to be alarmed. My name is Droshin. I work at the Department for Welfare.
Department for Welfare?
Ah, socialism.
We work to support
Good.
the day-to-day living of all citizens. Welcoming newcomers to the realm is a part of our job, albeit one we rarely have the pleasure to perform.
Let me guess. We get a free pair of shackles as a welcome gift.
Perish the thought! Your trepidation is perfectly understandable, but I assure you, our way is quite different. In the past, this realm was no different from any other, and run by a rather merciless ruler. But all of that changed once His Excellency, Lord Dohalim, assumed power 7 years ago.
Dohalim.
Under him, for the first time in our lives, we Dahnans were treated with the respect we deserve. Lord Dohalim is adored by Dahnans throughout the realm, and we serve him with gladness.
Am I hearing you right? The Dahnans here willingly serve a Renan lord?
Please, see for yourself. You're free to go anywhere you like. Just ask if you should need anything.
What is it? Spit it out.
It's just, we came here to free everyone.
Uh-huh.
But the Dahnans of this realm are all happy to serve Dohalim. Are there any walls that even need tearing down?
Who cares? That just makes our path to Dohalim that much clearer.
I guess, but...
Still, Droshin said we should check things out for ourselves. Maybe we should look around a bit, see what we learn.
So here's what I was going to say, alright? Listen,
Everyone is all smiles.
I've never seen a city so lively before.
I've converted my beliefs. I'm a new man now. What happened? I believe in egalitarianism. I believe in equality. I believe that this is the fair shakeup that we should make. And all teaching staff now, right? Half men and half women, right? So you let the men, they teach for half the time of a whatever course, whatever class you're taking. They teach half the time. And then strippers teach you the other half of the time. There you go. I believe in equality. We can have the main teaching staff be the strippers, the female strippers, and then the other half are men who come in and they actually teach you something.
Everyone walking the streets looks so calm and happy. I guess it really is true they don't treat Dahnans as slaves here.
Did they actually somehow achieve equality here?
Equality.
And if they did, why?
Love of God.
Something here doesn't feel right, even though they sure want to act like it does.
What is going through that Lord Dohalim's mind, I wonder?
Listen, here's the truth. If you want true equality, you need to start up a eugenics program. Yeah, sure. If through eugenics and also proper behavioral training, you can make everybody thin, attractive, and in shape.
Going out for us.
They could have something they need from us.
Then sure. Everyone is metaphorically equal.
Right.
That can't be.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
They've made cutlery out of Zugul fangs? What a waste.
How so?
They'd make great weapons.
You know what? It works. Let's go, girl. I'm railing through that. Her too. All of them. They're all thin and attractive. I believe in equality now. Whatever the frick that means. I believe in it randomly. It's worth
What's
it.
this thing?
Now suck on these nuts. Yo, what's up? Hey.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
A flare claw. Looks decent. Roughly good. These are all made with different resources. So I can get some upgrades around here. Interesting. Might as well upgrade them, I guess. Doesn't really hurt.
I'm impressed how well balanced this thing is.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hoodle?
Oh, love of God, where is the freaking biatch? You know what? Screw it. I don't care. If I see it, I see it. I'm out of here. I don't care no more. Brother.
I guess.
Sure.
Do you happen to be single? Do you like three ways with Shionne?
Sure.
Bro. Love of God. I am so sick and tired of liberal storytelling. Everything has to be about peace and equality and all these freaking little gay terms and buzzwords. Can I just have a story about slaves who fight in a coliseum like Gladiator? Can I just have a masculine story once again? Oh my God, we don't get any of those anymore.
Okay.
Everything has to be about happiness and joy and what What else? Everything has to be about all this like gay, feminine, effeminate bullcrap. I don't care about these free the slaves stories, about these everyone's equal storylines. They're so boring. They're not interesting. You're assuming that you're correct, that you're right, that you're not wrong.
Got it.
You know what though? I'm just gonna say it. Without a doubt,
Just great. Well,
they're saying so many words.
All right.
There's more words than there's meaning behind them. Anyway, if I wrote this freaking story,
what are you gonna use?
like I could literally make a better free the slaves story than this dog crap. It's just, it's so generic, it's so blatantly, it's such a pipe dream by these writers. There's a reason why throughout history there's ever been slavery. To act like every time that you put it in a story that there's something wrong with slavery, it's showing your own inadequacy, your own lack of intellect. It's revealing your own ignorance on the topic, on the issue. Why does it exist in the first place? You need to ask yourself that and justify why it happens before you can actually make a feasible storyline opposing that very thing. You have to be able to see the justification on both sides of the argument before you can make a story where you make a choice between both sides of the argument.
What's wrong? Yes. Ah! How? Huh?
Hey!
Hmm? Right. Nice work.
Nice. Beautiful. Exquisite.
Right.
No way.
I don't believe this.
Lol.
Great. Very nice. What?
Is he unzipping his pants? What the frick is going on?
I guess...
Law.
Yeah! Whoa! Is that... Oh, this is bad. Real bad.
Ah!
It's called uncultured what swine? Call me a frickin' slur. Do it. Frickin' do it.
Just great.
Yes!
Man, that was amazing! No wonder the old man was so gung-ho about it.
See? What did I tell you?
Shionne, you've got sauce on your face.
Gross. Bro, she's a freaking slob. But she's hot. So I'll just close my eyes when we're doing it, okay? It's the best way to get through this. A freaking slob. Yo, what's up? Yeah, why is it not taken off? A fair wage, love of God. Bro, this is socialism.
I still can't believe I'm
Oh my...
Dahnan and
Bro,
Renans
this is for
together.
literal propaganda.
It could all be an act on orders from the Renans.
I have to ask it, did they work with an ESG company for this?
Just to fool us.
Let's check out more of the city. There's probably places we haven't seen yet.
Because they're seriously really trying to push, right now, an equality argument with the story in this section. I mean, the whole story so far is woke or woke light. But they're really leaning into it here. Oh, we're so equal here. We're all paid a fair wage. Oh. I mean, they're all thin, roughly attractive, so all the women are.
So these are the
So fine.
grounds. The atmosphere here feels different compared to the rest of Vicent.
It's just a nicer name for a place where people go to fight.
So, it's still a good way for us to test our strength. Stop sweating the small stuff.
Group battle, we can do that. Small cash prize, okay. That's a little bit homosexual. Whoa.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
I don't know if we've got it. Are we going to be okay? No, we're gonna get one shot. Why am I grossly underleveled for this area of the game? There's nothing I could have done to stop that. What they've done is that they literally placed into this game higher level content that you have to literally go back to. Why would you do that?
In here. Resuscitation. I'll be saving
You'll pay for that! Dragon Swarm!
I'll bring you back from death.
No escape! Dragon Swarm!
Thank you.
This one's all mine!
I'm such a failure.
You picked the wrong fight!
Can't be happening.
You're finished! I owe you one. Stop!
Oops.
Here I come! You're finished! Dragon Switch!
Over?
Cannons.
Lightning orb! Don't mind if I do. Dance in the wind! Dance in the wind! Dance in the wind! Sealed! I can't feel anything.
Ridiculous. Recommended level. Yeah, thanks for telling me, game. Thanks.
Brace yourselves! This one's tough!
Raise your spear. Pierce evil.
Dragon Swarm! Pierce through!
Watch it.
You got company.
Here I come! Dragon Swarm! Pierce through! Try this!
Do it.
Hey, stop!
Evil.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
See you continue on in that vein.
Bro, I'm just gonna say it though, modern stories are so bad. They're not willing to be offensive, they're not willing to be gruesome, they're not willing to be gritty. There's no realism to it, there's no realism to it, there's no immersion to it. There's no world that I'm actually a part of that is lived in. Yes, because I'm your husband, biatch. Get on your knees. Right, but I miss stories that were made for adults. I really do. You know, you think of a film like Gladiator. I mean, that's a story that just encaptures you immediately. And, you know, also Lord of the Rings, it's a different level of maturity, but it's made for adults. And jeez, I mean, remember Beowulf, right? That movie? The fact that I think the game's super loud.
Not so long as you keep them pointed toward the enemy.
I'm bringing it down just a tad. Anyways, remember Beowulf? How Angelina Jolie was literally naked in that movie? God, that was amazing, dude. And I just miss stories that were not afraid of being mature and having mature content, right? Having attractive women that are either practically naked or mostly naked. I think all that Angelina Jolie had covering herself was golden paint in Beowulf. And I mean, she was freaking hot, right? And now, right, you wouldn't get that nowadays. She would be covered up, she would be uglified. We can't get mature storylines or anything anymore. And like everything has to be liberal, everything has to be sanitized, everything has to be inoffensive, right? It's like, you know, you can't have a story about hate, you can't have a story about anger and resentment, you can't have stories about these things. And it's because of how much we believe that we have to absolutely, without any shred of doubt, we have to sanitize everything. I mean, we literally act like everyone is on the verge too. Now in modern day, we act like everyone's on the verge, the ever-living present verge of becoming some kind of, you know, serial killer psychopath. They act like you can't see mature content in a story, and like, you know, like make a story that's about a Sith, right? A dark side user story within Star Wars. It's gritty, it's dark, horrific things happen, and then don't sit there and be scared or act like your audience can't just deal with it, right? That they can't just process with it and just be like, oh wow, that's freaking crazy, you know, wow, that was intense, and that was really deep, whatever the story was on about. And the whole story, by the way, the entire moral of the story is nothing liberal. I mean, it's like, this group of people got enslaved and they deserve to be enslaved. That's that end of the story. Give us other stories. I'm so sick and tired of all this liberalism bullcrap. I want to have dark stories, gritty stories. And I'm so sick and tired of the fact that we have to be babied all the time, that we can't just have a gruesome story. where the audience is treated like, yeah, you can just take it because you're not a child, and we're not going to act like every single person that's watching this thing is an on the verge psychopath.
One of your friends, Hoodle?
It's just, and also psychopathy is different than a dark storyline or whatever. But right, the whole thing about how, and I'm just gonna say, I'm not gonna analyze into the words I'm using here, but right, the whole thing about there's no light without dark. Well, you don't have. I'm not saying this is an absolute truth, but there is an element to this that's worth saying, which is that you don't have a great story, right? You don't have great kindred stories without a decent, not appetite, but without a decent serving of also dark and gruesome stories. If you're going to sell me a story about how the rebels free themselves from slavery, then I need to start seeing some stories about how rebels even get enslaved in the first place, and they're douchebags, right? Part of it is that they deserved it, part of it is that they don't, or whatever. Or they completely deserved it. Make stories that vary across the moral landscape. But we live within a propagandistic landscape right now. So what I'll call it. It's a landscape right now. It's a propagandistic landscape of storytelling where you can only see one type of story, and it's anything that's liberal, and it's anything that stirs up positive emotion at all times. We can't just have a story that's grueling, right? And I don't mean it in the way that leftists do it, right? Where they're super obsessed with gore, and they're super obsessed with their nihilism, their atheism, and their death. No, screw that stuff. I don't care about liberal senses of gruesome. Because all it is that it's supposed to be so horrifying, right? It's what it is. It's horror prawn. It is horror prawn. It is horrify me prawn. That's all it is. It's victim prawn. It's, you're a slave prawn. You're going to free yourself from slavery prawn. That's all it is, right? It's all this kink and fetish of horrify me of a story that's outside of my liberal ideals, so that then I'm that much more invigorated by my liberalism. I'm so sick and tired of it, dude. Just give me a gritty story. That's it. That's all you need to do. Stop treating us, the customer, the viewer, whatever, as children, where we have to see everything that is 100% sanitized, and we're being coddled as we're being shown a story. Just make it stop. Love of God. Remove myself. That is toxic, sir. That is toxic. This is the thing that frustrates me, is that I'm okay with stories like these existing, right? But the problem is the fact that we can't have any stories that are opposite to this. And, this is the thing, is that people are just begging at this point, like, please give me a gritty storyline. You know how long people have been begging for a Sith side story? A story about the bad guys, where the bad guy, by the way, doesn't turn into a good guy. The bad guy's a bad guy, and that's it. And the story is where the bad guy is justified. They have their convictions. They will not back down on their convictions. They are set on being on the bad guy side. But we don't have stories made for adults anymore. We have stories made for children. We can never justify the villain. Never. And I'm not talking again about liberals and how they like to make these right, what do you call them? These these relatable villains or whatever, where basically it's a villain but they're poorly misunderstood, and really, you know, it's a piece of it's all based on identity politics. No, outside of identity politics, I want to see you have a story where you justify the villain. I want to see a storyline where the villain, oh, I get his perspective, oh, I get why he thinks that way, right? I get why he's a bad guy. Yeah, I like sympathetic villain storylines. Not by the liberals, because they don't understand good and evil. It would be great to have a story where it's like we're not always jerking off the freaking hero. And that's what we do. We do this freaking weird hero worship jerk off session all the time with stories nowadays. We can't have a story just about a villain. Or the villain who's actually somewhat a good guy, somewhat not. Maybe he's neutral, right? Maybe he's a bit of an anti-hero, whatever, right? Maybe it's like, oh, you know what? I get it. I get why... And I side against the hero. It's so lazy. Listen, when you're not making a choice, between two options, you're not making a choice at all. If you are forced, and you must comply to align with one side of the ideological spectrum, right? You are forced to comply with liberalism and all of its ideals, and how we always have to believe that good guys are basically liberals. If we have to always have these stories, then you don't believe in a hero. You believe in a homogenous drone, a homogenous slave, a simpleton who's told how to act and how to behave, and they are a dutiful slave, and that's all it is. It's a dutiful slave narrative and storyline. You're not getting an actual story about someone that had to make a choice, or about a story where you, the viewer, the audience, you make the choice. Is this person right? Are they wrong? But they don't want to treat you like an adult anymore these days. Modern storytelling will not, and it will refuse at every which direction you go to treat you as an adult. They'll do everything in their power instead to treat you like a child. How dare you make your own choices and decisions? How dare you sit there and discern for yourself if the hero or the villain is true or correct? And how dare a writer ever make a villain where, oh, that's why the guy's a bad guy, I get it, right? How dare you do that? We always have to make these villains, even if they're understandable. It's like, well, clearly they're wrong, but you're going to just see, like, why do they think the way they do? And you're going to feel sorry for them, but obviously they're wrong. I'm so sick and tired of it. All of it is indoctrination. Bro, what is going on with this guy? You're taking forever, guy. What are you waiting on? I'm so sick and tired of it. I am so unbelievably tired of how we're not given a choice anymore. We're not allowed to have a choice anymore. What, do I have to sleep here or what? What's going on? Okay, let's go sleep. Maybe that's what we need to do.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over. Our heads.
There is such a thing as dark psychology. The human mind is possessed by both dark and what? You want to call it, like, it's not really dark and light, but right, it's like dark and kindred psychology. You cannot shut out dark psychology and act like it doesn't exist and that it will never exist. You can't do that. You can't shut it out. That's where you create people who are slaves of their own mind. No, you have to tame the beast within you, as well as you have to tame the beast, but also manifest the beast within your persona, within your psyche, as well as the gentleman. Both must be cultivated. And you can't just trap out the other in full preference for one. Because then what you're doing is that you are suffocating yourself, and there will always be that inherent desire to not suffocate yourself. On one side of the psyche. The human mind desires both ends of the psychological domain. There must be, and there has to be, a mixture, a balance of the dark psychology as well as the light psychology. Or, kindred, or what, the sophisticated. The dark and the gruesome and the sophisticated psychology. And here's the thing, if you never come to terms with your gruesome psychology, then you will always have some sense of episode, some sense of you're not going to be a master of your own home inside of your head. You will never be able to be a master of your own home. You will always be a slave to your own mind if you cannot come to terms with both your sophisticated and your gruesome psychology. And that does not mean that you tamper down either one. It means that you understand how to utilize either one and how to justify either one within your mind. And to justify means to discern how to make a choice. Right, the whole idea of justification, how to rationalize your position. But we act like that the gruesome psychology is possessed by irreverence and the sort of, we act like it's a belligerent psychology. But you have plenty of individuals on both sides of the coin who are both. They're belligerent, whether they are sophisticated or gruesome. But then you also have individuals who are, whether they're gruesome or sophisticated, or, they're displaying either or of psychological domain, and that individual is not belligerent, right? They're a very even keel individual. Right? Better word, temperance. They're a very temperate individual. And yet they possess, with the right discernment, they're gruesome and they're... Oh shoot. Whoops. Freaking audio just... Okay, I think we're good. That randomly got blasted up. That's funny. Anyways. But you have individuals who are temperate. And they possess both, and they know when to possess their gruesome and their sophisticated psychology. And specifically when I talk about this, it's really men, right? Because women are the ones who truly do have scorn for the world, right? And it's not that they're stronger than men or anything, it's just that men have far more forgiveness of the world than women do. And of course, if a woman were to possess, and this is why men or women are different, and this is why, what I'm talking about doesn't work for women, because if they had a gruesome mindset, they would just ravage the world. So they can only be kindred. They can only be shapened in the image of temperance. Women are only made to be caretakers. They're not made for war. And that's why when I'm talking about here, this is for men specifically. You must manifest both the gruesome and the sophisticated mind. If you cannot manifest either or, then you will be a prisoner within your own mind. You will be possessed by malevolence, and you will have episodes here and there. You will not be able to control yourself. The only way you can control yourself is learning to justify, to rationalize both sides of your psychology. All throughout history, men have been predicated by both the desire to sophisticate the world, but also the willingness to be gruesome. And it's those very men that have survived each generation, and it's those men who created the future generations, who created civilization. If you ever left any of it up to women, right, this balance of the psyche, we would have been torn apart. And worse than slavery would have ever happened, right? Outright persecution of the highest degree is what would have happened all throughout history. And of course, what we would know is that, well, there wouldn't be history anymore. History would have been completely abolished if women were the ones that were held responsible for the balancing act of the dark side, or, okay, again, gruesome, or the sophisticated psychology of the mind. It's only men that can properly wield it. And it's only men who are meant to properly wield it. It's why men have created philosophy. Because philosophy, right, is how you store generational knowledge on matters of conduct and how to perceive the world within the most reliable manner possible within conduct. And specifically, this should be said, only men can build the world through their rage. And by the way, this is a liberal, feminist / effeminate talking point. We're looking at the world through the lens of a woman, that there is no usage behind your rage, that there is no effort or use out of rage. No, we all know. And by the way, these stories, JRPGs understand this. So many storylines, even by these liberals, even they understand it, that once you tap into your anger and your rage, then you unlock a new range of power. Right? We always do this with characters in these storylines. It was like, for some reason, we're so afraid to admit in real life that you can utilize your rage, that there's utility behind rage. There's a reason why it is an emotion. You don't just have rage because it has no utility. We have rage for all kinds of reasons, right? In a lot of ways, it's a survival instinct, but also it's a decision-making instinct. It's a no BS, right? It's a expediency instinct. I'm not going to waste my time. Screw you. Screw off. We're getting from point A to point B. You're standing in my way, and you're going to get me killed, or you're going to get me injured by standing in my way, right? The rage instinct, somewhat synonymous with the killer instinct, is very vital to human psychology and human survival all throughout history and all throughout time. And for us to believe that we must now be these coddled manifestations, isn't it funny? Isn't it funny? During the age, right, of civil rights, civil liberties are under the most attack. Isn't it interesting that during the age of liberal enlightenment and all this, this coddling enlightenment, how we have to coddle the mind, and how, there's something wrong with your rage and your anger and all these masculine impulses, right? That do require discipline, but it's not the impulse that's wrong. It's how you wield right? It's not a sword that's wrong. It's how you wield it, when you wield it, how you discern to wield it. Same thing with rage and anger. You have to understand how to utilize the tool, because you can utilize a tool with both the intent for gruesome and sophistication, outcomes and circumstances. And it can all be for, air quotes on good or directly good, whatever. It can be for an acceptable outcome, whether it's sophisticated or gruesome. And that separates you from the maniacs, by the way, right? Because there's a difference between belligerence and temperance. What we're speaking about here is temperance. You're not belligerent. You're not doing something like a freaking maniac. You're doing something out of decisive prose, okay? And that's what we're talking about here. The human mind is made for both. And it is this feminist / effeminate, right? Possessive femininity that sits there and says that we have to suffocate and we have to shackle masculinity. And in no way is this acceptable, and in no way is this going to create a good world, or strong world, or a reasonable world. All you will do is create weak men, truly corrosive men, broken men. That's all you will do. You will destroy the very stability and the rigidity of its stability within the world. So back to it. Even the liberals know that there is a power and that there is a usage behind rage. But there is a difference, right? Between belligerent rage and temperate rage, right? Righteous indignation, right? The Bible is very clear on this. How, right? God is a wrathful God. He is a jealous God. But he's also a loving and a caring God. Because he is a temperate God. And because nowadays we look at everything through the lens of femininity, women cannot process temperance. They can only process the belligerent. But then they're not even so much belligerent as they are mindless. They lack discernment. They don't have the discernment of men, so they can only process, and they have true scorn. They have true hatred of the world, of themselves, of each other. The female mind can never cater itself or cultivate itself within the gruesome psychology. Only men can possess that without becoming fully belligerent. And to some extent, right, as I said before, it takes discipline to do that. But only men can discipline their mind away from belligerence. Women cannot. But it's because women think this way that they think there's something wrong with a wrathful anything, but specifically a wrathful God, right? A wrathful male archetype, a jealous God, a jealous male archetype. And they do not understand that you can be both wrathful and vengeful and angry and filled with rage and filled with jealousy. But also, on the flip side of that coin, that you can also be temperate, that you can be caring and loving and provisioning and all these things. Women do not understand this because they do not possess the male psyche. They do not possess male processing and reasoning. And men are built fundamentally differently than women. We have higher faculties than women. This is the reason why men all throughout history have been the philosophers, and it has always been down to men. They're the ones who have developed and grown the world, who have cultivated the world, and the world can only be cultivated through both the gruesome, right, rage, and the sophisticated, temperance. Temperance and sophistication, rage and gruesome. What we do nowadays is that we vilify both in our beliefs now, our existential beliefs, when it comes down, what the frick is going on? Holy crap, it's a human centipede. Oh my, I do not want to know where they're going. Nowadays we demonize the Bible as if we know any better, and we don't. Because again, we live during the age of the utmost civil rights, and in the age of utmost civil rights, you see the most attack and the most threat falling underneath civil liberties. We live during the age of supposed enlightenment, and the tranquility of mind, of liberal tranquility of mind, how the liberals tell you that you cannot have rage, you cannot have wrath, all these things, because everyone's a freaking maniac, a psychopathic murderer waiting to happen, right? So we have to completely coddle everybody, we have to sanitize everything and everybody. You can't see anything unless it reinforces a liberal position point of view, right? Even in a game like Diablo 4, with all its gruesome storylines and all its gore, even then, a lot of it was being used, not all of it, but a lot of it was being used to reinforce liberal talking points. Right? It's by possessing something that's so extreme on what you're horrified by that pushes you even further in the convictions of your beliefs. That's what it is. But it's why they sit there and they demonize the idea of God. It's because they demonize and they hate the idea of faith, of masculinity. Specifically, they demonize the premise of masculinity. And of course, faith is tied to masculinity. More than anything, demagoguery, right? Blind support of a authority figure is specifically feminine. It is not of the masculine. Because even when you lead a battalion of men to war, there's a reason why in storytelling we always have speeches, rousing speeches, men talking to each other before they go off and risk their lives or do something that they know is impossible, that they know is ridiculous. Why is that? Why do they think so hard about what they're about to do? Because men are not just blind, mindless followers. Only women are. So demagoguery is specifically a very feminine perspective, you could say. I don't want to oversimplify demagoguery because there's more behind it. I'm just going to say it from this one perspective, is that that's what demagoguery, though, largely is. You will see those who fall under demagoguery the most are women. But men, you always have to rouse the troops when it comes down to men, because men are rational creatures. So you always have to process and reason with them, even when they're soy boys. You know, those guys are a little bit more effeminate than anything else. They will follow demagoguery to some extent, but anyway, it's just so important with our stories, man. Nowadays, all of our stories had to possess... Listen, storytelling is premised within enlightenment, and enlightenment is possessed by reality. You cannot possess a story that is serving its function, right? Serving its monetary function. The reason we pay money for stories, the reason we, throughout generations, sat around campfires telling each other stories is because of enlightenment. It is storing generational value. The only reason you care about a story is because you can get immersed within the reality, the enlightenment of the story. And the only way that you can get immersed within the enlightenment of a story is by possessing the reality of the story. There's no other way around it. You can't do it any other way. You can't make up propaganda. You can't have ideological stances that are unproven or dishonest. That's why wokeness does not work in storytelling, because wokeness is unproven methodology, ideology, it's propaganda, and also simply it is a delusion. Wokeness is a delusion. It does not work within storytelling. You can make a story about the rebels being against an empire, and to some extent that's not completely woke, although it can go woke, because throughout history there's been good and bad empires, there's been good and bad republics. Democracies always fail, they're freaking jokes, but our most stable government systems, republics and empires, can be good and bad because ultimately corruption can possess any governmental system. So you can't have a good story about the rebels who go against the Goliathan Empire. And it's a good story, right? It's about the little guy beating the, right? David versus Goliath is fundamentally what it is. But there are also, and this is the thing I'm getting at, there are also stories where the Empire has every good reason in the world to squash the rebellion. Because the rebellion is full of belligerent children or belligerent losers who think that they have every right, that they are owed, or that they are entitled to change the world in their image. That's why they are the rebellion. They want to change the world in their image. They want to go against the Empire because they do not accept the status quo. But all they will bring upon the world and upon the world, everyone that lives in the world around them, all they will bring upon it is death and destruction, or the loss of stability, of a stable civilization. There are stories where the rebellion is evil, or the rebellion is the bad guy, or simply the rebellion is a neutral party. They're not right, they're not wrong. And the Empire is not right and it's not wrong. Or it is right, but the rebellion is also neutral, right? They're not right or wrong. You can understand where they're coming from, but it's like, okay, but I don't exactly have all the reasons in the world to root for them. And in fact, I have more reasons, right? The whole thing about anti-heroes, right? You have great stories about villains where it's like, okay, understandable villain, but yet the main character, hero of the story, he's meant to still win because ultimately it's much more worthwhile, I guess, for us as the viewer to invest the time into seeing he wins, right? Despite the fact that it's like, well, I understand why the villain should win to some extent. Same thing works on the other flip side of the coin. There are stories where, right, well, maybe the rebellion isn't so bad, but they're also not right. So the Empire should win in this storyline. And again, you also have the stories where the Empire is the good guy and the rebels are the bad guys. Or basically, let's say that the rebels, they want to bring about fascism, or fascism synonymous with socialism, whatever. They want to bring about, though, their deceptive fundamental ideology or methodologies. See, you can have so many ways of curtailing a story towards different outcomes and different perspectives or different outlooks, whatever. But this is what we're doing. We're making storytelling flat because we're not willing to accept all the variants in storytelling. You know, one of the hardest things about writing a story, by the way, is realizing I can go so many directions with the story and all of it could be great. And eventually you realize, okay, I have to pick one direction and go. I'm not saying that's with every single story. I'm not saying that there's legitimacy behind every single storyline, right? Again, I'm just saying something very simple. There are stories written by competent writers where different angles of the story can be true. There are still angles of storytelling that are fundamentally wrong, right? For instance, woke storytelling is fundamentally wrong. But outside of wokeness, there are stories that have all the legitimacy in the world to be made and written, and they have slightly different justifications to their narrative. Because ultimately, this is what it comes down to. The truth is unconditional. Or you could say that the truth is fixed. The truth has a very rigid baseline that exists within it, okay? However, within the truth, there is also the reality that the truth is also conditional. There are variations of the truth. And it's not so much a coin. I said this before in another playthrough, but it's not that the truth is a coin, or there's two sides of the coin. No, the truth is like a dice, and there's multiple sides to the dice. The fundamental truth is the dice itself. The dice is the fundamental truth. You cannot get rid of the dice. But ultimately, upon all the faces of the dice, there are different expressions of the truth that are true, that are real. So, right, the fact that, right, for instance, what is the dice What's an example of the dice in real life? Okay? Let's say cultures are homogenous, racially, and therefore culturally. That's why they're homogenous. But cultures are made up of people of the same kind. Okay, that is a dice right there. That's a fundamental truth. Cultures are not made up of people from other races. No, cultures are made up of one race. Once you engage with multiculturalism, you have a culture war, is what you have. Multiculturalism equals a culture war. Multiculturalism represents as well, not only does it represent a war, but also multiculturalism represents a conflict between the ideals of separate races. So that must be understood. This is the fundamental truth. This is the dice that you cannot change. Same thing with there are men and there are women. There is XX and there's XY. Okay? Those chromosomes make up what we know to be the dice of reality. XX and XY. Okay? You cannot remove men and women. That is a constant. That is the dice. Now, are there some men who behave a little bit less masculine than other men? Yes. So that is a side of the dice. There are some men who are neutral in their masculinity, some men who are overt, some men who are completely neutered in their masculinity, etc., etc. And some of it is somewhat a problem, but some of it is also just, right, it's different flavors of the same dish, okay? We're still serving chicken, it just has different flavors, okay. Right, there's no fundamental issue with the masculinity, it's just that the masculinity has slightly different sides to the coin. It's not that the men are effeminate, it's just that some men, let's say, are less masculine than other men. Okay, so once we understand this, same thing with women, right? There's women who, and we're not talking about women being masculine, but there are women who express different shades of femininity, right? You have different archetypes of femininity. You have a character like Catwoman, for instance, and you have a character like Princess Sarah within Strangers of Paradise Final Fantasy Origins, okay? They're all women, they're all effeminate, you know, maybe in slightly more problematic ways than the other. Like, Catwoman is fine as a character in her own vacuum, but if other women started to try behaving like Catwoman, it would just be malicious in the end. Most women cannot actually possess a character like Catwoman because Catwoman ultimately does not disrespect men. She does not disrespect Harvey Dent, Batman, but ultimately, right, she's against Harvey Dent. She's kind of sworn enemies of Harvey Dent, and she's ultimately aloof and elusive, but ultimately coy, sexual, and playful and flirtatious with Batman. She is fine with her expression of femininity, but ultimately, Catwoman is the sort of femininity that honestly has a whole kind of mastery or expertise curve that most women do not possess. Most women are not capable of understanding how to behave in a flirtatious manner like Catwoman. So it becomes very problematic when women try to emulate Catwoman and her behavior because they just become insufferable feminists. And they think that Catwoman's character is about being Miss Independent. That's not her character at all. The only reason that there is a Catwoman is because there is a Batman. She just exists in a way that, anyways, I don't have to get into this, love of God. I've gone into it before in the, specifically the Batman playthrough. So let's not get into it here because it's just going to be tiring. But then you have characters like Princess Sarah, who is absolutely innocent, pure, modest woman. She is just absolutely a splendid character in every way whatsoever. I mean, she's a true girly character, feminine character. But it doesn't make a character like Catwoman any less sexy or attractive, and vice versa from how sexy and attractive Catwoman is compared to a character like Princess Sarah. These are two different characters, and they work despite how different they are from each other. Different shades of femininity, same thing works with men. You have characters like Arthur Morgan, Solid Snake, Cloud Strife, and they're all different shades of masculinity. Fundamentally, they're all masculine. You can also throw in a character like Barrett from Final Fantasy VII. You have all these different characters of masculinity, but they're all masculine. And they're not petty, they're not petty thugs, they're not these degenerates, they're all men, right? We're not removing that dice. The dice exists, but it has all these sides and all these shades or expressions of that fundamental reality. I forget why we're talking about this now. Anyways, that's what I'm talking about though. When we're looking at storytelling, there's different shades of reality that we're no longer willing to express, and that's because we're hell-bent on the propaganda of liberalism. How dare you make a story that isn't liberal? How dare you make a story where the Empire wins? How dare you make a story where where the villain is understandable? Maybe he's a neutral party, right? How dare you make a story where the protagonist is a Sith Lord, and we're following a Sith Lord? And we're not going to apologize for justifying the Sith Lord in the story, right? A Sith Lord who's a little bit sadistic, a Sith Lord who will enslave certain planets, exterminate certain planets based on a certain methodology, and we're not going to apologize for it. It's you, the literal paying customer who can think like an adult. You make the decision for yourself. Do I think Lord Renan or whatever, Revan I think it was, or, do I think, Darth Malgus or whoever else, do I think they're a bad guy? Do I think they're, do I think they're kind of cool as a villain? Or do I think that they're completely irredeemable, blah, 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 the whole thing? And the truth of the matter is that there's plenty of men who love both Batman and Joker. They love the maniacal mind, the gruesome mind, and they love the sophisticated mind, right? The Valorant mind, like, of course, as we see with Batman. That is both sides of male psychology, is Joker and Batman. Guess what we do in modern civilization today, though? We completely shut out the Joker mindset. Because we act like, and remember, why did the first Joker film, right, with Joaquin Phoenix, I never watched it, I wanted to watch it, but I just never got around to it. But I was interested by it, and I liked the psychological angle of it, which was, but, okay, let's just get to what I was saying though. Why did it sell so well? Why did so many people want to watch the movie? Why did it strike such a chord? Because there's a side of dark psychology that is implicit within men. Okay, there's the dark psychology. Men love both the Jedi and the Sith. But what we've been doing in modern civilization progressively as the years have gone by, as modernity has taken its root and taken its hold, what we have done is we have taken the sadistic mind of or the dark psychology mindset of a character like the Joker. And we said that is unacceptable, that is irredeemable, you are, you're evil, and in some way you need to be punished for being a male that possesses in some way the dark or the gruesome psychology of male psychology. So it's become a repressed desire now of civilization. And what we're doing is we're just bottling up. And again, when you block out one, you're going to erupt the other. Okay? We are talking right now about a gas vent or gas pipe. And it is being funneled or being fueled from the top. Imagine it coming from the roof. It's coming down by one pipe. But it must be released on two ends because there's so much pressure from both ends of all that gas coming out of the gas pipe. If you cover up one, eventually you're going to overblow the other side, or you're going to cause some kind of imbalance in wherever the room is that you're blowing all the gas into, or whatever. In some way, somehow, the gas pipe, though, is going to just burst because there's too much force being spent on one side of the outtake. And this is how the human mind works. You can't just expand the pipe for the further load of the gas that's being vented out. No. The way that the human mind is developed is that we have both sides of psychology that must be vented out. We have both Batman and the Joker. We have both the Jedi and the Sith within our psyches as men. It is a matter of disciplining oneself to be temperate within both. If you cannot master the temperance, you will burst from one side of the pipes that are being vented out of. You must be venting out of both sides. You cannot suffocate yourself on either or psychology. And in some way, we're even suffocating now the male psychology of Batman too. So overall, both the sophisticated mind in a lot of ways and also the gruesome mind are both being nowadays more so on the gruesome, but also almost soon to be equally on the sophisticated mind as well. We are being suffocated. We're being suffocated in so many ways, right? Because we are killing and we are destroying characters like Batman, like Superman, like go down the list. We're killing heroes left and right. And what we are doing is that we are perverting the balance, the mixture between the dark, the gruesome, and the sophisticated mind. That is where we are now. You need both stories. And the problem is that we have such an egalitarian, propagandistic culture where if we show you a story about a Sith Lord who revels in sadism and whatnot, then that's somehow going to set someone loose and they're going to become a homicidal maniac. Absolutely false. And as I've been saying again and again, in the age of where we're supposed to be getting so much of one thing that's supposed to be good, we're losing the things that actually matter and the things that actually have value. In the age of civil rights, which is really just civil entitlements, we are eroding the most of our civil liberties. And in an age where we are supposed to be the most coddled and the most peaceful of minds, guess what we have nowadays? We have the most mental illness. Listen, I've always said this and it's true. Mental illness is gay. Okay? Mental illness is gay. There is no such thing as mental illness. But when you cause damage to your psyche and you impose upon yourself your own traumas and your own damages, you cause for yourself your own problems, or you continue to incur your own injuries, or you continue to reopen your old wounds, whatever it is, as you commit aggressions against yourself. And that's what all this is. That what you fundamentally have done is that you are going to have mental illness because you are constantly mentally sabotaging yourself. Mental sabotage creates mental illness. There is no such thing as mental illness if you do not constantly sabotage your psyche. There are people who have legit, medical, psychological misbehaviors or malignant, some form of malignance, right? Some sort of malevolence. we're not talking about people that have legit medical issues, okay? We're talking just about normal people. And again, in the age of where we are supposed to be the most enlightened, we're the most peaceful, people are losing it the most because we are shutting out our authentic, truthful psychology. We're telling ourselves that the real world is not real anymore, that being what you are is not real anymore, that we're telling ourselves that the dark psychology is the unacceptable psychology. How dare you ever think in a way that justifies a Sith Lord or an empire or whatever else that we can think of, right? How dare you support colonization? How dare you support, you know, the sexism between the two sexes, right? How dare you think that men and women are different? How dare you think that different cultures and different races of different groups, how dare you think that they're different because they show that they're different all the time? Go look, just go to China. It does not look like Europe. You're gonna tell me that these people are the same. No, we're not the same. There's a reason why everything is different. There's a reason why women wear different clothing than men. People are different. That is the inherent truth of the world, are our differences. And it cultivates a different reality. You can't escape it. But now we live in a world where we prefer our fantasies over reality. And so here we are. This is so weird. I feel like I should just cut out everything I've been speaking about right here and just upload it as a video. Because what? I mean, I'm thinking I'm going to make this a video, but it's like I said it all right here. So I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do. I feel like I should just pawn this off as a video itself, but whatever. I have no idea right now. Isn't it interesting though, that in the age where we're doing everything supposedly right, we're losing everything that ever actually had proven value throughout history? Isn't it interesting that we're losing civil liberties, and that is the one constant all throughout human civilization that's ever mattered? Not human entitlements, not human civil rights, which are entitlements. No. Civil, sorry, not human, but civil. Civil liberties, civil rights. Civil rights are, all they are civil entitlements. Civil liberties are justified and meritorious values that we have proven throughout multiple civilizations, multiple republics, that civil liberties are important and they must be upheld by men who are good and strong. Men who earned upon themselves their liberties. Civil rights are just civil entitlements. It is a weak man telling you that you must suffice him, and that is false. There is no justification for a weak man. That is why civil liberties, you will always find strong civilizations will always uphold civil liberties. And that is always what matters, and that's always what is important. That is the inherent dice to reality and to government or governance. The inherent truth, the inherent reality of governance, the dice of governance is civil liberties, not civil rights. Let me say it one more time. Okay? In the age where we police morality and by the way, I just drank water. Love of God, I was getting so freaking dry. But anyway, in the age though of where we police the most on morality and conduct, how you're supposed to behave yourself, how much we suffocate the dark psychology, the gruesome psychology of man's mind. And by the way, we would never exist in this world without that psychology. Women would be dead. And in some past era, without a gruesome psychology in men. Okay? The world is safer because of gruesome men who are not belligerent, but they are temperate. And there's a very fine line, a very fine balancing act in all of this. What I'm saying is that the belligerent man, most often throughout history, has always been the petulant, petty thug type of man. All he does is corrode the civilization around him. No one likes that man. We love, however, and it's the only reason we're all here in civilization today is because of generations of gruesome men who had some balance of temperance, some less, some more, whatever. But in the age where we police the most of our conduct and our morality is the age where we also happen to have the most mental illness. That is a huge point being made here. But do not forget, because this is the other thing that I'm getting to here, outside of the how much we police ourselves, what that creates. I honestly forget what the frick I was talking about. I was trying to process through it for a second there, but what I did is I jump cut it for a second, but trying to think. There's too many other points I'm trying to get to. So backtracking, right? Like I'm going back in the developmental train of thought. So and I have a whole bunch of other points I'm trying to make. So then I just got freaking lost. And what's always funny is that if I just continue my train of thought, then I end up finding it immediately. But so that's probably what we're gonna do right here. But listen, man, right? That's why something like the Joker sold so well with Joaquin Phoenix. Because what we are doing is that we are suppressing passive, natural psychology out of men. And we are desperate for raw masculinity. And, oh, that was the thing I was going to get to, though. Again, mental illness is not real, and it is gay. It is simply men who have been emasculated. That is mental illness. And acting like, coming to terms with, and embracing or confronting your dark psychology, your gruesome psychology. We act like nowadays it'll just turn any audience member, it'll turn them into some kind of, homicidal maniac. We always act like it'll just turn someone into a crazy serial killer. If they see a story like the Joker, for instance, Joaquin Phoenix. Literally, that's what the journalists were raging on about. It didn't happen, right? And actually, what was funny, right? Wasn't it at Frozen 2? You actually had, it's sad, but, I think there was like a stabbing or something at a Frozen 2 movie. It's because it has nothing to do with each other. And again, though, women cannot understand the discipline of the male psyche between dark/gruesome psychology and the sophisticated mind. They do not understand the balancing act. They are incapable of the balancing act. If they tried, they would destroy the world. That is the only thing they would ever do. Women ultimately process specifically emotion differently. Negative emotion strikes women much more deeply. Men are much more resilient emotionally. And that's why, for women, they never were meant to, and they never should be, in charge of governing the world, regulating the worlds. And a part of regulating the world is that you must enact and employ the gruesome mind and the sophisticated mind. At the same time, you must understand the balancing act. That's what makes any great strategist, leader, a ruler of a kingdom of any kind or country, is a man that can possess both the gruesome mind and the sophisticated mind. And never listen to a woman, ever, on anything. Doesn't matter what she complains about, nothing. Doesn't matter. They'll either lead you down the path of absolute destruction, absolute embitterment or malevolence, or they'll lead you down the road of absolute coddling and enfeeblement. Is the only thing that women are capable of doing. Is committing themselves to the most unproductive extremes that the human mind can fathom. That is all a woman's mind is capable of doing. And that is why a world must be and can only be governed by men. Because ultimately we keep women from the malevolence that they wish to and can enact upon themselves and others. And just looking at modern day with how free, air quotes free women are of men nowadays. Everything is a wreck. The economy is dying. Like so many layers of the economy is being torn apart. We have so much debt in the economy. A bunch of money has been spent that nobody can pay off and nobody will ever pay off. It's 3/4, I believe, of credit card debt is held by women. 2/3 of student loan debt held by women. And that number's probably gone up, let's be honest, since the time of those numbers. Those numbers are like anywhere between 5 to 10 years old now. Some of these numbers, by the way, they've even stopped reporting on, but not completely. So in some ways, they've just recategorized the way that they report on the numbers, but consumerism is still led by women. And of course, debt is led by women. And whenever women do afford things, they typically rely upon the financial backing of some man. They never pay for their own stuff, ever. And we talked about this in a separate playthrough, so we're not going to probably get into it here. I should make all this just a separate video at this point. Anyways, let's just get back down to what we're talking about. You cannot remove what people really want. And I am so sick and tired of these stories where I am just not allowed to have the one thing that is necessary and that we deserve. Treat us like adults. Stop giving me the same and old and tired liberal storylines that we've been getting for how long now. Give me a story about a legitimate character who just has hatred. And that's it. They're hateful and they're angry and they are a character like a story about like a god of war, right? Ares. And that's in some way, that's what Kratos was about. Now they've turned him into the god of soy, right? Freaking god of war is more the guy that's being told by his son who screws everything up, do better, governor. Literally tells his father like 5 times in the story, do better. And yet Atreus is being a freaking douche nozzle stupid child, ruining everything. His father's the one fixing his son's messes. And his son has the gall to sit there and say, do better. Get out of here, bro. We can't have characters like Kratos anymore, though. And I never even liked Kratos that much as a character. I was never even that crazy about the God of War series. But there's a part of me that had appreciation for it existing, for what it was, for this fact that Kratos was just so nonchalant about just banging tons of hot women. I loved the archetype of Kratos. I was never big on playing those games or anything, but we don't get characters like that anymore. Right? It's what the gaming journalists call problematic, right? I'm sorry, that's a little bit problematic. And it's like, get out of here, man. Seriously, you freaking losers. Trying to police everybody. You're trying to suffocate the male psyche. Look at the men that we have today, by the way, right? Look how much men have been pussified. This is so pathetic. Like, you want to understand that the kind of character that Kratos is? Just go look at WWE. Remember Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson? The masculinity that he showed when he was with WWE? The masculinity that so many of those wrestlers showed during that time period? You know, they would call each other names, they would make stupid jokes. They weren't afraid of sexualizing women in WWE. It was just raw masculinity. And it was a way of creating fun out of the gruesome mind of masculinity. Now, of course, I was never like huge into WWE. Quite frankly, I don't really care for it. But it's a fact, but it created so much to remember. And it was that exact culture that created characters like Kratos. And now what do we have? Everything is soy driven, soy boy this, soy boy that. Even though I was never really a fan of WWE, what I did like were the archetypes of WWE in a culture that celebrates something like WWE. It's not just that, so many other examples, right? But we just can't have this anymore. We can't have, because for some reason when a man is masculine and a man lives truthfully as he can by his masculine impulses, right? How boys want to wrestle, how they want to roar at each other from a very young age on playgrounds. You know, how men have this instinct, this intrinsic desire to fight, right? To butt their heads against issues and all that. We've walked away from a culture that embraces masculinity and does not act like you're going to become a homicidal maniac because you want to punch some other kid on the playground, right? Or you think there's a certain group of kids who should be kicked out of the playground or whatever, right? There's a balance of pro-social and anti-social behavior and personality that is very important to the human mind and the male mind. And what we have completely done is that we have completely demonized the anti-social mind of masculinity. And now we have created the most malevolent minds of anti-social behavior. Seriously, we have compounded the problem by suffocating it. By doing everything in your power to coddle, you've only compounded the issue. Again, this is a gas pipe. It is being funneled from the top, the ceiling, and it is being I'm forgetting the word right now. It's not accessed, but it's being it's being released from two ends of that pipe vent. If you cover up one, you're overloading the other pipe. There's going to be too much pressure and it's going to burst. Okay? That is what we are doing. And at this point now, they're trying to suffocate both ends of the pipe. So now the whole pipe is going to burst. The whole thing is going to explode. You can't do this to male psychology. This is detrimental. This is disastrous. This is going to create far more problems long term than it will ever create solutions. And by the way, this was never even intended to be a solution to anything. There's nothing that needs to be solved for male aggression. It's always been the solution for the human race all throughout time and history. Never the problem. So we created a solution for a non-problem. What do you think that's going to do? That just creates new problems. So here we are. I'm so tired of stories like these. I'm so tired of liberalism. I'm so tired of having to be coddled by my games. I'm so tired of having to be... Freaking popped my ears. What the F? Jeez Louise, man. That was weird. What we've done with masculinity, though, is that we have shackled it so extensively. We have these stories now, and all they can be are these, basically, these are effeminate storylines, okay? A storyline about how you how you're constantly moralizing and basically fetishizing freedom from oppression. That's what the story is. It's a fetishizing of freedom from oppression. Stories like these, fundamentally, are female developed and female minded stories. This is not a masculine story, and I'm so tired of this. I want a story playing as a slave. He's not wallowing about it. He's not like, oh my god, I'm a slave. No, he's a slave. All the men around him are pieces of trash, right? They've done certain things. Some of them are good men, some of them are bad men. They're all slaves, and the story is about you fighting to earn your freedom. It's not exactly Gladiator, right? But it's like, make a story about a mercenary slave, right? And he's not demanding his freedom. He accepts it upon himself. I'm a slave. This is the world I live in. I accept it. Now it is up to me to live up to my duty as a slave. Make a story like that. He develops with certain men who are really rowdy. They're really offensive. They call other people slurs and names. Have male characters like those. Have male characters who are not so much like that. And have them all come together. A hodgepodge group of random men. They're all thrown around with each other into a mercenary group. And they butt heads a lot. Some of them even fight to a very bloody extent. Maybe even one of them gets injured. And through them fighting one another and having all their disagreements and having all their differences, they end up being friends by the end of the freaking story, right? They develop a brotherhood. They learn to rely on each other, despite their initial distaste or even hate of each other. And ultimately, none of them earn their freedom except for the main character, or maybe one of the characters that the main character knows, and he sacrifices his life for one of those other characters, right? Because that other character, he did the thing that it took for the king of the realm or whatever to say, fine, I will allot you, this one man, his freedom, right? A story where only one man out of that group becomes a freed man from his slavery, and the others, they don't whine, they don't bicker about it. They don't incessantly have soygasms like Alphen in this game does about slavery. No, they take it upon themselves, and they go through the world accepting upon themselves what they are, who they are, the world that they're thrust into. They don't like each other. They don't get along. They have wildly different personalities, and they all end up as brothers at the end of the story. And one of them, maybe not even the main character, right? But one of them becomes, it could even be the worst character in the group, right? Let's say that the worst character of the group in the story, he forcibly copulates himself with a non-slave woman's, a non-slave man. That's not the right. Anyways, a man who's not a slave. Let's just say it like that. It's slaves woman. That rolls off the tongue better, but I'm trying to say man instead of woman. So, anyways, some guy. He's not even a slave master or holder. He's just a free man, a free citizen, and let's say one of the characters in the in the mercenary group that you're a part of, or maybe you go between different groups and anyways, that could be a story, but let's just keep it simple here, right? And let's say one of the piece of trash characters in the group, though, he forcibly copulates with a man who's not a slave, his wife. He forcibly copulates on her. And let's say the story ends with that guy becoming a freed man, despite everyone around him being of a nobler character. Better word, a far more honorable character. Just imagine a story like that. I mean, you are treating, in that kind of a story, innately, you're treating your audience as adults. You're not shying away, you're not coddling anyone, you're not pandering to anyone, no. You are willing, again, you have to be willing to make stories like this, where good things happen to bad people, bad things happen to good people. We always get these stories where all the good things happen to the hero because the hero has to win. Okay, that's lazy storytelling. I need to be on the edge of my seat where I believe that the hero can fail at any moment in time. I need to be, and again, I need to have stories where literally one of the buddies of my hero, or the main character who's a decent guy or whatever, is literally a piece of trash that, right, forcibly copulates with a woman. Right, a woman that isn't a slave. So now there's a hierarchy issue too in the world that we're set in. It's not a noble woman, but she's right, it's like middle class or something, right? And there's issues with that. It's something that maybe the characters, they try to hide for a while before one of the lieutenants, let's say, who's not a slave. He's leading the mercenary group, though, let's say. He hears about this somewhere later in the story. He gets pissed off. Or, of course, maybe... instead, what would make more sense is that the noble woman... Or, sorry, not the noble woman, but the woman that's not a slave, right? The middle-class woman who got forcibly copulated against... Let's say that she, right, eventually talks about it to her husband, right? And then there's a hysteria in that city, in that town, in the story. And your characters deal with the fact that they're not willing to admit who did it. And nobody in the group likes this guy, this character. And he's not even necessarily written to be a bad guy either. Because that's the other thing. I hate how we do this in writing, where we have to make obviously evil characters. They speak a certain way. They talk a certain way. The second that there's a guy in a story that's meant to betray you down the road, they always talk in a way where they're supposed to be sleazy. Why don't we just have a guy that's like literally, you assume that this guy is like a Chad, right? This guy is the pinnacle of men. He's the guy that's Mr. Steal Your Girl. Everyone thinks that he's the best dude on the block. And he's the character that ends up doing the forcible copulation for whatever reason. How much more interesting a story like that would be. And all the main characters, the main character in the group that he's associated with, right? All these other male characters that are different from each other, different personalities, they don't like each other. Some of them can simply only tolerate each other, but any prolonged period of time and they don't like each other. Throughout the beginning, and let's even say the middle of the story, whatever. But the guy that you wouldn't expect to be the forcible copulator, and everyone kind of thinks he's a good guy, but he's also slightly a douchebag. So that he's like a complex character. Not all of him is bad, but not all of him is good. But he's still at the end of the day, as the story concludes, he's still a piece of trash. But maybe, let's say also, maybe there's a slight he's a piece of trash throughout the story, for the most part, despite not being all bad. But by the end of the story, the fact that he was the only one to become a free man, let's say that does something to fundamentally change his character, but doesn't completely convert his character. Because that's the other thing that's super lazy about writing nowadays, is that characters just simply convert. Oh, I was a piece of trash, now I'm the good guy. No, let's just say that he has a slight change of heart. He's still somewhat a douchebag, but now he's slightly more caring, or he's slightly more... He tries to do things, he tries to go out of his way more for no good reason. It's not even for the benefit of others, but because he sees his brothers who risked for his life to be free, right? They risked their own lives so that he could be free. Now you see him, not out of the goodness of his heart, but he's just, now for some reason, he just randomly tries to help people, save people when they're in trouble. It doesn't mean he's not a douchebag. It doesn't mean he's not, right? That kind of character complexity. Having a character who's not flacked. Having a character who's not the destined hero of the story, or like he's not the guy that's supposed to be the person that you're rooting for, but he ends up with the hero's outcome, right? The hero was the one that was supposed to be freed, but for some reason it's the piece of trash guy does the piece of trash things, right? And he only makes a slight character improvement by what his by the life-changing action of his kind of begrudging brotherhood group, right? Mercenary group. That is already a far better story than whatever water horse crap we're getting today, including this game. A story like this that we're getting today, where I'm so sick and tired of all this liberalism, all these friendship narratives that are so gay. I'm so sick and tired of a friendship narrative where it's like, we're all friends, nobody offends each other, nobody hates each other. I'm sick of this crap. Give me a story like I just described. And that's just one layer of the story. But just that one layer, that's already a greater story than what we get today. That's already a story that's going to land hard with you in so many ways. You're going to feel some level of rage after this guy that's not like a blatant piece of trash, right? He's very suave, he's handsome, he's a guy that looks clean cut, but forcibly copulates a non-slave woman. Think about that, right? Who's married to a non-slave man. Think about that. Just think about that kind of a story. That is an insane story. Imagine the delivery. And again, the delivery is that much more because the writer's not telling you what to think. The character that does the bad action, he's not obviously a bad guy. But he's like really rough around the edges in certain distinct elements. Imagine a story like that. And in the end, all of the good men around him are the ones who sacrifice the most. Imagine that kind of a story. And again, every bit of that, all the range of emotions are going to land that much more with you. You're going to feel rage when he does the forcible copulation. You're going to feel, the slight guilt, but also the slight guilt, but also, let's say, also the shame of the fact that the characters, they don't want to be caught. And they don't want their mercenary group in whatever way to be punished by his action. And by the way, he's not punished for like any moral indignation. It's just because of class hierarchy reasons. Matter of the world, you're a slave, you did this to this non-slave woman, we have to punish you and your group of men, right? So now you're experiencing the rage of what he did, but now you're also experiencing the shame and the guilt by the fact that the characters do not want to admit who did it, or even if their group did it. And what if even in the storyline, doesn't have to go this way, but could happen, where they scapegoat another group. these are not bad men, but due to the situation that they're in, they're like, right, it just happens to be a matter of the scenario that they scapegoat another group of dudes, another mercenary group that they like, another platoon that they work with. And an innocent guy is the one that gets punished. Already better. Now you're working off of rage. You're working off of, and again, the writer's not telling you what to think. The writer's being objective about this. They don't care. They're not moralizing it, any of it. But already within the situation, you're going to feel implicit rage, implicit shame, implicit guilt. You're going to have a whole range of emotions because of what that story is about. And then the fact that by the end of the story, these guys eventually develop a brotherhood. That they all feel for each other in some weird way. Where they're willing to sacrifice their lives for each other. They kind of get along better now than they ever did before. And then literally all these good men from this group, or better men, maybe they're not good men, but they're better men, then what they do is they sacrifice their own lives for the freedom, right? And you write it well enough that it makes sense. It's easy to do this if you're effective at writing. But they risk their own lives for the freedom of the forcible copulator. And then, as I said before, right, the forcible, that guy, he has a fundamental character shift that's very minor, but it's obviously connected to what those men did for him. They slightly changed. Imagine a whole story about those type of characters. Imagine a whole story about men like that. That is already so much more interesting. That is a story that you will remember for years. You would probably sit down and watch that story with your kids, specifically with your sons, because of all the lessons on masculinity that could teach you, but also just like understanding all the depth of the human mind. Because there's so much that you can do other than what I just defined and explained. There's so much that story could do. Just think about it. How much a story like that, right? Because like that tests the mind. That tests your own psychology, right? It's like, I understand why they risked everything for that guy, but it's still a piece of trash, right? That internal conflict that you're having in your mind. And then processing that out with your kids, right? With your sons. Showing them that movie, let's say, that storyline. And for young men to see that kind of a story, where it's like, these men are taking upon themselves the brunt of being slaves. They're not complaining about it. These are imperfect men, and they even sacrifice themselves for the most imperfect man of the group. Think of all the things that says about masculinity. Think of how that gets a young boy becoming a young man, what that gets him to think about, how that gets him to process in his head about what the burden of masculinity is, right? That inherently is a masculine story. That inherently is a story that's going to get you through a whole range of emotions. That's the kind of story that gets you thinking. That's the kind of story that has the power to enlighten, to serve the inherent function and premise of storytelling. And what's sad is we will never get a story like that. Not for right now. Especially out of these game developers, all these liberal writers. They're not willing to make an offensive story with offensive characters, with scenes and scenarios where they're not telling you what to think, but things just happen and you make the decision of what you think and what you believe. A story where you are treated as an adult no matter your age. That's what storytelling used to be. Those are the stories that we loved throughout all these generations, right? Stories like The Godfather, about raw, unapologetic masculinity. despite how imperfect the world is, your burden of performance. That's why we love so many masculine stories, is because they carry inherent truth, inherent enlightenment, which of course therefore means truth. Those are the kinds of stories that we won't get anymore. And again, I'm just saying that as one layer of the story. There's already a whole other story going on in that story, right? Because you're already a part of a mercenary group, so you're being tasked to do certain things because there's a larger story going on. How cool would a story like that be? It wouldn't just be a cool story. That would be a timeless story. That would be a generational story. There's so much inherent value to a story like that. We know that throughout history, there's so many men who've gone and lived through that story that I just described. This is why I say what I'm saying right now. This is why, like, so often, man, I'm playing this game right now because there's nothing better to play. I hate everything that's modernity. This game is modernity. It's just less of it. They're sneaking it under the rug. The preface of this game are normal relationships, boy meets girl world, just traditional gender dynamics, not roles. The roles are not traditional, but their dynamics are. The women are treated as women, the men are treated as men. Specifically, Alphen is kind of the head of the group, the leader of the group, and Shionne is the helper of Alphen. She literally bestows to him his sword that gives him further power, but he's the one that wields it, and it's a source of Alphen's weird ability to not feel pain that he's able to wield the sword. But ultimately, the powerful character is not the woman, it's the man in this story, but she is the vessel to which he can extend his power, is ultimately what she is. Which is fine, it's fine. Because ultimately, she's like a supportive element of making Alphen's character furthermore powerful. So there's traditional gender dynamics here, despite some of the gender roles not entirely being traditional. There's some facade of traditionalism going on here. That's why I'm here. The women are sexy and attractive. That's why I'm still here. I like looking at Shionne. That's why I'm still here. It's for every bit of normality that we do not get in modern games today. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm playing this game. But the reason why I keep on talking for long stretches of time as I'm playing this game is because I'm still dissatisfied with the experience that I'm getting. Because as I'm telling you right now, I can already think of better stories, better narratives, better deliveries, better executions of the story. And so because of that, I'm going through these very long-winded explanations of the things that we're not getting anymore. Of how these things could be improved, or how these things ought to be, because that's always what sold the best, and that's always what was. Listen, we got so many good films in the past, so many great games with great stories, and it's just because the ideological makeup of the writers used to be normal. Nowadays, everyone's woke. This game is woke. It has ESG elements thrown in. It's so frustrating because it's like, I just want a good story. This is all I want. Simple fact of the matter is, you won't get it. It's modernity, bro. I would literally have to start playing older games if I want to get good stories. And I just mean good. Not great, not exceptional, not masterpiece. Understand how low the bar has been set. Today, people think that great stories today are the very same stories that would have been laughed out of the room even 10 years ago. More specifically though, like 15 years ago. Like nowadays, dog water horse crap is given praise. literally celebrated. The dog water horse crab that we get today is literally celebrated. I can't stand it, man. I really cannot stand it. You know what? I think I said all this in the most perfect manner I ever could. So I'm actually thinking I might have to make this a separate video. Like, I'll just literally take what I'm talking about here and make it the video for this, because a dedicated video for this topic, because I think this is the best way I could have ever put all of these thoughts. I think either it'll be 2 to 3 videos, everything I just spoke about right here. And I might just overlay me actually playing through gameplay as I'm speaking, you know? Whatever. We'll see. We'll see what I do. But the whole point of the matter is just that if I did try to talk about this, there's probably a bunch of points that I would just miss if I tried to do a dedicated video on this. We covered all the bases pretty well here, but that's what I mean every time I'm talking about these things. That's what I mean when I say I'm so tired of liberal storytelling. That's what I mean when I say that I could do better than this. That's what I mean when I just talk about all this stuff, that you have past writers that did better work than this. And I'm so frustrated as I play this game, because this is the best that there is right now on the market. It's crazy to me that what's best on the market is so insufferable in the lens of not wokeness, but quality. Okay, there's woke elements to this story, but there's enough that's not woke to this story that I can put up with it, right? But even outside of the non-woke, even with the non-woke elements, the quality of the story, it's so generic, it's painful. I'm not impressed by what I'm being shown here. I want stories made for adults. I want stories that get you thinking. I want stories made by men for men. And by the way, young boys have the ability and the capacity to think like men. That is the power of great storytelling, is to mature and to discipline and to develop an introspective and exploratory mind. Nowadays, we are literally pussifying and we are retarding young men nowadays. We are babying them. We're not getting them to process the world through a masculine lens, to think about life from a masculine perspective. We are raising soy boys nowadays. And we're seeing the results of that, by the way. We're seeing all the consequences. It's not good. Stories like these are made to further pussify men and to operate upon the liberal victim fetishization. The liberal fetishization around slavery or some kind of liberal position that is based within a victim mindset. I'm so sick and tired of liberal fetishes. I'm so tired of it. I want to see masculine stories again. I'm so tired of it, dude. So tired of it. Like, it's so sad. We used to get really great stories. I remember a story like Uncharted 3. That was a great story. It's about a young boy, right? A retrospective story about how Nathan Drake developed a sort of surrogate father-son relationship with Sully through having a hard upbringing as an orphan child. It was like kind of like a weird rendition of Aladdin in some weird way. Not entirely, but you get the point. Uncharted 3 was a great story. I really loved it. I love Nathan Drake's character. And of course, now Naughty Dog is woke. So a character like Nathan Drake is just destroyed now. He's not masculine anymore. He doesn't just randomly tussle and fight men on the street. Like, he was a rough and gruff kind of like James Bond. Let's just be honest. And he was such a cool character. And now we've pussified Nathan Drake. And we don't get great stories surrounding characters like Nathan Drake anymore. But that was that was a great game series for its time. For the time that it existed.
Did we get everything?
Yeah, let's report back to Bregan.
You know how I have to put it now? We don't get stories anymore. We don't get stories anymore. That's the truth of it. We're not getting stories anymore. We're just not. We're getting ideological propaganda. That is all we're getting.
I see.
As of today.
All right.
Got it.
You also gotta love how in these liberal storylines, no one is... Right, nobody is stupid, nobody's lazy, nobody's... Right, like all the people that we're supposed to identify with and feel sorry for, you know, they're not raging losers. Well, it kind of makes it that much easier to sell whatever point that you're trying to make through the characters in the story. When you make everyone not be losers. But that's the issue, is like philosophy has to be based within the real world. And a lot of philosophy is a tandem between considering losers and winners. Right? Good men and pathetic men. That is what philosophy is based upon, is creating a kind of equilibrium in addressing both minds and having a preference over one to the other. Specifically, typically cultivating a strong mindset over a weak mindset, right? Rather than thinking like some kind of weak, lazy, fat man, you think like a man that is strong, effective, lives up to his duties and his burdens with excellence. That's typically the entire purpose of philosophy, is a mindset of strength, not weakness.
What?
Huh?
That ain't funny.
Huh?
What'd you say? That ain't funny.
Yeah.
We are really lacking.
To him. The things he risked his life to say were worth it in the end.
I just hope he got through to others, too.
It might take some time, but I think they'll get there eventually.
Here's the thing is that, and this is what I'm so tired of, there's not enough, and there's really no anymore. There's no true competition in the market for these games and for these stories. And really what it is that everyone's competing to make the same game, to make the same story, to make the same product now. Everyone's looking to make the same homogeneous product, whatever it is. Everyone, though, is working to make the same products. And the stories are all the same.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Searing flame! Reload! This one's mine! 2 heads? What's not even fair?
Go for the weak point!
Dang, son, you're going down.
I'm out of ammo. Watch it!
I'll finish you here and now!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Eat this!
Dragon Swarm! Sonic Thrust!
Eat this! I'll run you through!
Here I come! Wind!
Not on my watch!
Talon Heart! Oh, now you're talking!
Light Talon
Sword
Heart
Rain
in the
Alpha!
wind!
You picked the wrong fight!
Sealed! More for the
Take this.
stockpile!
Eat
Here I
this!
come!
Flame of Fury! Lightning Orb!
Lightning Hyper!
I'll tear you
Time.
Demon Break! It's finished!
Let's do it!
I'm on it!
You're mine!
Talon Storm!
No escape! Severing Wind!
Hurricane!
You're on!
Lightning condemns! Thunder Blade!
Eat this!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Searing Flame!
You escape!
Nice.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Slash!
Raging Cascade! Searing Flame! Reload!
Where are you going?
Dance in the wind!
Eat this!
Strike! Glacier
I'm on it!
Mega Sonic Thrust!
Magic is there!
I'm not
The
done!
enemy is going all out! Talon
You're
Storm!
mine!
Disasters made one!
Armor won't save you!
That move!
Lightning Orb!
Here comes the big one!
Don't mind if I do!
Rolling snap! That freaking
Take
does
it!
it!
Let me help!
Huh?
Land! Raging Cascade!
Rolling
Right!
snap!
Dance in the wind!
Water! Hear my call!
Take it!
Will this help?
Burn in hell!
Bang blast!
Healing Circle!
There you go!
Oh, sweet.
I'm sorry to hear, Father.
We've all got enough on our plates.
Yes, ma'am!
Take this!
Lightning condemns!
That freaking does it!
First
strike! Here I come! It's over!
Eagle
Dragon
Drive!
Swarm!
Hurricane!
Healing
Here I
Eagle
come!
Drive! I'll crush you! Lightning
Jeez.
Reflexes! Tenebrous Claw!
He's punching a super dog.
Here goes
Blast!
Dragon
Almost there!
Or close enough! Take it away, Law!
I thought you'd never ask.
They're not playing around!
I'm not done!
Does it? Shattering
Water! Hear my
defense!
call!
Attack time!
Light Asteroid!
Glacier Idiot! Here's the Eagle!
Dragon Swarm!
Freeze Lancer!
Mega Sonic Thrust! This is bad, right?
Uh-oh.
Yes, Alvin. Very bad.
I don't feel so good.
Here's a healing orb. Not in your dreams. First
It's
aid.
on!
I'll cover you.
You picked the wrong fight!
Lightning orb. Raging Cascade.
You're mine!
now.
Dragon
I'll be saving this one.
Dragon
Here,
Swarm!
Flame of Fury. Burning Strike.
The voice actor for this guy is very familiar. What the heck are you doing?
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
I know fine weapon material when I see it.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
I see. Right.
Hey. I wonder if something happened.
Alright guys, we're back. We took a slight break. Alright, back at it. Let's freaking go.
Hey!
Well...
Right.
See, the issue with these games is that they want you to get immersed and like invested into the lore and the world that they create. But the problem is like if you don't have inherent value to the world that you're creating and it's not inherently insightful, unique, or interesting, right? There's no sense of enlightenment, is what I'm fundamentally saying. It's not made supremely competently, then what you're giving to me is something, and listen, there's a lot of busy dialogue in this game, right? Busy work, busy dialogue. Just people saying things, just blabbering stuff. And it's like, I'm not interested in what they have to say, and honestly, none of it even matters. Am I actually immersed into the lore of this world? Well, the lore doesn't mean anything. So far, there is no enamor of creativity that I truly see here. There's no interesting ideas. There's no interesting storylines. There's nothing unique and purposeful placed into this story, into this game. What I'm going to say is that this is like a filler storyline. It really doesn't have any exact reason or purpose besides just randomly taking up your time. Seriously, this is not a story I'm going to remember with all of its lore.
Finally.
They go into so much detail. All I can remember is Dahna and Rena. Or Renan and Dahnan, that whole thing. All those, just their locations and blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's all I can remember. Everything else is busy dialogue, busy lore. None of this actually means anything. And really what it comes down to is that there's no reason for me to spend all this time caring about the world and caring about the story that they've created, because it's not unique enough to pique my interest. Interesting. Never miss, huh? Yeah, anyways. You know, it's just that the ideas, the value of the ideas that they present to you through this game is not valuable enough for me to invest my time, effort, and energy into learning about and immersing myself into. Right? Like, seriously, what interesting ideas are in this game? None. There's really, there isn't any. Right? This is a very generic story, very generic anime world. The only thing that's really peculiar about this game are the hot chicks. Largely, that's what it comes down to. Oh, I forgot about this guy. We're gonna die. Listen, the characters are not interesting enough
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
to get me to care about the lore that they created, the worlds that they created. See, the world of The Witcher, right, gives me a world that I want to learn more about, I want to immerse myself into, because there's a lot that's going on in there. And there's a lot of intelligence that was put into creating the world, creating the lore, and it was competently told. But in a game like this, it's really the basics and the fundamentals, that's all that really matters for the story. And all the extra details, it's like, okay, listen, other stories have done exactly this. Why am I coming to terms and educating myself basically about the world and the universe and the lore that you created for this game when there's already a bunch of more interesting lores and universes outside of this game? That's the fundamental issue here. How many games do we have magicians with that can utilize the powers of wind and fire and water? How many stories have a bunch of evil lords and you're defeating all the evil bad guys of the world? Like, how many stories do all the same stuff that's being done in this game? And they're trying to act like they're creating a world that you want to and that you should be immersed into and that you should be investing a lot of time, effort, energy, interest, investment, attention into. Well, okay, but there's not enough here. I'm hearing about stuff that I've already heard about in other games. That's what this game is. Listen, if you're going to make a generic world and generic fantasy, if you're not going to be a completely competent writer, then don't go into so much detail. You're making a simplistic world, a simplistic story. So, okay, put it like this. You're making a simplistic story. So just remain true to having a simplistic world alongside a simplistic story. These characters really are not... Listen, like, an intellectual did not make these characters. Let's just say it upright. The intellectual complexity of this story, its characters, the world, is not there. For me to act like this is so important. It's not. You know? Listen, the competence, the intelligence, the complexity of this world simply does not exist enough for me to sit here and pay attention to all the dialogue, all the lore. The entire framework is so weak and unstable of what they created. They're paying way too much attention into useless and meaningless details of their world and their story for me to give a crap about what's going on here. So what should they be doing instead? Instead of trying to educate me about these random owls who are basically chameleons, okay? And instead of going into long-windedly how you do the incantations of your Dahnan magic, and instead of going on and on and on about, like, going long-winded about how Law can just randomly punch a dude with a shield and break his defense randomly. He literally doesn't, it's just reasons, bro. I break through his shield because of reasons, bro. Okay? Instead of wasting my time with all that, literally just work me up towards and into the developing romance between Shionne and Alphen. And honestly, just work towards them eventually sleeping together in the story. Just work on their romance and develop that much more than all this other random bullcrap that they really, quite frankly, they're not cut out for what they're writing for.
Rinwell, mind if we chat a little?
Poodle, come here, sweetie. Woo! Good boy.
What are you doing?
It's flying practice. Hoodle doesn't really like to leave my side, but if I don't make him spread those wings every now and then, they'll start to weaken. It's important he practices. Also, I'm pretty sure he put on some extra weight. Oh.
Probably because everyone keeps sneaking him snacks when you're not looking.
I knew it! I thought there was something fishy going on.
Why are they talking about this?
It's really not
What?
good for birds to be overweight, you know?
What are they talking about here?
Really?
This is oh my, this is female writing. This is female writing right here.
haven't been giving him anything he
They're
can't
literally
eat, have you?
blabbering about nothing,
sure
and
everything
it does
actually
not
has
matter
been
what they're
okay.
talking about.
Just to be sure, though, why don't you?
They're just talking about random stuff that has no value.
Oh, yeah.
This is literally just random social, needless small talk.
not at
This
all.
isn't interesting. I'm not laughing. I'm not
For a very
intrigued.
long
I'm not.
time,
There's
Bruno
nothing
was the only
intelligent
friend
being
I
spoken
had.
or said. What? Oh, it would be bad if my owl got obese. They're spending in-game paragraphs telling me.
Sharing him, you know?
Every one of us can see that he's like family to you.
Why are they spending in-game paragraphs to talk about it's not good to make my owl obese?
Yeah,
And now
I'm
we're
sure
talking,
you're right.
and now they're just
I'll talk to the
redundantly
others about it
talking
later.
about how the owl's becoming a part of their little family. What are they doing, dude?
Poodle, let me know if you sense anything.
What was the point of that dialogue? What did that dialogue matter for? What was the purpose of it? We didn't need to go through that. See, that was a waste of time. That did not need to be in the story. This is my issue with this game. There's so much dialogue and so much story occurrences that just don't matter. Why do they act like it should matter? Here's the other thing too, by the way. Okay? It drives me crazy with some of these developers. Listen, Law and Renwell, they look like young adults, right? They look like adults. They're just, right, young adults. But it seems like the developers think that Renwell and Law, I guess they're kids? They look like adults, okay? They look like young adults. Why is it... It seems like to me, right? I look at them and I'm like, okay, those are adults, right? But for some reason, the developers, I think they think they're kids. I've like teenagers or something. I don't get it. I'm so confused. You know, Law looks like a young man, but they're treating him like he's a boy. I don't get it. What are they doing? Like, who are these characters? Because I can't keep up with it, man. By the way, I can never figure out how to use the freaking blade, the fire blade. I've tried doing it the way that they told me to do it multiple times. Never worked. I hate it whenever they give you gameplay mechanics that just don't work. Like, oh, you know, you can do this thing and this mechanic activates, but when you do that thing that is supposed to work and do this mechanic, it won't work. Well, then why is it a mechanic in the game? If it doesn't work, why is it available to me? Like you're supposed to hold down the X button or the Y button when you want to use the flaming sword. I hold down the button in combat. It doesn't work. What is going on?
Another day, another Gald.
And right now, I have no idea how to progress the main story. I have no idea because it's not telling me. So again, oh, Dahnan. Hey, what's up, girl? Oh shoot, wait. Oh no, they don't allow me to. This is something I used to never care about, but now that they censor every game from you being able to look up skirts, frick, that's effed up. I mean, you can kinda. It's not a lot. No, you need to be allowed to look up skirts though in games. It's so funny because it's something I've never even done in games. I'm not against doing it. It's just I just never thought. Like I'm just staring at whatever chick in the game there is. I'm just staring at her rack the entire time and her butt. But like, if there's a guy that wants to freaking look up the skirt, he needs to be given that option, which we can barely look up the skirt. Gosh dang it. I'm seeping. Yeah, like ever since they did that with like I think it was Claire, or I think it was no, it was Ashley and Jill Valentine, right? One's from Red Dead. No, it's not Red Dead. Oh frick, Resident Evil 4 and Resident Evil 3. Ever since the remakes, well, I think even the older versions of the games, they've been restricting their players from being able to look up the women's skirts. Ever since that's happened, I've just all of a sudden I'm like, I give a crap. It's like, I'm sorry.
I'm sensing a strong.
Why do you have to step in the way of men wanting to look up at women's vajayjays?
Stronger concentration of astral energy around it.
Does that mean there's treasure buried underneath here or something?
Who said anything about treasure?
There's nothing here. It doesn't even connect to Vicente.
It's on!
Again, trying to repress sexuality, especially in men, it's so disgusting. You know, it's normal and it's a good thing that men
Did you just heal me?
are attracted to women and they get off looking at women.
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
It's so funny too, because these leftards, they do everything in their power to nullify women's sexuality, the availability of looking at women for men, because these ugly female losers want to, I mean, they're just in spite of the male customer is what it is. They're ugly in real life and they're jealous of attractive women and men wanting to look at attractive women, and they shame you and they're like, oh, you're creepy. Oh my gosh, like, how dare you? You want to look at women? You're not gay? Oh my gosh. Freaking losers, man.
Maybe something's going on in the forest.
Yeah, I bet, biatch. But you know, they're not afraid to go oogle mode on freaking Henry Cavill, right? Or just a random example, but there's like so many dudes. The Reacher dude now, of course, Jason Momoa for a time, but he hasn't really been in too many films now. Right, when he was in Game of Thrones, that was the peak of women oogling over him. But like, there's no problem with women, right? And like these same leftards will go all crazy and gaga over attractive men, but it's always, whenever it comes down to us guys, we want to look at attractive females, and we have to be shamed about that. And I don't even care if women, right, if they're sexualizing men or not. Listen, regardless of the fact, it's just a constant. Men want to sexualize women. Men like women's bodies. Holy living crap. Somehow there's something wrong with that. These freaking weirdos, bro. And they do everything in their power to repress male sexuality and desire. They want you to be gay. They want you to be a degenerate.
Let's see what's going on around here.
Yeah, there might be someone who could use our help.
Whatever.
Hey!
You know, do I care? Do I literally care? Do I care? Like, do I remember any of the last dialogues we've had? No, I don't remember any of it. It doesn't matter. It's busy dialogue. I don't care. Love of God, let's just do the quest. It's just a quest. It's just an excuse to level
Just
up.
go after anything that looks remotely like farm equipment?
Beats me. Let's just focus on ensuring they don't make matters any worse.
By the way, why do you keep looking over yourself?
Huh? Oh, no reason. Don't worry about it.
Looking over yourself, what does that mean? Have I gone in here? I did. Oh, dang. There you go. There we go.
Man, I'm famished.
We got the upskirt that we were looking for. Well, okay. Immediately a 10 out of 10 game. It's now worth it. All of it's worth it. I mean, it's kind of pathetic that I have to swim in order to see upskirt, but the fact that there's a way to make it happen. There you go. I can get off to this. If I just close my eyes and imagine. It's so crazy to me that normality and reality has become such a out of place thing, right? Out of place kind of topic, or not a topic, but that normality has just become such a reality's become such a by these weirdos who have hijacked everything. It's become such a taboo placement. Or a taboo trend, or it's become such a taboo occurrence, right, in games.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Rising Wyvern! Rising Phoenix!
Healing circle. That is.
Nice.
Wish they were all that easy.
Yeah, I think we might be getting too strong.
Isn't that good?
Play along, would you?
Is that the Zoogle we're looking for?
Zoogle who? I don't see him. What are you talking about? Bro, are Zoogles just the monsters of this game? Is that it? Is that what they mean?
This'll be a delicious piece.
I have no idea what Zoogles are.
Now you see what I can do.
Lightning orb.
Swallow dance.
Dragon Swarm!
Hear me.
Glacial spear.
Let me flash!
Dragon shell.
Sweet dreams.
Double Demon
You're
Fang!
most comfortable at a range, aren't you?
I'm not really built for close quarters combat.
Nor am I. Don't
I'm
worry.
sorry to be a
I'll help you
bother.
keep away. We've all got enough on our plates.
Yes, ma'am.
Everyone's talking over each other.
Well, looky here.
Deliver the materials. But I am on a different quest. Earthen Mass. What are those? These guys?
All we have to do is get rid of that thing, right?
These guys. Okay. Got it.
Glacial spear.
Lightning Flash!
It's over. Glimmer dragon.
Take this! Luna Rondo!
You know what? Okay, here's another thing that's pissing me off. It's all the enemies are damage sponges. It's kind of annoying. Redundant content, redundant gameplay.
That extra training paid off.
There's the Zoogle we were asked to handle.
You know, there's something so weird about just how
Breeze. Get in, get out.
I don't necessarily like the combat that much. I think the combat just doesn't feel rewarding enough. Like, all of your attacks don't do a lot of damage, and it's not really comprehensive to understand what are my damage numbers even doing. What are the damage values? Like, why am I seeing damage numbers for, like, you know, 1,000 damage, 100 damage, because 36, 86, all these random damage numbers? Like, why am I seeing all these different numbers? Because none of them really mean anything. Like, I can't quantify the actual valuation of these numbers.
Wow, that was
And as I'm playing the game,
I know, right? Bet you couldn't do it.
So it's a grab here, thrust the left leg, then use the right arm to leverage over.
Stop memorizing my move.
it's kind of a silly
Like the Zoogle we were told about.
friendship, I guess. Yeah, so anyways, I don't know, man. There's something about the combat that's just, it's not the worst combat, it's just not good. And me personally, I just don't like it. There's something weird about it. I don't think it's fluid enough. Feels a little bit clunky to use your attacks.
Thank goodness.
Again, you're spamming the same attacks over and over. You need to have,
Oh, no. Of course not.
there needs to be better, like, weakness windows, or there needs to be something. They need to change it in some way. This just isn't, it's not cutting it.
Okay,
Yeah.
you did it. Yeah.
All right.
Well,
I guess. Really?
This is such a weird game, right? Like, I have I have almost exhaustive
My dad's working in the quarry today. So is
criticisms
mine.
about
I'm
it.
gonna help him when I grow up.
You're hoo-hooing me? I have no idea.
hey. Mm-hmm. Wow.
Hey! You need to stop this fixation with weapons.
But
Can I have
the
a
same way about food. Are you planning to stop that?
Can I have a fixation with you? Biatch. Oh, is he in the tree? I don't think so. Oh, this mother effer's gonna drive me nuts.
Maybe something's going on in the forest.
What forest?
Looks like Dahnans are working in the quarry.
Let's go check it out.
I feel like we're like ambulance chasing liberals right now. Where's the oppression? I have to find it.
Something back in Sislodan about how he fights using a rod.
A rod?
I don't know the details, but from what I gather, he swings a long rod around and uses it to stab and smack people from afar. I think there's also something he does with, like, trees or grass or something? I forget.
Grass?
Bear in mind that Elda harvests Earth astral energy. It would be no surprise for him to have some sort of control over plants.
So basically the point is we know nothing about the guy. Wish we weren't.
Bro, they take their time, their sweet time with the dialogue. They need to be way more quick to the point. I mean, they're just going on and on and on. It's like, what the frick, dude? It's taking forever for you guys just to share your thoughts.
I'm sorry. I'm not feeling well today. Could I please take the day off?
Oh, that's terrible. Rest up and try not to strain yourself. I'll let the others know.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
This is so ridiculous, man. Is this supposed to be a joke, like, on, what, socialism or something? Or do they actually mean it? I just don't trust. I don't trust any of these developers anymore. Why is he hitting that with a hammer? What are you doing? Bro, are these fake jobs?
Everybody seems so happy working here.
And it seems like the soldiers are there to actually protect them rather than keep an eye on them.
I don't get it. How can it be like this?
Yeah, I literally feel like we're just ambulance chasing liberals. We're looking for a reason to clutch our pearls. Where are the bigots? We must defeat the bigots. Oh. Yo, what's up?
Alphen of Orbis Calaglia. I'm Captain Kisara of the Elda Guard.
Yo, what's up, girl?
Just Kisara? No last name would make you a Dahnan.
So it does. Is that a problem?
No, you're hot. We have no problems.
Wait, so you're saying the Lord of Elda has Dahnans protecting him?
In this country, Dahnan guardsmen aren't unusual. Everyone who enlists does so of their own free
You're not a man.
She sounds like she's serious, Alphen.
That makes no sense. Don't your people remember 7 years ago?
Wouldn't you be grateful if you were finally allowed to live as a free person? And for my part, there is no greater honor than being chosen to serve His Excellency, Lord Dohalim. I feel no shame. But all of that aside, I came seeking you, Alphen, at Lord Dohalim's behest. He wishes an audience with you.
With us?
Indeed. He awaits you at Autolina Palace. That is, if you choose to accept. I am here only as a messenger, not a kidnapper. Your reply?
You're hot.
All right. We'll meet your lord.
Very well. I shall return and deliver your
Can we
acceptance.
sex later?
Please don't keep him waiting too long.
Oh my gosh, that can't. Oh my goodness.
What lies beyond this point?
A quarry manned by Dahnan laborers.
Nothing else?
There's a Dahnan medical facility for the severely ill at the back. However, for sanitation reasons, it's kept off.
Oh my gosh, that camera angle. The way she walks.
Why do you think this Dohalim would want to see us?
It's probably a trap.
Still, they already know we're here. Not like we can start being stealthy now. We might as well listen to what he has to say.
Hey, are you sure about going? What if it's a trap?
That's no reason to back out now.
Law's right.
Your mother was a trap.
But we should buckle down.
Bro, the women in this game are so freaking hot. Holy crap.
That Kisara woman. She sounded pretty smug about serving Dohalim, didn't
I
she?
didn't hear a single thing she
Still has
said.
a Renan for a boss. How is that any different from being a slave?
Renan society is a meritocracy. To us, it's seen as natural that
Bigots.
those who sit at the top rule over the rest.
It's the same old wall as the rest of Dahna at the end of the day, just with a different coat of paint.
I guess it can change people's attitudes if they can at least serve someone they respect.
But they're still being deceived. It's obvious that's what's happening.
Bro, these people are such liberals. Holy crap, these
The loyalty really
characters.
did seem to be genuine. But on the other hand, Calaglia had its fair share of Dahnans who just accepted Renan rule because it was all they'd ever known. With that in mind, it can be hard to tell if her loyalty truly came about on its own, or if it's just the result of years of subjugation.
Who knows?
Doesn't really
Might
matter.
clear some things up if we hear what
She's
Dohalim
hot.
has to
That's all that
say.
matters.
Yeah, you're right. Let's make our way to the palace.
She is a prime candidate for sex slavery. That's all I can think of. Alright, so who the frick is this Dohalim guy? They keep on building him up to be
I guess that towering
the
structure at the
biatch
center is
in the Nine
palace.
Realms.
You think it's dangerous to go inside?
It's not a question of danger. We're going inside regardless.
Inside of you?
I just don't get it. The Dahnans have endured years of suffering. How
Wow,
could they
this
just
chick
turn
is a
around and
mega
trust the Renans
liberal.
all of a sudden?
Yeah, I've been wondering the same thing. But I guess they must have a pretty good reason, right?
Like what? What could erase 300 years of pain and suffering?
A nice
Maybe
pair
it's
of
precisely
breasts.
because they suffered for so long that they see Dohalim as something of a savior.
Hey, whose side are you on here, Alphen?
Relax, Rinwell. All I'm saying is that we shouldn't jump to assumptions about these people until we know more about the situation.
I just don't get it.
I don't get your mom. You'll see me complaining. I still clap those cheeks. Every day. Dang, girl. Oh my gosh. Holy. I think this is going to be my playable character from now on. Holy crap. Yo, nice outfit. Jeez. Why are you all armored up? Yo, I need to turn her into my second wife. We can have Shionnes on the Mondays, and we can have this chick on the, well, all the rest of the days. No, we're gonna have both on all the days. That's a compromise. Bro, the way she walks, holy.
Place they got here.
There's no way this isn't a trap.
Your guests, my lord.
Thank you, Kisara.
Uh-huh.
Wielder of the blazing sword, the liberator of Calaglia. You do dress humbly for someone of such grandeur. But where are my manners? I am the ruler of Elda Menencia. I'm Lord Dohalim Ilkaris.
If you know who we are, then you know how strange it is to invite us into your palace.
I thought I'd clear up your misconceptions before things could escalate. What do you say?
Why is this guy so effeminate, bro? He has an earring?
You did come here to defeat me, did you not?
What's with JRPGs and their freaking female-looking dudes?
I don't think that
The main character is acceptable, but
taken in a fair amount of his scent by this point. Have you come across even
what's with
one
these
slave being
femboys?
abused? Soldiers killing for sport? Suffering of any form? I would hazard that you have not. For I have liberated Menancia from its suffering and brought joy to its people. But if these results are not enough to stay your sword,
dang.
I commend you for your boldness, but it won't work on me. Still, your would-be assassination cannot go unpunished.
That's pretty much woman decision making right there.
Fair enough. Allow me to host you for dinner.
Okay.
Gelzelik,
Yes, my lord.
please escort our guests if you would be so kind.
As you wish, sire.
Oh my gosh, bro. You know what I'm realizing? This guy's a legit white character that's turned black. Or he's kind of more brown.
What I get? What were you thinking attacking him on your own?
What are you upset about? Our whole goal is supposed to be overthrowing the lords. Remember?
He could have been hurt.
The lip
It wouldn't have
syncing.
been the first time either. What's gotten into you?
Oh my gosh, the lip syncing is so jarring.
Hey, you do know that Alphen is really just worried about you, right?
He's worried?
I mean, that's what it looked like to me. But maybe not.
Golly, bro, can we just say it? Yes. She needs to suck these nuts. Holy crap. What are we waiting for? Wait, he's into me? Yes. I've been begging for you to suck these nuts. For how long? Freaking biatch. My word, she is trivializing everything. Biatch, just make it freaking happen. I'm waiting freaking 17 moons out here. Okay, we need to... Again, this guy, he should be a white dude. This is so ridiculous.
I asked my chefs to prepare only the finest delicacies available.
Literally, he lives in a white person's kingdom. How the frick? He is so out of place. They literally did this for ESG.
Why did you set the Dahnans here free when you took over?
But you are mistaken. You see, I may rule single-handedly, but on my own, even I cannot change the order of things. But what is within my power is the welfare of the people, the fostering of a mutual respect among the
Socialist.
classes. This I can change.
Sounds a lot like the Dahnans are still oppressed, if you ask me.
Only in the sense they continue to serve as laborers, yes. However, I assure you they are fairly compensated for their efforts. This harmony we strive for is the current pinnacle of Renan-Dahnan coexistence.
Harmony and coexistence between the Renans and the Dahnans.
What about the crown contest? This doesn't exactly make you a shoo-in.
And yet, the Dahnans here are even more productive than when they used to face daily lashings. In any case,
I prefer the
crown
lashings.
is of little importance to me, and even less to Elda Menancia. You see, I have no interest in becoming sovereign.
Gasp. What the frick is going on here? Dude, this is so silly. Why is this guy so effeminate? Okay, he's not white. Why is there this non-white dude in the story? Literally, The culture that surrounds him, the people that surround him are freaking white. What is going on? What? Just don't question it? Totally makes sense. What is going on? And he's such a femboy, like unbelievably femboy. Wow, that's very, very Japanese. What the frick? Bro, these are civilized people. Why is he rage fighting?
It's over. Stop.
What? What? Bro, the execution on that is so weird. Yo, that chick's got a nice rack. Wait, so he killed him? How's he dead?
How could you? I swear, I'll never forgive you for this.
He's literally supposed to be a white character. They literally just color swapped him. Why is everyone screaming? This is kind of melodramatic. Oh my god. Dude, listen, there's a reason why JRPGs were thought as gay for the longest time.
Throne of a realm. But sovereign is a different matter entirely. I have no interest in playing their game.
Okay.
Are you saying you'll withdraw from the contest?
That pineapple texture, though.
I guess if you don't plan to ascend the throne, there's not much reason to harvest energy from Dahnans, is there?
Let the ambitious fight it out amongst themselves. All I care for is maintaining peace throughout my realm.
So what? Your personal desires are all that matter to you?
Take a look in the mirror. I may not play their games, but you have outright betrayed your own. You've torn down 2 of my fellow lords. What precisely is
like a
yours?
bigot.
Spare me your answer. I care not for your reasons. Suffice it to say, I will not impede you.
I'm just here to
That
clap her
said,
cheeks,
should
so
you
I just
threaten
do
the peace
whatever.
of my realm, I will respond. I suggest you conclude your business and leave Menancia at your earliest convenience. Kelzelik. Our guests depart. Please see to their lodgings for the night.
Dude, this guy is so effeminate. What the frick? Goodness.
I shall arrange for rooms for you all at a local inn. It is a short ways down the road. You may stay there for the night.
Shionne is so
after which
hot.
I suggest you promptly
Holy.
make your departure.
Goodness.
Damn, look at how ritzy this place is.
Let's
How
see.
many rooms do you think it's got?
Don't you think you're being a little too relaxed? They could strike at any moment.
If they were going to attack us, they would have done it already. Are you just going to keep
Ah.
standing around or what?
Sorry, I'm just getting prepped over here.
Dude, she is so attractive. Anyways, dude, okay, let's just address all this. This is ridiculous. Okay, white person's area. This whole game is white people, all right? It's clear that that's the demographic and that's the makeup of... What's she always eating? I don't get it. I don't understand why we have to randomly now start throwing in diversity. Okay? White people world, white people characters, enough. Just enough with the throwing in random other races. Okay? If they wanted what, a more, I guess, is it Middle Eastern? Is that what they're going? Persian? I don't know. Not Persian. Maybe Persian. I can't really tell. Egyptian? Are they going for like Egyptian? Then No, not even then. Listen, this whole story is about white people. I mean, you know, like air quotes on white because also Asian, but the point still stands. Listen, this is so ridiculous and silly that they're throwing in a random brown guy into the story. What are you guys doing? What are you doing? I don't get it. I can't really tell what this is supposed to be. It's the architectural design. It's a mixture to me of Egyptian and Victorian? Seems like it to me. Or, what, Enlightenment, Renaissanceian period? Anyway. I just don't get it. I don't get it. Honestly, I don't have all of the thoughts available to me right now. Let's just put it in the simplest manner possible. Ridiculous that this guy is brown. Why the frick he should be white? He looks like he should have been white. He was supposed to be white, and then they just randomly changed his race. And they did that just so that for ESG, for diversity points. That's why they did it. So, okay, that's a huge issue. They did not need to do what they've done. Oh, dude, it's so ridiculous that you can't look up the skirt. It's so stupid. You know what? I need to see this. I wonder if it's even universal between the characters. Yeah, it is. Kisara is so freaking hot. Holy crap. But yeah, man. I'm so confused. So anyways, that's it. Listen, it's woke. That's stupid. You're randomly throwing in freaking diversity just for the sake of diversity points rather than remaining true to the cultural and the racial makeup of this world. So this is silly. Okay, outside of that point, what was the other thing? There's another point. I have another point I'm gonna get to, but there's another one I'm forgetting. Frick. What was the other point? Somewhere in the scene. It was one of the scenes that we were watching, but oh, that was the other point I was gonna make. So, alright, which one do we want to get to first? Yeah, so anyways, forcing all this racial makeup is silly. I'm so sick and tired of this crap. This game is absolutely a liberal's wet dream, okay? In its own respective elements. Now let's get on to the other point. So, this is why anime has been considered gay for the longest time, because it is largely gay. I love how effeminate and attractive the women are in this game. And in a lot of animes, I don't know what it is about these anime developers though. They always go out of their way to make very... frick. It makes no sense to me. They always make the men look very femboyish, and I notice they give the same jawline to the men and the women. It's okay if some of the men have slightly more narrow jawlines, but it's like, why do the men look... They have the same jawline. It's like an androgynous jawlines, you know? So I just don't get it, man. Why would they do this? They're always making men look very similar to the women. freaking gay. And they always dress up the men and they adorn the men very effeminately, right? They give them jewelry. They give them freaking earrings. Like, what? What are you doing, man? Like, is it gay baiting? I don't know. Because I would say it is. I just don't know what the frick they're intending with it. So that's just weirdo stuff. But they do it. They do the same with Cloud and frickin' Final Fantasy VII Remake. He has an earring. I don't know the frick why. It's frickin' stupid. Or it's him or Zack. I think it's him. Yeah. Tifa's hot though, so whatever. I just don't know why they do weird androgynous stuff with the men and the women. But ultimately, they stick true to just giving us attractive females.
So you're the blazing sword of Calaglia now, huh? Come to think of it, I remember Ganabelt calling you that too.
Yeah, you're getting to be pretty famous among the lords.
Yeah, and that's not a good thing either.
What do you mean? That's something you should be proud of, if anything, Alphen. They're scared of you, man. You're a real badass.
It's not as simple as that, Law. The more well-known he is, the more people might come after him.
No, that's not what I'm worried about.
It isn't?
When people call me that, it feels like there's something hanging over me that shouldn't be there. It's hard to put into words, but it's something that doesn't feel like a part of me. Something I can't let be a part of me. Or else.
Well, I still think it's pretty amazing, but that's just me.
Why were they speaking for so long about that? What was the point, you know? I don't get it, dude. I don't get it. 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 Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, dude. Ah, jeez, this is painful. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Bro. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna freaking lose it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, dude. Holy crap. Bro, I just start blocking out some of the things they say because I'm like, they're just rambling. What are you talking about? Why are you talking about these things? What does it matter for? That's cool looking. Seriously though, what are you talking for? Holy crap. I just don't get why they're talking. They're literally arguing or like debating over things that are like really simple. I'm so confused. Anyways, listen, let's just get into it, all right? Well, it's not really that long, but that's what she said. Interesting outfit there. What's going on? Why are these women so close to each other? Can I get closer? Here's the thing. I'm very confused. Very confused. I'm having the hardest time processing all of this, if I'm being honest with you. Okay, this is painful. Oh, gosh. Bro, this game is breaking me. It's just so many layers. Okay, effeminate men, what the frick? Throwing in random mixed races because obviously ESG had something to do with this. Okay. And by the way, when we talk about ESG, these companies are a part of the wokeness, right? They're looking for someone to verify their wokeness in the product, right? It's like, are we being good little liberals? Or are we being bad little liberals? And they're like, no, you're doing a good job here. But you know what? You could put a couple more colored people here and there. And they're like, oh, thank you. Thank you for telling us how many more colored people we need. So it's just annoying. It's all daylight, but it's a mix. It's a mixture of the government. Well, right? Well, actually, you know what? This is one of the things where it's like, not being in the industry, you can't really tell what's going on. There's certain things that when you're just simply in the industry, you're like, oh, that's why it happens. But it's like, do they really get that much money for ESG? I don't know. Frick. I need to recalibrate. Alright, I had to take a freaking breather. See, there's so many problems of what's going on. I'm actually getting flustered and I'm losing my track of thought. Like, too many things. It's just, what the frick is happening? Listen, man, the writing and the storytelling, it's just so non-existent. I can't really tell where the story's going. There's so many things. I'm just like, what am I here for, right? And this is the other point I was about to make before I got all flustered and I'm just all over the place. Right now, there's just so many things. But listen, anime is freaking gay, overwhelmingly. Gives you attractive women, that's great and all, but it's like, you want to know the reason why I'm playing this game is because everything in the West is so bad now. So I'm playing now, like, I'm willing to play these types of anime games because of the fact that everything has gotten as terrible as it is now. That's the reason why I'm here. But this story is, I'm being honest with you. Listen, women are hot and attractive in this game. I love that. I love it. I can't say it enough times. But that does not mean that this is not terrible writing, lazy writing, unimaginative writing, needless blabbering writing. All of the issues that there are with this game and its story and its writing is there. I love the way they do the women in this game. I love Shionne, the way she holds herself, the way that her mannerisms, her behaviors, her idol animations. She's freaking smoking hot. I love this chick. I love her. Okay? She behaves effeminately. I love it. She's a raging, walking hard-on, but it's like, still. And Kasara is freaking hot, and the back angle is amazing. And I want to give her the freaking outfits that, you know, doesn't have the battle armor on, but it's outside of that, dude. Like, come on. Let's be honest, though. Is there a story? No. Is the story bad? Or sorry, is the writing within the story bad? Yes. Is the dialogue pretty bad? Yes. How many elements? If there weren't hot, attractive women in this game, why the freak am I here? That's the question. And the only reason I'm here is because modernity is that bad that I'm now picking up a woke Japanese game. Oh my gosh. I'm literally roughing it out for this game just so that I can look at attractive females. Because I'm so sick and tired of ugly women. This is the other point I was about to make. Ugly, modern, Western women. This is the other point I was about to make too. So, I'm getting to the point where I'm legit considering just playing a bunch of older games. Because this has gotten this bad. Things have gotten this terrible. Things have gotten this laughable. I am this disgusted. Or, okay, not with this. This game does not disgust me, but it's, you know, it's boring in some parts. It's laughable in others. It's just lacking a lot of quality. I want to like this game. That's why I'm having such a hard time criticizing it, because I want to like it, but it's just constantly like, listen, man, I cannot ignore the glaring issues. I can't do it. I have to call it out and just say, listen, like, there's parts. Why are you writing like this? What? Again, okay, I have to simplify what I'm saying here. If I wrote this, it'd be better. That simple. I'm playing this game and I'm like, no, you should have written it like that. No, you should have done it like this. No, you should have written it in that manner. No, you should have had the character say that. No, why is the character even speaking? Why is the character saying this thing? There's so many executions and deliveries. I'm like, okay, I could have done better. Why am I playing this game if I could just write a better story? So that's where I'm frustrated right now. When you look at the scope of competition within the market, this game's not doing it. It's not doing it. Everything else, though, is horrible, woke, propaganda, bullcrap. But still, man. I could make Shionne a character like her. I could write a character like her. I could give her a whole storyline and a whole arc and all the freaking things that they're doing here. They're not doing anything I can't do. So it's like, please tell me, why am I here? It's just to look at attractive women, at maybe see the romance develop between hot chick 1, Shionne, between dude protagonist. You know? Painful. Freaking painful. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm so lost. I'm breaking, bro. I'm breaking. So, anyways, that's what she said. Just said step, bro. Anyways, I'm just so confused. I don't know why we're here. I think we're gonna continue roughing it out. It's just, man, we need to start speedrunning this game, if I'm being real. I just want to see the story complete. If there's anything I'm here for. So, there's other criticisms I have. I'm just getting demoralized by the state of of gaming, you know? It's so insane. Dude, games were not this bad. I want to remind you of this. Again, I'm just thinking of like playing older games at this point, because I'm like, older games were just better. I'm literally at the point where I'm like, I'm gonna replay games. I am tempted to replay for the channel, to replay Metal Gear Solid 5 because it had better writing, good storytelling. Yes, unfinished game, I don't care. Despite it being unfinished, it was a good story, it was a good game, great characters, great writing, everything. Okay? That was before Kojima just went woke and all the nonsense, but anyway. Because where do I go? Where's the game? Stay at the inn in Vicente. So what, I need to leave? Oh. Okay. So anyways, dude, I'm just so surprised, as I want to like this game, I want to enjoy this game, I want to like the characters, I don't want to bash it this hard.
Think we should trust accommodations from a Renan lord? How do we know it's safe?
See, they're thinking like children. You have every reason to trust the guy. You should be asking different questions than what you're asking.
Take that over staying here. What if they try to kill us in our sleep?
I doubt that's the case. His best chance to kill us would have been back at the palace. His true intentions aside, for now, at least we're in his good books.
And we probably
Good
shouldn't
books?
test his patience.
You mean his
Let's
goodwill?
get in and check in.
Why are we like good books?
Interesting. All we ever got was a tattered blanket, a rock-hard bed, and well past its prime food.
What are you talking about?
What we got for our slave labor back in Calaglia. As you can tell, it wasn't much at all. Here, the Dahnans get the same basic amenities, but the quality is way better than anything we were given. Hell, apparently they even get time off to do what they want. If I'm being honest, I'm...
True socialism.
Take all this in.
Could it be that things were simply harsher in Calaglia compared to everywhere else?
It was the same in Cislodia, too. Our buildings and clothing were equipped to handle the cold, but that was the only difference. Working the floodlights was a form of punishment, so we didn't really get rewarded for anything that we did.
Yeah, you could be assigned to fix food or make daily necessities too, but When all was said and done, most of that stuff went to the Renans. There wasn't much in the way of compensation for any of that, so I'd say that Cislodia and Calaglia were both pretty awful.
Then Elda Menancia really is unusual.
To say the least. Hell, I might even go so far as to call it crazy. But the fact remains, Dahnans aren't free here.
Yeah, no matter how happy they look, they're still slaves.
I don't even know what to think right now. This is all way too much to deal with. It's giving me a headache.
Dude, I don't... See, this is to liberals, this is intellectualism, this is intelligence. Hold up, we gotta stare at this chick. But, to them, this is intelligence. This is deep philosophical thinking. This is some of the most simplistic, childish nonsense processing that you will ever see, man. It's silly, childish writing masquerading as deep intellect. And oh my gosh, dude, I miss old writers. They were better than this, man. They were sincerely better. This is not that good. I'm sorry. I really, dude, okay, listen, I'm freaking, oh gosh. I really want to tear into this game. I'm telling you right now. I am so tempted to just go all out.
Standing around or what?
And I am so tempted to just take the gloves off and say everything that, the fullest extent of my criticisms. And I'm trying to be freaking fair on this game. Holy crap. I want to like it. You have no clue. This is insane. I don't know. I mean, just listen, I'll say this, dude. This is so... I'm trying to be nice. Oh my gosh, dude. I'm literally at war with myself right now. I'm trying to be nice with this game. I'm just gonna say it right now. This sucks. The writing sucks. The freaking maturity of the writers. It sucks. Listen, past writers were way better than this. So many old authors, they look at the world from an adult's lens. This is not from an adult's lens. These freaking people in the story, they keep on obsessing about slavery. Oh my gosh, slavery is so terrible. Oh my gosh, why would they ever do it? Oh my gosh, it's so wrong and evil. Oh my god, who cares? Shut up. Oh my gosh, just deal with it. Holy crap. They are literally ambulance chasing for being offended and clutching their pearls. These characters. These are attractive liberals. That's what this story is about. Attractive liberals getting triggered about everything. Oh my gosh. The writing is meek. The writing is weak. Technically the same thing. Slight variations though. It's pathetic and it's weak writing though. It's meek. What the frick are you doing? Oh my gosh, this is weird. What the frick? Is he eating his... No. This is weird. Anyway. This is juvenile writing. This comes from the perspective of children. This is very baseless in a lot of ways. Things are happening way too quickly all throughout the story. All throughout the story, we're just going from one location to the next. We're just one story beat to the next. Random arbitrary things happen, and then just to progress the plot, just so that we can keep on going to new location, new characters. It's like a slideshow, basically. That's what the story is. It's like a slideshow. It's like, oh look, we're at this new location. Oh look, I'm going on vacation to this new location. Oh look, I defeated a random lord of the frickin' location. Oh look, we're going to a new location on vacation. We defeated a new lord on vacation at new location. I mean, listen, it doesn't feel like the world is lived in, doesn't feel settled in. We're just randomly achieving our aims and goals in each new location arbitrarily. This is so random. There's no grit, there's no immersion here. We're just randomly doing things and succeeding. Things are just working out.
So that was Lord Dohalim, huh?
Who actually wants to buy these games? I'm being honest.
Like the other lords we've met up until now.
At first, he sounded like just some snobby royal, but he immediately shut down Shionne's surprise attack. He's tougher than he looks.
And gay.
After all, he's a lord for a reason.
The food was pretty damn
See, the
good,
reason
too.
why gay anime games and stories are taking off right now is because Western culture is completely dead. We literally don't have a culture anymore, so we're just taking the little culture that's left in a foreign country.
What are we going to do then? Vicent seems to be a legit piece
Of course, older Japanese writers were better, right? They were much more masculine. I mean, modernity is just coming for all, bro. It's coming for everyone. There's a reason why people talk about Berserk, for instance. And it's just one example. But there's a reason why it's so infamous and popular. It had a much more masculine character and storyline. I've only seen snippets of it, by the way. I've never actually read it myself. I only know little snippets of it, so... But even from the snippets I know, right? You can tell it's much more masculine than this. It's an older story, though. It's an older, what, comic book? Or just book? I don't know. What do they call it? Manga?
Welcome, fair travelers. Lord Dohalim's retainer told us to expect you. It is an honor for you to stay with us. Please, make yourselves...
And the thing is that a lot of Japanese games are just normal, right? Just normal people doing normal things.
This is better than I expected.
You're better than I expected. Let's go, girl.
The room. It's nice.
You're nicer.
Oh, yeah. It is pretty nice.
You okay, La?
What?
You're a million miles away.
Did his butt buddy just go frickin' to town on him?
I felt strange ever since we arrived here. Can't seem to shake it. Maybe it's something about this.
He's drugged.
You're just tired. I'm feeling pretty sluggish myself.
You too? Seriously, you two? A word to the wise, our work here is far from over. Get yourselves together.
Sorry, but I need to call it a day. Let's meet back here tomorrow morning and see where things go from there. Sound good?
Sure, but keep an eye out for anything strange, okay? We still don't know how safe this place really is.
Can I just see Shionne naked now?
You feeling any better?
Yeah, a good night's sleep seems to have done the trick.
I wonder why we felt so out of it. You think it might have been because of all the food we ate?
You don't think they slipped something into our food, do you? That must be it.
If they were making an attempt on our lives, we'd know it by now. Though, on the other hand, they could be warning us off.
Come to think of it, you didn't eat anything at the meal, Rinwell. Aren't you starving?
Oh, I made myself something later.
She didn't even move her lips.
That was some mighty fancy grub they served yesterday.
What? And give the enemy a chance to poison me too? Are you crazy?
What a bigot.
What's the big deal? Shionne ate it too, remember? And we both tried the same stuff.
Well, maybe they laced it with poison that's only harmful to Dahnans,
That's enough, Rinwell.
Meow. Meow, sir.
Cat? Where'd it come from?
Golly, Shionne is so hot. Holy crap.
Something on its collar. Hold on a sec.
I think it's trying to lead us somewhere.
He's the escort.
Hey! Where do you think you're going?
Stay close. We're gonna lose it.
What's gotten into you, Law?
This might be the lead we've been waiting for.
Seriously?
Yeah. Some people train animals to act as messengers. They don't attract attention, see?
And you think that someone might be using that cat? To reach out and send us a message or something?
I could be wrong, but it's possible.
I'm impressed. I would never have thought of that.
But I would.
No, we used to use them in Ciclodia.
She's so adorable.
I would just use freaking strippers.
Say something?
That's my excuse. Just use random hoe bag strippers to get you to follow them. Go to some location. Nobody would think anything of it.
So, that black cat, do you think it works for someone?
I'm sure it does. It wouldn't try to lead us around like that if somebody didn't train it.
Is it Kate Sith?
I wouldn't know. I've never had one myself.
Is this Final Fantasy?
If I did, it'd probably try to eat poor Hootle.
I wonder who they are, though. I doubt this is Dohalim's work.
Yeah, he has no reason to do this. Although we can't rule out that it might be one of his lackeys either.
You think one of his subordinates is up to something?
Which lackey?
That
He has
Dohan
none.
is a pretty unusual character for a Renan, let alone for a lord.
Dude, oh my gosh, there's way too much introspection in this game.
With what he's doing. Maybe one of them plucked up the courage to go rogue.
Well, let's head further in.
Can we just...
I'd like to figure out
okay, whoa, okay. Listen, listen. I don't think most people know what they mean when they say show don't tell. I don't like it when people talk about show don't tell because, again, I don't think they know what they're talking about because nobody defines what is show don't tell. It's so subjective because no one defines it. But let me just say, do not... They're committing the sin right now in this story of telling, not showing. And it is really a huge issue that they are not engaging. They need to be doing more show, don't tell. Okay? There's too much freaking A. Frick. Dude, okay. Oh god. There's too much introspection with these characters and with the dialogue. Why are they doing this? I'm still rock hard about Shionne, but still. It's like the main thing I love about this game. But, bro, the amount of dialogue in which they engage introspection, just show me, don't tell me at this point. Specifically with this character, what are you doing? You know, why are they sitting here being like, it could be a rogue, it could be this guy, it could be that kind of guy, it could be somebody that works with Dohalim or whatever the frick. Why don't we just follow the frickin' cat and we see whoever the frick it is it leads us towards and have the characters say in 1 or 2 lines or 3 rather than like 7 or 8 lines.
Are you just going to keep standing
Tell
around
me
or what?
Sorry, I'm just getting prepped over here.
that they're questioning it. Like, I don't know if we should be trusting this, right? Okay, guys, let's just see where this goes. Most likely, this Dohalim guy's not trying to kill us. Right there, 3 lines of dialogue. Then we follow the cat. Then we get to location. We see who the frick it is. He talks to us. The characters do the show don't tell. They look around the corners. They're like, who the frick is around us? Are we sure it's safe here? And the guy continues talking. And then the plot continues. Right there, I just shared with you how they could be doing the same thing that we're doing now without all this unnecessary dialogue. I do not get this.
Where do you think it's trying to lead us?
Go where it's trying to lead you. Why are you asking that question?
Whoever came up with this is pretty damn clever.
Yeah, it just looks like an ordinary cute cat.
We lost sight of the cat.
After the chase it's led us on, There's gotta be something up ahead.
Let's go farther in.
I get that underground forests aren't exactly something you see every day, but I really could have done without any Zeugles running around.
You said it. I get the city up top surrounded by castle walls, but now I won't be able to sleep easy knowing they're lurking underneath.
You have nothing to fear. Zeugles work for the Renans. There might be strays out here, but the other Zeugles won't let them get close.
Using Zeugles to keep watch over their own kind, huh? That would explain why we're not seeing any guards.
Yeah, which makes it that much easier for someone to hide around here, too.
Ah!
Wow.
Sorry, Shionne. My foot slipped. Are you alright?
I should be asking you. What am I saying? Of course you're okay. It's easy to forget sometimes. If anybody else had been in your place, they'd be howling right about now.
Would it kill him?
Oh, right. You mean your thorns. Yeah, I'm, no worse for wear over here. Again, sorry for brushing you like that without warning.
Now go the extra mile.
Hey, Alphen?
Do it.
Forget it. It's nothing. I'm sorry to bother
Love of God. Oh my gosh. They're literally going to tease us like that?
Okay.
Stop. Oh my gosh.
What's with those two?
They want to bang and they just won't say it. Renwell, you freaking idiot. Holy crap, man. Really? I mean... Okay, this is why I cannot stand with animes as well. They tease the living daylights out of sexual relationships between characters. Listen, man, you need to figure out as a writer how to have a story beyond a romance. You need to have two characters that are already banging rather than trying to leave off on the suspense. Because you understand what that means? This story is nothing about all these other things. This story has everything to do with we are holding out to see these characters bang. That's what's going on here. And they're dragging out the romance to keep you engaged in the story. They're blue balling you the entire time. That's what their story's about. It has nothing to do with anything else going on. You need to figure out with your story. These characters, by the, let's say, 1/4 of the way into the story, they should have had sex by now. Or they needed to make a significant development in their romance by now. They should have kissed by now. Maybe he gropes her by now. Something goes on where they're up on each other, they're touching each other. The romance is significantly developing. And what needs to happen, either they have sex 3/4 of the way in or halfway into the story. Okay? Witcher understood how to have sex between characters, right? And you're still invested in the female characters, the male characters. You're still invested in the story, in Geralt. There's still mystery. There's still interesting nuance going on. Despite us having sex with Triss, I am still immersed in the story revolving around Triss, Yennefer, all the other characters. Okay? I'm still interested in Geralt. I'm still interested in everything going on, despite the fact that the main character got to have freaking sex with the female. Okay?
Are you just going to keep
Making stories about blue balling characters is lazy writing. And tons of anime developers, storytellers in general, they will blue ball the living daylights out of you because for whatever reason, that's their only story hook. Their only story hook is blue balling you because you want to see the guy get the girl. Because some reason these effeminate men just can't freaking get this freaking chick. He can't just tell her, "God dang girl, let me clap those cheeks." He can't just do it. Love of God. They should be sleeping with each other by now, and there needs to be more of a story going on that I'm not bored after seeing that the main character, the protagonist, he got what he wanted. He got what he was looking for. Does it make overly glaring sense now what I'm talking about here? When I say this is juvenile writing, blue balling the romance of two characters shows that the writers are both not confident, okay, and also they're not comfortable, they're not capable of delivering an adult storyline. Because this is what childish writing is. You blue ball the romance of your characters in your story. Rather than you lead off with, listen, boy meets girl world, they bang, it's fun, it's great, she's sexy, he's into it, he's like, dang, this chick's hot, dang, I love being inside of her. Done. That's it. The romance has reached its elation right there. But now there's more that can develop despite that they banged, okay? And they can continue to bang across the story, but there's more going on between how they develop as characters, with each other, with the world, and how the story, how the world develops outside of their sex, okay? This is childish, juvenile writing. The fact that we can't just see the main character bang the female character. The fact that we have to be blue-balled the entire time. I am face-palming right now, okay? What are we doing here? Why are they dragging this out? Everything. They're dragging everything out. Why are they doing it? Listen, Shionne and Alphen should have banged by now. They should have banged somewhere in chapter 2. Or here. Maybe here. Maybe this is the right time to do it. Okay, somewhere either in chapter 2 or 3 so far, they should have banged. And they're not banging. Okay? And you need to be such a competent writer that despite the main characters banging and finally getting to that part of the story, the romance, the romance climax, okay? There needs to be so much more going on that we're still here for the rest of the story.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Ignite! This one's gonna be tough.
Do it! I'm on it!
What was that about? The slow-mo was weird. You need to understand how to make a story where sex is not the pinnacle, but sex is the pit stop of the story. Sex needs to be a pit stop, not the pinnacle of your narrative. If you are not comfortable enough to sell your story outside of sex, then, right, you're making a very weak story. And that, of course, is what's going on here. They're very scared of making a story that goes any further than the sex. And of course, we're not going to actually see the characters have sex. There's not going to be really any kind of true sexualization between the characters. But all that we do know is that we're here just to see that they, like, have the idea that they are going to eventually have sex, right? We're just waiting for this guy to freaking land the girl. And it's taking way too long. Bro, I hate blue balling in storytelling. I hate it. They should have banged by now. We should be going on to the next story beat.
You picked the wrong fight.
Lightning orb, freeze. All right. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
You know what it is too, is that they're dragging out the
I
story.
can feel my precision improving.
Why is it taking so many chapters within your game just to set up that these two characters, they're freaking turned on for each other? They want to have
But give them enough time and trees can get pretty big on their own without
some sort of intimacy with one another. They want to have intimacy. So deliver on the intimacy between your characters. Why is it taking me the entire game to finally get to the intimacy between the two characters? You're telling me that's what this whole game's about? That's what we're holding off for? Like, really? What is going on?
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
Rising Wyvern! Luna Rondo! Rising Phoenix!
No, not my watch. Gemini Aqua. Now, Astral Energy.
Say no more.
Looks like it could be worth something.
Holy crap, dude. It just feels like such a grind to finish the story of this game. I feel like they're dragging so much out. I legit want to take a break from this game, but I don't know the next time I'm going to be picking up the game as of right now. It's crazy though. Like, I'm just constantly disappointed, and I feel like I'm dragging my feet just to get to where the story needs to be. Never bloat your story. Never do it. Only add the content as much as it is valid or valid or relevant, right? Or necessary. Just do what is necessary. If you have a story and the core content is only going to be, let's say, 10,000 words, then make your 10,000 words story and go make another story then, right? If you have another idea that can go for like 100,000 words, okay? Do not drag out a 10,000 word idea into 200,000 words. Do not do it. Provide only as what is necessary. I'm having a hard time, dude. Like, I want to finish the game, but I'm having such a tough time putting up with all the blue balling going on here. Frick. Anyway.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
This is such a drag. And this is the issue with so much anime. There are so many anime stories that do exactly this, where they will do everything in their power to blue ball you constantly.
Look sharp. Lightning Tiger Blade.
My fists are crushing it out there.
I want to like the story, I want to like the game, I want to like everything about it. But they are taking way too much time to deliver on some extreme simplicities. You know what it is? We are turning the appetizer into a 4-course meal. That's what it is.
Be careful, everyone. This one isn't normal.
I can carve through
It got fired.
There's a reason why you do not treat appetizers as the meal. There's a reason why. Because it isn't the freaking course. It's not the full course meal. The The full course meal is what you are. Oh, frickin' A. No, just forget it. Because. Right, it's what you're waiting for through the appetizer, right? But it's like, right, it's so obvious though what we're going through right now here.
Like we're gonna lose to
Here's the question, right? We are so far past any appetizers. So what is going on here? Is the full course meal of this game and of its story the appetizer? Is the appetizer literally the full story? Is that what we're going through right now? Bro, things are so bad right now with storytelling. So many products are so bad nowadays that I am gaslighting myself to enjoy this game. Right? I am being served my slave servings by modern Western entertainment. That now, when a game that is barely respecting my time, or it's not making a very, or let's say it's not that, it's just not making a very competent story, I'm sitting here telling myself basically that I should enjoy this. That I should find what is good about this story, despite the fact that it is not executing itself well. And it could be doing such a better job, but whoever it is that's writing or directing this game, they are majorly underperforming their job. Okay? They are missing the mark in so many ways. They're botching it in so many ways. Listen, the main storylines to this game were going from one point to the other way too quickly. We should have spent more time developing this game's story. Okay? We should have stayed in Caligula a little bit longer. This load-in happened way too quick. I don't even know why we're here in this part of the story. Dude, this chick is freaking hot. Holy crap. Dear God. We should have spent more time developing all of the narrative-driven elements of the story. But that means that the developers or the writers, they would have needed a very explicit idea of what they're writing, what they're creating here. They don't. So that's one issue. The second issue, outside of them not really having much to say through their story, the other issue of the matter is that, right, there's too much filler here. There's too much that doesn't need to be here. There's too much that doesn't add any meat to the story, right? So we're going through the story way too quick, but then there's way too much filler within the meat of the story. It's so weird that they would do this. They throw in all kinds of random writing. Oh my gosh. They drag out the writing, and then what they're doing here. Okay, sorry. They drag out the writing that doesn't matter here. And then they speed up all the story arcs and all the story elements that should have developed longer. It should have cooked for longer. Random betrayals, random kidnappings occur or happen in the story in the blink of an eye. And it should have happened slower. And then they really spend a lot of time. They take their time with all the story elements that you don't need to be sitting around for. Frankly, they spend way more time with all the boring game content than they ever should be spending time with. It's kind of funny that they say down there, teachers can take more liberties than students. I mean, kind of not really. I'll be honest with you for 2 seconds, okay? At my school, we had a, she was a new teacher. She came around like 2 years into me being at that school, but she dressed a lot like this. I think she was blonde. She had tan skin. She was busty as all get out. She had these huge boobs, okay? And like, you know, like tight, huge. She was wearing pretty much outfits like this. A little bit less cleavage. But again, she was a science teacher, by the way. She was busty, huge rack, very attractive, blonde, tan, and every time I looked at her, because I didn't have a science class with her, but I would look at her and I'd be like, how the frick are her students paying attention during class? I'm not complaining. I mean, me personally, I had an older male teacher for my science classes, so, you know, throughout high school, but and I really liked my male teacher. He was really important. He was an older guy. He was like in his 60s or 70s. He looked great for his age, by the way. Relatively healthy. I'm gonna be honest, he kind of reminded me of Gandalf. It's kind of funny. But he was an awesome guy, man. And he was he had a lot to say, he had a lot to share. He was relatively intelligent. Well, I'm saying he was intelligent. And he was actually one of the main teachers that also spent time to teach me and the class about critical thinking. So, yeah, I would never replace that teacher, but I would never complain either for, this type of a woman to be sitting somewhere in the room as I'm being taught by the main teacher. You know what? That's what it should be. We need to have women who are smoking hot, who dress like strippers in classrooms, while the main male teacher is teaching the classroom. That's what we need to have. There we go. I just solved like world hunger or something like that. Anyway, we had a teacher though, literally a science teacher that was dressing with tight pantyhose or whatever you call these. She was busty like this. She had a huge rack. She was hot, smoking hot. Blonde hair, tan skin. She was wearing these tight tank top shirts with I think a blazer on top. Holy crap, bro. And I think she was wearing pantyhose with long skirts. I think she was wearing long skirts, I think. So anyways, this whole idea though of a sexy teacher, yeah. Frickin' A. I have experienced that, looking at it, seeing it. Not really going through a class of it, but I've seen the woman. The woman that this is based on, I've seen it. And it looks very nice. So, yeah, she was hot. And I think sometimes she would wear... Yeah, I think she wore button-ups as well. Right, with obviously leaning into the cleavage of her button-ups. So, of her button-up shirts. Holy crap, man! If I had a freaking... If she was my teacher, I would never replace the science teacher that I had, but if she were my teacher, holy crap. Woof. That would have been freaking merciless. I'll tell you that. I don't know how the guys that were taking those classes, I have no idea how they were surviving. I mean, you have to ask yourself, with a teacher like this, okay? A teacher that I'm speaking about, okay? How the frick do you not just go through your classes with a perpetual hard-on? How do those guys survive? Literally. It's so funny, man. I don't know how those guys survived. I don't know how they... Again, how many boners were in that freaking classroom? That's my question. How many boners? Of a woman looking like this, teaching you the entire time. I've had teachers who are like 1 or 2 degrees less attractive than this. Or, okay, sorry. They weren't unattractive, right? But like 1 or 2 degrees beneath the attraction level of this. And I've had a lot of uncomfortable hard-ons, okay? How the frick that you get a female teacher exactly like this and you survive? I don't know. Again, 1 or 2 degrees beneath this, I could barely survive. How do you survive this level? I don't know. That is the true boss fight in any academic institution. This is the true boss fight that you're going through. Seriously, like staying focused in any class with a teacher like this, holy crap. I couldn't even begin. Like, how do you do it? How do you make it work? I don't know. But anyways. And then there's the hot chicks in your classroom that you're also checking out. You're like, dang, that chick's hot. Anyway. That's it. That's the end of it. I think I'm just so fatigued right now with this game, and I've been talking for so long that I'm honestly, I am straining for energy. I'm gonna be honest. I'm so bent out of shape. I've been breaking down this freaking game in so many layers, right? Pointing out all the things that they've just, all the marks that they're missing in doing this. So, I don't know. It's like, I can't help it but like analyze all the layers that they're getting wrong. But as I'm doing this, man, it's like, it's draining. It really is draining. So, anyway. We'll pick this up again at a later date. I have no idea when that might be, but whenever that later date is, we're going to be picking up the game. Yeah. I am beside myself at the moment. Let's do that. Nice. We got more resistance. So anyways, thank you for joining me on this. This has been a podcast and a freaking half at this point. How long is this game truly? Because we've spent 25 hours with it. I think I've been speaking at this point for like 10. So I think so far we're 15 hours of gameplay into the game. But anyways, I will catch you on the next video.